they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Birds are flying. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air purer for us to breathe. Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have, we need self and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong.
Namaste, I am Chef Ami and I'm really very excited to be part of a Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen's Global Online Season, which is organized by Dutch.com. At 30 August, this Sunday, 4:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which is well-known British Summer Time, I would be talking about easy baking and also showcase some really very healthy and immunity boosters recipes. So hope you would be joined and enjoy it. And yes, there is a wall line of speaker from around the world, so you can check speaker lineup on their websites. The wall event broadcast on Facebook, YouTube and web.com all way from 12 noon to evening 7 British Summer Time. So please join us and let's bring together. Thanks again the Healing of Earth team for this wonderful event and hope see you guys there. And yes, फिर मिलेंगे हंसते हंसते चलते चलते.
yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Your hand, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes. Our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste and a warm hello to all the lovely. My name is Shivana and I would like to invite you to join me on the free Global Online Session Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen taking place this Sunday, the 30th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several chefs and food-related experts sharing their expertise and also doing some great cooking demonstrations. This session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. I look forward to meeting all of you this Sunday from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. Good luck to all of you and let us all get into the beautiful feeling of eating healthy because we are what we eat. Look forward to meeting you all. See you soon. God bless.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature
Namaste everyone, myself Chef Nishan Chaube here, and I would like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, taking place this Sunday, that is 30th of August from 12 noon till 7 p.m. British Standard Time. There will be several chefs and food related experts sharing their expertise and also doing cooking demonstration. Make sure you do not miss it. Guys, there's something really interesting happening. I am telling you, once you join, you'll have a lot of things to take away from there. If you want to see the lineup, you have to look at www.healingourearth.com. The session is brought to you by the team of Healing Our Earth, and it is also available. It will be broadcast live at different social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere you can find it, and it's absolutely free. Guys, my topic that I'll be showcasing is very interesting. I'm gonna touch base veganism, because I think veganism is a subject which is the trending topic and is actually being accepted worldwide in a very positive manner. I'll be making two dishes. I'll be making a raw mango and coconut curry, and then I'm gonna make a lovely cucumber salad. So check me out. I just repeat, my session will be at 7 p.m. So do not forget to watch it. Thank you and see you all there.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us see.
Greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome
Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste everyone, I am Chef Ami and I'm really very excited to be part of a Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen's Global Online Season, which is organized by healingourhearts.com. At 30 August, this Sunday, 4:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which is 12 noon British Summer Time, I would be talking about easy baking and also showcase some really very healthy and immunity boosters recipes. So hope you would be joined and enjoy it. And yes, there is a whole line of speakers from around the world, so you can check speaker lineup on that website. The whole event broadcast on Facebook, YouTube and website of healingourhearts.com, all way from 12 noon to evening 7 British Summer Time. So please join us and let's bring together. Thanks again the Healing Our Hearts team for this wonderful event and hope see you guys there. And yes, फिर मिलेंगे हंसते हंसते चलते चलते.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right in
fearless, greenest, greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race.
Global Namaste and a warm hello to all the lovely people. My name is Simran Ahuja and I'd like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, taking place this Sunday, the 30th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several chefs and food-related experts sharing their expertise and also doing some great cooking demonstrations. This session is brought to you by the Healing Our Earth team and will be broadcast live on Healing Our Earth website, Facebook and YouTube. I look forward to meeting all of you this Sunday from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. Good luck to all of you and let us all get into the beautiful feeling of eating healthy because we are what we eat. Look forward to meeting you all. See you soon. God bless.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, greenest, greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste everyone, myself Chef Nishan Chaube here, and I would like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, taking place this Sunday, that is 30th of August from 12 noon till 7 p.m. British Standard Time. There will be several chefs and food related experts sharing their expertise and also doing cooking demonstration. Make sure you do not miss it. Guys, there's something really interesting happening. I'm telling you, once you join, you'll have a lot of things to take away from there. If you want to see the lineup, you have to look at www.healingourearth.com. The session is brought to you by the team of Healing Our Earth, and it is also available. It will be broadcast live at different social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere you can find it, and it's absolutely free. Guys, my topic that I'll be showcasing is very interesting. I'm gonna touch base veganism, because I think veganism is a subject which is the trending topic and is actually being accepted worldwide in a very positive manner. I'll be making two dishes. I'll be making a raw mango and coconut curry, and then I'm gonna make a lovely cucumber salad. So check me out. I just repeat, my session will be at 7 p.m. So do not forget to watch it. Thank you and see you all there.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race.
Namaste everyone, I am Chef Ami and I am really very excited to be part of a Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen's Global Online Season, which is organized by healingourarts.com. At 30 August, this Sunday, 4:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which is 12 noon British Summer Time, I would be talking about easy baking and also showcase some really very healthy and immunity boosters recipes. So hope you would be joined and enjoy it. And yes, there is a wall line of speaker from around the world, so you can check speaker lineup on their websites. The wall event broadcast, Facebook, YouTube and website of healingourarts.com, all way from 12 noon to evening 7 British Summer Time. So please join us and let's bring together. Thanks again the Healing Our Earth team for this wonderful event and hope see you guys there. And yes, फिर मिलेंगे हंसते हंसते चलते चलते.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Together we will rise from the ashes to be a strong human race.
Global Namaste and a warm hello to all the lovely people. My name is Simran Ahuja and I'd like to invite you to join me on a free global online session, Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, taking place this Sunday, the 30th of August from 12 noon to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. There will be several
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome, my dear friends from all over the world. A very warm welcome, greetings, and global namaste to you all. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, and today's session is Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen. We're going to be talking to some amazing chefs and nutritionists for the whole day today from 12 noon now, British summertime, all the way to 7 p.m. with some fabulous hosts. And let me acknowledge the wonderful co-hosts today, as well as our wonderful contributors. Now, Hippocrates talked about food being your medicine and medicine being your food. So this is the theme that's going to be running throughout the day. How can we make ourselves more healthy with what is already in our kitchen? So before we whisk into the show today, Healing Our Earth would like to acknowledge all the wonderful contributors. Earth bless you all. Did you know that this is our 22nd Healing Our Earth event? And Healing Our Earth, as you all know, our mission is to bring you love, unity, peace, harmony, and good quality information right to your doorstep wherever you are on our beautiful planet Earth. So we can be seen, we're being broadcast today live on many, many platforms. So I'm going to give you the few main platforms now and then later on some more. So please check out our website. We're there, www.healingourearth.com. We're also very much present on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Our handle is Healing Our Earth. And you must please catch our wonderful host, the hostess with the mostest, Simran Ahuja, who is going to be hosting later on today, Simran Ahuja Official on Facebook and Bharata Goradia Official on Facebook as well. And not forgetting a very, very special contributor. That's Sunrise Radio UK on Facebook. In the UK, we have 2 Sunrise radios, one in London and one in the north of the UK. So this is the north of the UK. We've got some wonderful contributors there. Do tune in to Sunrise Radio UK on Facebook. And let's introduce my very, very first host. My name, by the way, is Renu Gidamal. I'm broadcasting live from London today. And listen, why don't you sign up for our regular mail shots? We have a weekly mail shot of all our events. Just visit the website and subscribe, and you're going to get some amazing, amazing information. Now, we're going to be heading all the way in our special Zoom plane, our Facebook plane, our Twitter plane, from London, UK, all the way to India, to Gujarat, to Rajkot. And I want to introduce you to a very gorgeous, a cute, wonderful chef-ess. Her name is Amy Ganatra. And Chef Amy is going to talk to us about easy baking. But I want to tell you what's very special about her. Apart from being very bubbly and very joyful and someone who loves singing, Amy is actually an owner of Rasoi Studio in Rajkot. Amy, could you please mute your device? Thank you very much. So she's a passionate young lady, and she's the first one who has opened a cooking studio in Rajkot named Rasoi Studio, where young to elderly people can come and learn cooking and also develop their culinary skills. She specialized in bakery and cake engineering. Oh, I wish I lived in Rajkot, Amy. I would definitely be there to come and learn. And of course, to get all the samples. Eat all the samples. Now, Amy got her training from the best hotels like the Hyatt, the Radisson, and the Esteem in Malaysia. And her studio was inaugurated, wait for it, by Master Chef and Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor himself. As you all know, Sanjeev Kapoor is a household name all over the world for Asians. And this is a huge achievement and a great thumbs up from Sanjeev Kapoor to our wonderful Amy. Amy's dream is to give recognition to all those ladies who've got really good culinary skills, but not having a proper platform to showcase their skills. So for that, she started a campaign and actually reached the rural area of Rajkot and around of Gujarat, where she's organized many cooking competitions and even provided the gifts to all the winners. So can you imagine, friends, what a wonderful boost of self-confidence and validation that has given to so many women around the state? And she's also published their recipes in her book. And for her commendable work and efforts, Amy was the recipient of the Young Women's Entrepreneur Award. And she's also achieved 5th rank in India's Digital Chef. No mean feat, with the millions of cooks and chefs in India. So it's quite an amazing feat. And what is Amy's dream? Well, it's to empower other women through proper training in culinary skills. Now, in case I don't get a chance later on, please do check this wonderful, gorgeous chef out. She's on Facebook, on facebook.com/Shefira 2016. That's CHEFIRA 2016, and the same handle also on Instagram. So let's get cracking and introduce you and welcome, give a warm, loving, healing our earth welcome, namaste, to Chef Amy. Welcome, my darling. How are you today? Namaste, Chef. I can't hear you very well. Could you put your volume up, please? It's still very faint. You need to be either closer to the device or just check the volume. Yeah, sure. Don't worry. Just take your time and we'll be fine. No, I can't hear you at all. I see. So are you speaking to us from a phone or a laptop? I can understand. Can you hear me all right, Amy? Can you hear me now? It's a little bit better. Okay. So, can I start? Technical team, Nishit Bhai.
Do you have two devices? You've got two phones?
Amy, can you hear Nishit Bhai? Do you have two devices? आपको दो device है, दो phone है?
Try using the second one because I can only see one account at the moment here. Try the second device, log into the same Zoom.
Just give me 1 minute.
No problem. We'll give you 1 minute. And meanwhile, while you set up the second device, Chef Amy, try your second device and just interrupt me when you're ready, okay? No problem at all. So, dear friends, so I was also asked, you know that I'm a singer, right? And I do love singing. So let me see what I can sing for you. Now, we've had a lot of beautiful songs about various people, but today, because this is about ladies who are also mothers, I want to just sing a little dedication, please, to all the wonderful, wonderful mothers who are out there listening today. And if they're not listening, please make sure your mother's listening to this. Tu kitni achhi hai, tu kitni bholi hai, pyari pyari hai. Oh maa, oh maa, oh maa, oh maa. कि जो दुनिया है ये बन है कांटों का, तू फुलवारी है. ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ. दुख न लागी है माँ तेरी अखियाँ, दुख न लागी है माँ तेरी अखियाँ, मेरे लिए जागी है तू सारी सारी रतिया, मेरी निंदिया पे अपनी निंदिया भी तूने वारी है. ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ. तू कितनी अच्छी है, तू कितनी भोली है, प्यारी प्यारी है. ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ. This particular song goes out with loads and loads of love from Healing Our Earth to all you mothers. Even if you're not a mother, you're an auntie, a bua, a masi, a sister, a daughter, and you love cooking, and you put your love and your heart into your wonderful dishes that you make. This is just for you. माँ बच्चों की जान होती है, माँ बच्चों की जान होती है, वो होती है किस्मत वाली जिनकी माँ होती है. कितनी सुंदर है, कितनी शीतल है, न्यारी न्यारी है. ओ माँ, ओ माँ, ओ माँ, प्यारी माँ. So, my dear Chef Amy, are you ready to join us? Can we have a little music from you as well? Please join in whenever you're ready. You can switch on your video and your audio. Thank you for the lovely comments on Zoom. Thank you, dear Nishit Bhai. If I have an amazing voice, then you are the most amazing technician for us on Healing Our Earth. Absolutely magic. And thank you so much, Chef Amy, for your lovely comment. Thank you. I hear you sing and you enjoy singing too. So while we're waiting for Chef Amy to get on again to us, I would like to sing something a little bit more upbeat. Most of my singing really is, I do a lot of bhajan singing, but I think today we must have probably a little bit of Bollywood. And one of my favorite songs, I would say, is this one from Raj Kapoor. So if I'm interrupted halfway, please forgive me, because I want to get on with the show and we want to hear what Chef Amy has to say to us. But I think you will all agree that this particular song, an old Bollywood number, is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Give me 1 second. I'm going to disappear from your screen and reappear just like magic. Right, here we have. I'm sure you're going to recognize this. किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है, किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. Chef Amy, awesome. You're back. I'm so happy to see you. Please, why don't you unmute, switch on your audio, and let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better, Chef Amy. Welcome back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry for some connection and
No
connectivity.
problem. Chalta
Very
chalta
sorry.
hota hai. No problem at all. We want to hear all about you, my dear. So
Okay.
tell us about, now you're going to talk to us about easy baking, right?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, looking forward to hearing.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, please do.
Okay. First of all, namaste everyone, and thank you Renu ji for wonderful intro, and sorry for some miscommunication and all things. So I would also thanks to Healing Our Earth team for wonderful opportunity. And now today I'm talking about easy baking. So first, don't waste time. We can just start our session, which I already prepared some ingredients and all things. When we bake, that time we talk lots of, and yes, here my working partner, like chef, my junior chef Hardik here. Welcome, Hardik chef.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dear chef. A very warm, loving welcome and namaste from Healing Our Earth. So happy that you're taking the time to be with us.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to give me such a wonderful opportunity. And thank you to the chef who has helped me to reach to the platform. Thank you so much all over the team.
So, Chef Hardik just helped for me for baking, and yes, when I prepare today's dish, so Chef Hardik, if you have any questions on Hardik can solve, you can just write your question, so we can solve it, right?
Wonderful.
Okay.
So, dear friends, those of you who are listening in all over the world, please do bring in your questions. And if you're going to be putting your questions in on any of the other platforms that I mentioned today, for example, on all the Facebook Live sessions, then one of our tech team, I'm sure, will keep an eye on it, and we can answer your questions. But what I'd like to ask you, please, Chef Amy, are you able to? We can't see. हम नहीं देख सकते हैं क्या है नीचे. Can we see what you're doing?
Yeah, definitely. It's just a little bit intro. Then
Okay.
after we can change other screen.
You can see how excited we are to see what you have for us today.
Wow. Thank you. Okay, so can we start with really one amazing amazing cookies, which name Herbal cookies.
Herbal cookies.
Yes, Herbal cookies, and second recipe is almond traditional cake.
Lovely. Badam ka cake.
Yeah, exactly. So first, we prepare cake because it's to take a little bit more time. So first we start cake, and then after we can start other recipe. So here it's my ingredient. Ingredients. Okay. So,
Okay, we can see some ingredients there.
okay. So here I use almond butter. It's almond butter.
Lovely.
Okay. It's a sugar.
Does that look like caster sugar?
No, it's just a normal sugar.
Okay, right.
Okay. Here I take some flour. You can use any flour. You can use also almond meal also.
Almond meal as well. Very good.
Yeah, but here I use just flour, simple flour, but you can use almond meal.
Okay. So we've got
Okay,
almond butter, we've got sugar, we've got simple plain flour,
Yeah. Some cocoa powder,
cocoa powder,
and yes, bakery's leavening agent means baking soda and baking powder.
okay, baking soda and baking powder. Lovely.
And yes,
Bicarbonate of soda.
some more water for fluffiness.
Okay. So to make it rise and make it a little bit more fluffy and yeah, rising nicely.
Yeah, exactly. So first I take just bowl.
We are just taking a bowl, and after that we will be doing some creaming of almond butter and the icing sugar that we have taken.
Lovely. If you great. And whoever's taking the video, can you just keep it on the ingredients and what's going on the table? Yes. Just keep it on. Just keep it generally on the tray and the bowl. You don't have to even zoom in.
Now it's done or
No,
not?
little bit back. You can go back a bit.
Done.
Zoom out a little bit. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. And dear friends, those of you who are listening in, why don't you put in your questions? The easiest way is actually via WhatsApp. So that's if you're out of the UK, it's 0044 and then it's 7712 17770. So that's 0044. If you're in the UK, of course, add the 0. 7712
We have just taken the
17770.
Sorry.
So that's your almond butter.
Yeah, and just I add just powder sugar.
Wow.
Here I take 100 gram almond butter and 120 gram powder sugar.
Okay.
By the way, Renuji, your voice is really just heart-touching, and especially Oma.
Thank you, my dear. Well, so many mothers that you have put on a platform, and you've honored them, you've validated them. That's a wonderful thing that you've done, Chef Amy. And I think you said you've also included those really good recipes in your book.
Oh, thank you. And here I use almond butter because I want to my cake 100% vegan.
Vegan, 100% vegan. That's excellent.
Yeah, that's why I use here peanut butter and almond butter.
I see.
For next recipe, we can use peanut butter, and for this recipe, we can use almond butter.
All right.
And it's a homemade almond butter. If you want to make it out, then you can make it at home. It's very easy. You can just roast almond and just crush till then out of till the texture of butter.
Okay. Oh, so there's nothing else, just almonds. That's it.
Yeah, nothing else, just almond, roasted almond.
Roasted almonds.
Yeah. So I just mix it. Okay. Now I add baking soda and baking powder. Baking powder, it's a 1 teaspoon, and baking soda, half teaspoon.
Yes.
Also add some cocoa powder. Here I take cocoa powder 25 gram, but if you like more chocolatey taste, then you
Yes.
can take 30 grams.
Okay.
Add some water and mix well.
And how long does the prep time take generally?
Pardon?
How long is the preparation time?
Preparation time, it's mostly 10 to 15 minutes, but baking time, it's 30 minutes. But I have already one example here.
Okay, very good. So that's great. So you got a beautiful vegan cake
Yes.
in less than an hour. That's fantastic.
Yeah. No milk, no butter, or not pure ghee, like a shuddh ghee.
Yes.
And it's a really very traditional way. One of it's a agriculture university's recipe.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a very traditional cake. Here, no condensed milk, no eggs, no butter, nothing.
Amazing.
Yeah, and now I add some flour.
Ah, so the flour goes right at the very end.
Yeah, here I take a 125 gram flour. Measurements, it's a main thing for easy baking.
All right. So, dear friends, if you want to get the recipe for this, I guess, please do go to Chef Amy's site, which is on Facebook, and that's facebook.com/Chef IRA, CHEFIRA 2016. You can check her out there. And she also has an Instagram page, instagram.com/Chefira Soy, CHEFIRARSOI. So we can get all these wonderful recipes.
Yeah, just mix well with cut and half fold method.
Okay.
If you want to easy baking, then you must have this type of a measuring spoon and cups.
Okay. Very good. So you got your 4 sizes. So the what are the sizes from the biggest to the smallest to the biggest?
It's a different size. And when we purchase, then we also know about all measurements. Here you can I think so.
It's not so clear, but we get the idea. Yes, you can see that. Yes.
Here some 1/4 teaspoon is equal to 1.25 ml. When cup side, it's called 1/4 cup and 60 ml. So it's a most probably it's a general measurements for baking. So it's very easy.
Very nice.
To how to measure all ingredients.
Right.
So it's a four set kind of. So you can purchase and bake beautiful cakes, whatever you like.
Yes.
And it's 1 tablespoon is equal to 15 ml and 1 cup is equal to 240 ml.
Okay.
So our batter is perfectly ready.
Looks beautiful.
Okay. I take one cake tin, or it's called cake tin, but I use for some sponge. It's called bread tin. Sorry,
Yes.
it's my mistake. It's a bread tin, but I want to just bread shape, so I take it this one.
And what is that you're using to oil it?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of oil?
I just grease the mold.
Yes. Yes, that's the traditional bread tin.
Yeah, that's why it's a very traditional. If it's not a traditional, then you can put some butter pepper or brown pepper, whatever you like.
Okay.
or spray with you can spray greasing oil
Okay.
or else. But it's a traditional Indian cake, so I just show you some traditional way.
Lovely.
Okay. So I pour all batter.
And I saw you were very careful with the water when you added the water. You didn't add too much. So you just want to get it so it becomes that kind of consistency
Yes.
that it
Also,
just.
water measurement, it's a 120 ml.
Right.
Baking is depend on measurements. That's it. If you
Okay.
have correct measurements, then you can bake anything.
Great. And is this recipe on your Facebook and Instagram pages? So how do we get this particular recipe, Chef?
I put it recipe, full recipe, or otherwise I can share PDF also.
That also would be great. Because I'm sure all our viewers would be delighted. I know I would really like to learn how to make this. And as you said, if you just follow the recipe and follow the measurements, then it's kind of guaranteed that it'll come out all right.
Yes. I put on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram.
Okay.
It's called tap. Okay.
Yes.
You must tap your cake mold. So here no bubbles. You can just
Yes. Okay. So it gets rid of all the air bubbles. Hmm.
yes.
That looks yummy just to eat like that.
Thank you. So we can bake for 30 minutes.
Mhm.
So I just bake and show you my another recipe, and then after we can go. Okay.
Lovely. So Chef Amy has shown us how to the ingredients and the preparation, and also these wonderful measuring spoons which give you both ml as well as the grams. And now this is one that Chef Amy has already prepared a little earlier.
Yes. So can we start next recipe?
Yes, certainly. So you put that in the oven now?
Yes, I already put in oven.
Excellent. Lovely.
Okay.
Okay.
So here it's a really very interesting recipe because it's called herbal cookies.
Herbal cookies.
Yes. So here I take some herbal ingredients like here I have a whole wheat flour.
What was that first one?
Whole wheat flour.
Okay.
Gehu ka atta.
Okay.
Okay. Then some peanut butter.
Yes. Peanut butter.
Jaggery, baking soda, and some mixed herbs like cinnamon, cardamom, and then one it's called ashwagandha. It's a purely Ayurvedic ingredients.
Yes.
It's immunity booster ingredient, so you can you can take with warm water, so your skin, your immunity, all really very good for health also.
Wonderful. Ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha, yes. Ashwagandha, it's especially for cough and cold also.
Okay, very good. So for those of us who are living in the Western world, for example, now we're at the end of August, we're coming into autumn. Those of you in the UK and Europe, so we're coming into autumn and then winter. So ashwagandha, if you can get that from your herbal shop, your local Indian shop, then this is a really great natural remedy to have, an Ayurvedic remedy. As Chef Amy said, to have with some warm water, it'll help to ward off any respiratory weaknesses, and it'll help with coughs and colds.
Yes, and it's also easily available on any online website like Amazon and all. I already checked it out.
Oh, wonderful. You've done the work for us. Thank you. So,
okay. And some turmeric. You
Turmeric?
know the benefit of turmeric. Mostly members know about turmeric.
I think everyone knows about turmeric, yes. And so it's so unusual to have a savory cookie, this herbal cookie. It's savory, obviously.
it's a sweet because we can use jaggery.
Ah, okay. So do you get a
So
kind of, you end up with a sort of a sweet, salty taste?
yeah, little bit of salty because of we use cardamom and cinnamon stick, so little bit of savory flavor, but mostly it's a sweet cookies. If you want to savory flavor, you can add kasuri methi, like
Okay.
dry
Fenugreek.
fragrance.
Fenugreek. Mm.
Yes, yes, you can use it. So first of all, it's a really very easy. So first of all, here we add
And just tell us chef, please tell me, share with us the measurements of how
yeah,
much, so how much jaggery are you putting in first of all?
yes, definitely. I already note down it. 60 gram of jaggery,
60 gram of jaggery.
whole wheat flour 100 gram.
So this is walnut flour.
No, whole wheat flour. Whole wheat flour. It's a gehu ka atta, like a roti atta.
Okay, a roti atta. Right.
Yeah, it's also easily available in market.
Okay.
And add some peanut butter.
Yes.
It's really very healthy recipe. You can use this cookies for cough and cold also, and especially for corona time, because it's also immunity booster recipe.
Very good. So this is a very herbal and very healthy, energizing recipe, immune boosting
If you
recipe.
like little, oh, I'm so sorry. If you like a little bitter taste, then you can add dry mint powder.
Dried mint powder.
Yes, you can use it.
So we have a
I
lot
add
of
all.
variations. Yes. So now, so we had first, we had the jaggery, the flour, and
You can use any flour, like same almond meal. Then after you can use simple flour, whatever you like.
okay,
I use sometimes jwar.
jowar,
What's that? Millet. Millet
millet
flour.
flour. Yes, millet.
Yes, you can use it.
Very good. Why did you
I
decide to use this whole wheat flour?
yes, easily available.
Yes.
Okay. Chef Hardik, want to some describe about whole flour?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Chef
ma'am.
Har-
And you have asked very one of the good question that why we are using that whole
Yes.
wheat flour.
Mm.
Because as you know, in every Indian kitchen or in any Indian home, we daily make rotis, like and it is also called as a chapati, a traditional food that is eat on a daily basis in our
Yes.
home.
Correct.
So generally it is available in any of the country, as many of my relatives are also living in the London also.
Okay.
So in there also they are having the whole wheat flour. So
Yes.
easily available ingredients. So we are using here to any of that housewife or any of the person can easily make
Yes.
this cookie.
That's great. So it's actually very helpful. These are all ingredients pretty much that we already have in our kitchens.
Yeah, and I add cardamom powder, cinnamon powder, ashwagandha, and yes, also I use ginger powder.
And ginger
Dry
powder.
ginger
So
powder.
just give us the measurements of that. So how much of the powders have you used now?
7 to 10 gram. Otherwise, you can add your taste as per your taste.
So 7 to 10 grams is about a teaspoon, tablespoon. How much is that roughly?
Yeah, mostly 1 tablespoon. You
One
can use
tablespoon.
1 tablespoon.
Okay, that's very helpful.
I like dry ginger powder taste, so I add more ginger
A little bit
powder
more. Yeah,
and less other ingredients.
very good. And so just remind me now the quantity of flour that you used.
Flour quantity 100 gram.
So now this recipe is going to give us how many cookies?
Hardly 15 to 20 cookies.
Oh, that's great.
Or else you can sorry, it's a depend on your shape. Whatever you can you just shape like a balls, sticks,
Okay.
triangle, square, whatever.
Yes.
If you like bigger one like Subway cookies, then it's only five cookies only.
Yes.
Okay, mix well, and I just add water.
We are
And-
just adding the water to make the dough, because
Yes.
only most of the ingredients we are using that are semi-hard or semi-liquid ingredients. For
Right.
making the formation of dough, we are just using the water.
So I just need proper dough like this.
And I can see again you're being very, you're using less water. I tend to, when I'm making dough, sometimes by mistake, I don't, calculate it properly, and I end up putting too much water, and then it's all too soggy. So this is very good to see that you're putting a little less and then adding as required. And what's your final dough consistency that you go for?
It's
We will be shortly. We will be showing you once the dough is formed, ma'am.
Okay.
And while adding the water, all the audience listen carefully. That while adding water, just add water little by little. Don't add water according to the recipe that we are giving to you, because depends on the location also. The water consistency and the nutrition form also changes. So in the north areas, the water is very hard. So
Right.
at that time, you have to add water like accordingly.
Okay. That's very, very good, Chef Hardik. Very good advice.
Thank you, ma'am.
and flour also, right?
Yes.
Flour texture.
Depends on for a better quality of the
Flour.
cookies, we just sieve the flour and many
Yes.
of the dry ingredients, because while sieving, we have just already sieved the flour and just added to the dough to not to waste the time. And mostly when we are baking any of the products, we have to just sieve it to remove any impurities or any of the moisture like contents which are very hard to dissolve in the dough.
I see. That's very helpful. Okay. That explains sometimes in the past when, when we've been baking, that you get lumps and it's not perfect, So yes, so a good thing to do, good habit is to always sieve the ingredients, especially the flour.
Yes, here some jaggery crumbs, so you can just crust with your hand.
Yes.
Don't use melt jaggery because it's not good for your cookies. Cookie
Right.
takes
Okay.
basically.
So when we are using the liquid like a jaggery, it will stick to our hands and we will not able to roll the dough, and it will be little difficult to shape it.
Okay.
So
That's again very
the
helpful.
one who is having the less moisture in the jaggery. So we have used the one of the dry jaggery that we are that we are using here.
You can see the dough.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a little bit hard dough.
All
Little
right.
hard. Okay.
Yes. That's great.
Okay. I'm just coming back in just 1 minute.
All right.
Till then, Chef Adik, you can roll it. Okay. Chef Adik, please roll it.
As I have cleaned my hands at that, in one hand I have not used the gloves
Right.
because of the stickiness of this cookie dough.
Okay.
I'm just flattening up with my hands.
Yes.
This is a silicone sheet. Either if we don't have any silicone sheet, we can directly roll it over to the platform that we have in the kitchen.
Okay.
But as we are having some hygiene in our studio, so we
Yes.
personally use that silicone sheet.
Okay, that's very good.
And before using this on the surface, you need to clean it very properly.
And is it better for the dough to be patted out on a colder surface or warmer
Yes,
surface? Or
yes, in cold surface, it will be more better in cold surface, because if in the humidity level or in the hot surface, the cookie will get melt easily and we will not able to make it in the shape that we like it.
right.
And all of this audience is very well knowing that all the ingredients which we are using here is not harmful to the health.
Yes. It's so nice to see the last few years, Chef, in the last 10 years, the growth of not only vegetarianism, of course, but veganism has accelerated tremendously. And where this was something so like ajib, so, you couldn't, the word vegan was not used at all like 10 years ago. It was something so weird. Now it's the main thing, and it's wonderful because it's so healthy.
I'm just doing with my hands.
And if we wanted, chef, could we put this in the mixer instead of doing it by hand? Could we mix the dough in a mixer?
Yes, in mixture we can add it, but it will be a little problematic to remove it from the blade, and which are getting sticky, and it will create a hazard to the kitchen. So we are not using the machinery, any type of machinery, because we can make it with a hand for the every product and every home for the India and in there also. So we are trying to using less as much as less machinery to make it easy cookies.
Okay.
You can use electric bitter, na?
Electric beater we can
Yes.
also use if
Okay,
it is
yes.
easily available
Yes.
home.
Because in the Western countries, there's always so much to do, and we have to do all the cooking, the cleaning, the chopping, as well as everything else, and go to work. So yeah, so it's good to have a little bit of mechanical help. And I want to just one of our viewers is asking again about, can we use soft jaggery? But please repeat what you said, that it's better not to use the soft jaggery.
You can knead dough with it, this type of electric bitter.
Okay.
Electric bitter.
All right.
Mostly, yeah, electric bitter.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Make a proper shape. Okay. Now we cut it. I use triangle shape because it's look good. So
Yes.
I just use triangle
Yes,
shape.
that looks
Whatever you
nice.
want. Whatever you want. I just cut it.
There's a little Christmas trees. Very nice.
Yeah.
And I wanted to also let you know, Chef Amy, Chef Harvinder, that we've got people from all over the world joining us, and give a shout out from a friend who's coming from Nairobi. So Jambo Sana, Harvinderji, welcome to Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste to you.
Jumbo ji.
Namaste, everyone. Once again, namaste. I'm really, really very happy to see you all. Like, I can't explain my happiness.
Well, you're part of the family, Chef Amy, so just welcome home.
Thank
that
you.
looks
Thank
lovely.
you.
And what is that size? Can you tell me? Is that about, what's that, about 2 inches?
I just tell you.
It
Just
is
a moment.
it is just
You can-
1.5 inches.
1.5. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a very
And
good shape,
4
right? Because
centimeter. Each 4 centimeter. Each side 4 centimeter.
4 centimeters. My God, Chef Amy, you're
Okay.
really precise. Fantastic. Wow. Excellent. Thank you.
Most welcome. Measurements, scaling, and also prepare proper shape, greasing. It's really very helpful for easy baking.
Yes.
We can just put.
So I just want to reiterate for some of our viewers. So Chef Amy uses jaggery that is still hard, and it's better to use that. As both the chefs have explained, don't use the melted or the soft jaggery. And you just have to take a little bit more time to knead it in and melt it with your basically the heat from your hands as you're kneading it into the dough, because it blends better. If you use soft jaggery, I think by soft jaggery you're meaning melted jaggery, right? So then what happens is that your hands, your palms get very, very sticky, and you won't be able to deal with the dough, with making the dough correctly. It'll all end up on your hands rather than being part of the dough. So the temperature of the jaggery is important, and working the dough on a cold surface when you're shaping it to the cookie flatness, better on a cooler surface than a more humid or a hotter surface.
So it's ready. So we are baking at 160 or 170 degrees for 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes. You just check at 25 minutes if it's not cooked.
Okay.
Not bad. Then you can also mostly 5 minutes more.
And is that centigrade or Fahrenheit?
No, centigrade.
On centigrade, so.
Yes.
125 or 130 degrees centigrade.
No. 165 to 160 to 170.
165 to 170.
It depends on oven and also your measurements. Like it's only 2 cookies, bigger one, 2 cookies. Then only for 150 degree to 15 minutes only. 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. That looks lovely. And I can see they're quite firm. I mean, it's a sticky dough. It's not crumbly. It's not flaky. It doesn't break off easily. Or are you just being very careful?
Yes. So now I just back it and come back in while. Okay.
Okay.
Sure, please back it. And you can also
oh, there's lots there.
You can also roll it.
Yeah.
You can also roll it and again shaping. Okay.
Yes, of course. Yeah. This looks like a really good recipe, dear viewers, that you can do with children. I mean, this looks like a great child-friendly activity, doesn't it? And kids, it's like Play-Doh. So kids really love playing, and then they can make the shapes and use the cookie cutter. So this is something also a great way to teach our children and also to have a communal activity with them. Great for lockdown.
And it's also healthy for kids and elders and old ages, whatever.
Yes. Well, I'm sure if kids were making it, most of them probably would like to add lots more of the sweetness to it.
Okay. So it's baking time. So I just check it out your Insta profile, and also Mr. Neil Kumar told me about your singing.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
we do a lot of singing. Yeah, absolutely.
So can you please?
You want me to sing?
Yes.
While the baking is going on. Well, this is nice, isn't it? I mean, whoever would like to do some cooking, please invite me to your kitchen, and I will gladly sing for you while the baking is happening. Much better than a commercial break. Okay, so.
Most welcome.
जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम देना साथ मेरा ओ हमनवाज। जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम देना साथ मेरा ओ हमनवाज। न कोई है न कोई था जिंदगी में तुम्हारे सिवा तुम देना साथ मेरा ओ हम नवाज न कोई है न कोई था जिंदगी में तुम्हारे सिवा तुम देना साथ मेरा ओ हम नवाज तुम देना साथ मेरा ओ हम नवाज. So we're going to have to, Chef Amy, I wanted to ask, did you prepare some cookies and some cake earlier? I think Chef Amy's gone off. Yeah, Chef, because we need to kind of just move along a little bit more quickly.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
By the way,
That
thank
looks
you so much for
lovely.
By the way, thank you so much for lovely song.
Thank you. My
तुम
pleasure.
देना
My
साथ
pleasure.
मेरा all time
हाँ,
please.
बिल्कुल.
Okay, so I think it's mostly ready. Just unmold. Unmold carefully.
Okay.
Don't break your
Yes, you got to be
cake.
careful. So now this, everybody, is the wonderful traditional almond cake using all natural ingredients. It's completely vegan. And it looks like it's very cozy in the bread tin, the traditional bread tin. It doesn't want to come out. You've got to be very careful with it. I know I get a little bit impatient, but I would just probably tap on it a lot and knock it from side to side. But Chef has got her professional hands on it, and here it comes. We're getting to see a beautiful almond cake. And if you want it more chocolatey, you just add a little bit more cocoa to it. That looks lovely, Chef.
It's done. You can use at tea time. I generally use in tea time.
Yes.
And here also tea time. It's mostly 5 o'clock, 5:30, I think so.
I would love a cup of masala chai right now with that almond cake. It looks fantastic. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Thank you very much. And how about the cookies? Because we've got our next guest ready to come on, all the way from the Philippines. But we're so lucky that we've started off with this beautiful, two lovely recipes, dear viewers. And thank you, by the way, viewers. I'm getting some applauses for my singing. That's really, really nice. I think I deserve to eat some cake now, don't I?
Oh, thank you. And also, I also prepared cookies.
Lovely.
Okay, you can just check it sound. It's crispy.
Oh, very crispy. Oh my goodness, yum.
You can just check. Okay.
Lovely.
Already ready.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Chef Amy, that's beautiful. We've seen that. And can we please see your face? And also if Chef Harvinder is there, Hardik is there. Chef Hardik, are you there as well, Chef Amy? We want to say a very loving namaste again to you. Thank you so much. If we've got time later on, we'll come back to you. But once again, thank you for those wonderful recipes. You did a great job, both of you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Have a nice day.
Yeah, definitely. Have a nice day. And yes, we can also join your wall event. And I'm really very, very, very thanks a lot, Miss Renuji. Special thanks to Healing Our Earth King. And yes, big thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar, who really support me a lot, because I'm really very nervous, because it's my first international and globally workshop. So I'm really very nervous, but he's really very good supporter for me.
Very good.
So
Yes,
thanks a lot, Mr. Kumar.
It's a pleasure, dear Chef Amy. And Chef Amy, you were not nervous at all. You didn't seem nervous at all. Both of you look very, very experienced and calm. So thank you very much. And thank you for those wonderful, delicious recipes. And we're going to now check in with our next international guest. So I will say a very warm, loving namaste, mabuhay to our dear Nona Andaya Castillo, who is all the way from the Philippines. And Nona, you've got a wonderful background there. I love the Philippines. I was in Manila for about 4 years, and I had the chance to travel around a little bit. And the scene behind you is just magical. So, my dear friends, let me introduce our next special guest. This is Nona Andaya Castillo. She's going to talk about heal our bodies and heal the earth with indigenous food. She's dedicated her life to protecting mothers and children's health, that's maternal and child health, since 1997. And can you believe this? She is the first and currently the only non-medical doctor in the Philippines, a non-medical doctor in the Philippines who passed the accreditation for the International Board of Certified Lactation Consultant in 2004. So this is definitely a trailblazer that we have in front of us, and her professional services and advocacy, which she has established many firsts in the Philippines that has directly benefited hundreds of thousands of mothers and children. That's mother-child pairs. Her events have been featured in local and international media like the BBC, Time Magazine, Reuters, and AFP, with front page news, TV, and other radio stations coverage during prime time hours, and in more than 100 websites worldwide. Nona also promotes the consumption of indigenous, that's locally grown, fruits and vegetables, and other indigenous nurturing practices. Now, in 2011, Nona became a part of a team that spearheaded the Philippines Meatless Monday, dubbed as Luntiang Lunes, or Green Monday. And her own family, see, she practices what she preaches. Her own family thrives on a plant-based diet since 1991. Now, I'm sure you want to go and check her out because this is a very, very special lady. Her website is www.nanaynona.com. That's spelled Nanaynona, Nanaynona, one word, .com. So let's give a loving global namaste welcome to our dear guest, dear Nona. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
From the Philippines.
Lovely
but
to
for
see
you, it's good afternoon, right?
It is. Somewhere in the world it's good morning, somewhere in the world it's good afternoon,
I
and
think
somewhere it's
my
good evening.
internet is really quite slow. I'm hope during the presentation you can really understand me.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Just keep going.
Wow. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So since I will be allowed for only a few minutes, okay, I just like to share my presentation.
Okay.
Is it showing right now?
Yes, just double click.
Okay. Because of the few because of I did. It's not showing. Oh wow.
It's showing on our side. So Nona, there's a few quite a few seconds lag. So don't worry. There's a little bit of a lag. You carry on. We can hear you fine, and we can see your presentation.
Okay, great. So I am Nanay Nona. Nanay in Filipino means mother. Okay, and this is my website because just in case you just want to know more about what I am about to talk to you, share with you, then you can go to my website. You can also go to my YouTube channel, okay, and my Facebook account. Renu, is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Great. Okay, this is my Facebook account, Nanay Nona. And of course, I also maintain several Facebook pages aside from my own personal account. This one is in Filipino, Dump Dairy Philippines Now.
Okay.
Okay, Dump Dairy now, Philippines. Okay, so that means Iwas is dumb. Okay, and we have that Facebook page because a lot of our countrymen are now importing dairy products from the Western world. And this campaign is based on a book by a director of pediatrics at Johns Hopkins University that says there's no reason to drink cow's milk at any time in your life, and we should all stop drinking it today. So that's the basis of our title of our campaign.
Okay.
So before I share with you my knowledge and experience in indigenous food, let me share with you my personal journey. Okay, how I started in this campaign and in this advocacy. I was a formula-fed baby. This is my picture when I was a baby. I was sickly and I don't like to eat vegetables. Can you believe that? That's my advocacy now for people to please eat vegetables. But until the age of 24, but because that was the time I got pregnant, that's when I started to think not just for my own health, but for the health of my baby, for my unborn child. So I decided to try to eat vegetables, and luckily my mother-in-law is from a region that my parents-in-law is from a region that really is heavy on vegetable consumption. And because of my unhealthy habits, look at this list. These are my diseases. I used to be in and out of the hospital because of so many diseases. I don't know if some audience can look into it, but it's listed in my website. What are the diseases that I was able to avert? What are the diseases that I was able to prevent from recurring because of my unhealthy habits? And now that that I'm into this advocacy, of course, I need to walk my talk and try to eat fruits and vegetables every single day, right? So that was my background. I used to be in and out of the hospital. And I also married somebody who, my joke is, who has also refractory defects. Because he also had a lot of illnesses that are genetic, okay? In fact, 6 of his cousins died of heart attack at the age of 40.
Oh, wow.
And so when he got rheumatic heart disease at the age of 35, I told myself I might be a widow soon.
Oh, God.
So I decided to really be strict with our diet. And luckily, my daughter was able to enjoy the fruits of our research and efforts in eating more fruits and vegetables, more plant-based. In fact, the first time that she was hospitalized, I was away, I was abroad. She was with a group and they ate something and she had food poisoning.
Oh.
So it wasn't a disease, it was food poisoning. But the first time I brought her to the hospital because of an emergency was when she's 32 years old.
Wow.
Right? So yes, that's why I'm so proud of what I was able to do, because at the age of 32, due to a very minor accident, that was the first time I had to bring my child to the hospital for emergency reasons. I did not bring her to the hospital at all when she was growing up.
Okay.
I mean, except of course her pediatrician's checkup and other checkups, well, baby, right? But yeah, that's our experience. So after we switch into a natural plant-based diet, I was able to help others. Okay, like this babies. Okay, zero formula. I was able to help the mothers. Okay, this is the work that I do with mothers and babies.
Okay.
Without formula, without any other meat or dairy, then these children thrive from eating fruits and vegetables. And of course, B12, right? That's the only supplement that I tell mothers, and of course, unpolished rice. So these are the babies that I help, and this is also for my experience when I was bottle feeding initially, and I switched to pure breastfeeding. That's why I had the confidence to help mothers breastfeed and at the same time eat healthy food, fruits and vegetables all the way. So this is my daughter now. She's a member of a singing group, and I'm really proud that
she's beautiful.
she grew. Yes, she toured several countries. She toured Europe several times with this group, and she was, she really come home healthy. And because the foundation, I believe the foundation that we were able to bring her up through fruits and vegetables in a zero sugar household. We don't have sugar at home as well, aside from pure plant-based diet.
So when you say you don't have sugar at all, sorry, Nana. So you say you don't have sugar at home. So where? So there's no molasses.
Nothing.
Nothing.
But we sweeten our food with fruits and fruit juices.
Okay.
That's how we sweeten our food. And of course, coconut milk, which is, you can see in our background, there's a lot of here in the Philippines.
Yes.
Right? It's our indigenous fruit. Okay. So there's this mother, for example, that was told by the doctor because of her brain tumor, she's not supposed to breastfeed, but because of plant-based diet, I was able to help her breastfeed for 3 years.
Wow.
And of course, continue her diet of fruits and vegetables. So the brain tumor did not enlarge. That's why she's just one of the many mothers that I have helped because they were told not to breastfeed because they're sick. And she's just one of them. That's why I'm very confident with plant-based nutrition, fruits and vegetables is the real true medicine. And it's not just about fruits and vegetables. What I emphasize to mothers is to eat indigenous vegetables. That means what is local and what is in season. Okay, so I'm going to share with you the general concept of what are indigenous food. Okay, first, it's safe because it will not pass through the processing. Because if food goes through processing, there can be some industrial errors or contamination. In fact, I have exposed many contamination of formula milk happening in our country and in other parts of the world.
Wow.
Like when in our country they sold 4 million cans of possibly contaminated milk in 2006, and I was the one who exposed it. So if you give fruits and vegetables,
you were the one who exposed it. That was a very big scare in the Philippines. That was big news. Very big news. I was working in Manila. I came into Manila in 2006, and I remember that was the news that was going on.
Yes, that was our group that exposed the contamination because a group of whistleblowers came to me and said that they sold possibly contaminated milk. So that's the why if you stick to indigenous food, you will be safe from all these industrial errors and contamination. And besides, indigenous food, by the way, you can see the babies enjoying, taking a bath with fruits and vegetables. So don't eat the baby.
That's the first time. As long as the baby's not cooking somewhere.
Yes. Okay. And it is safe because it grows with the season, right? It's sustainable. So these are some of the industrial errors, right? There's hair found in corned beef, and uod means worm in the, yes, uod, it says UOD, uod means worm. So these are the contamination industrial errors that you can find in processed meat, processed food.
Yes.
And indigenous food are sustainable. Why? Because they can grow abundantly without using chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So it's not harmful to people's health and the environment. They just grow and grow with the season. So and nature has that assurance to us that they will produce something that our body needs for that particular season. Or in the Philippines, we have only two seasons: the wet and the dry season. So so during summer in your season in the Philippines, when it's summer, nature grows succulent, no, that meaning fruits and vegetables that are rich in fluid and water. So that helps us they keep us hydrated because of all these fruits and vegetables growing. And when it's going towards the wet season, nature produces fruits and vegetables that are high in fat to keep us warm. And I'm sure you will discover those same fruits and vegetables in your own region, in your own country. Okay, so that they grow with the season, and that is our medicine for the season. Okay, high in fat, high in vitamin C, because it's what you need for that particular season when it's wet season or winter. Okay, in your case, and and then it's accessible because you don't need transportation, because it just grows within your own environment. For example, in this picture, you'll see it's just in front of the yard. Okay, it's an arachis tree. It's a local berry. Of course, you have a lot more berries, and we have our own berries that we still have to discover and promote and nurture. And that's why in spite of the fact that it is indigenous, we really need to campaign for that, because our own country, instead of appreciating indigenous food that is local and in season, safe and sustainable and accessible, our country imports a lot of all these fruits and vegetables that come here because they are kept fresh because of post-harvest chemicals. And of course, if you need transportation fuel, to bring it here, and even refrigeration.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and of course, because they grow abundantly when they are in season, they become more affordable, right? It's just economics, more supply, lower prices. So that's how great indigenous foods are. And if you observe it in your own culture, you will discover that we have the same way, the traditional way of cooking indigenous food in one dish. And I will show you a video of how I cook porkless beans.
Okay.
In a TV show that I was featured, because I cannot video myself right now, and I don't have assistants to video myself. That's why I'll just give you
please do
a short
and when you do that, just before you do that, Nona, I think one of your friends wants to say hi to you. Marisa Mapanao.
Yes.
Marisa Mapanao Kamado.
Yes, hello Marisa, thank you for watching.
Okay, wonderful. So let's listen to the video.
Okay, but first let me point out that there's a traditional way of cooking. Okay, in one dish you put in the sprouts, the leafy vegetables, the fruit vegetables, and the root crops. And wait, I think there's a problem with my video. Seed vegetable. There, it's seed vegetable. It came from one computer to another. That's why it was hidden. Okay, so there are 5 types of 5 plant parts that are in the dish. Okay, let me get to that video. Okay,
Lovely.
This is the video. Okay, can you see it?
We at the moment I can see your full screen with your PowerPoint slides on the left-hand side. So, and we're currently on the slide which says traditional way of cooking combines sprout, leafy vegetables, fruit vegetables, seed, root vegetables.
Oh, wait, I'm trying to show now the video.
What you can do is you can perhaps stop sharing the screen, put on the video
Oh,
and then share again. So
oh, okay.
that's probably what it is.
Thank you for that tip.
Not a problem.
Okay. So,
So while Nona's doing that, so Nona's going to stop sharing the screen and she's going to then upload her other video. And we've got, so after Nona, I just wanted to let you all know that we've got another great chef also who is going to be talking to us about
hello.
different foods. Ah, good. Are you there, Nona? Can you stop sharing the screen that you're on right now? So
I'm trying now, but
so you
I
have
think
a banner?
maybe I'll just wait. Maybe I'll just continue my talk for the PowerPoint, and then I'll share the video later. Is that okay?
We may not have enough time. How long is the video? Because we've got about...
It's about 4 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
4 minutes. Okay.
So, yeah.
So,
you can talk for
there,
about 5, 6
can you?
minutes? No, that's fine. Carry on, please.
Okay. So there in northern Philippines, we call it in another name. You see all these beautiful beaches in our country. So that's the northern Philippines, and and we call it Pinakbet and Dinding. And the Tagalog region is called Bulanglang and Sinigang. There are different names in our country. Even in our own country, there are different names of these dishes. And of course, in Bicol, it has a lot of coconut milk. That's why it's called Ginataang Gulay.
Okay.
And the southern Philippines is called Laswa, Lauuy, and Lilapuan. But it's all the same. The what do you call this? The principle is that you mix the different plant parts, but they're called different names, but the principle is the same. Okay, and of course, if you eat with chicken, okay, look what will happen to all these beautiful beaches, beautiful water, bodies of water. Okay, so this is what happened to one of our waterfalls. Okay, it turned into a downfall. That's why I encourage people to eat fruits and vegetables, because it will not pollute our beautiful beaches and our beautiful bodies of water. So let's go into the plant parts or the seed parts called beans. Okay, we have so much, and I'm sure you also have some. Okay.
Yes.
And then root vegetables, sweet potatoes. Yeah, these are all root vegetables. And fruit vegetables, I think you also have this worldwide, right?
Yes, yes,
especially
indeed, yes.
in Southeast Asia.
Yes.
Okay. And sprouts and flowers include mushrooms, bean sprouts. Okay, these are all in our countries. Okay, these are all familiar to you, but there will be difference between winter countries that are tropical and temperate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, and of course the green leafy vegetables, we have much smaller leafy vegetables here in the country. Okay, and look at the calcium. That's why I'm emphasizing the calcium for now, for this lecture, because
that's amazing.
we have the sweet potatoes have a lot of calcium. We don't need to import dairy in our country.
Yes.
And even flowers of squash, we eat them here. It's very sweet. And that's what we include in our dishes.
Lovely.
This
Can I ask you, Nona, when
yes.
going back to the root vegetables with the calcium, for example, with sweet potato, when you boil them, when you're cooking them, is there a way of cooking which can maximize retaining as much calcium, as much nutrition as possible?
Thank you for that very good question, Renu. When we cook anything, fruits and vegetables, it's best to use little water.
Okay.
Because later on you can drink all those water that you boiled it with. So you get the maximum nutrients from the fruits and vegetables. Of course, it includes sweet potatoes. I teach mothers, if you don't like to peel them, you can wash them carefully. You can use a small brush to get off the dirt. And then when you boil them, it will become sweet. The water will become sweet, and that will be used to increase your fluid intake. with more
Yes,
nutrients
yes,
aside from water. Okay,
yes.
so then this goes with the flowers as well and mushrooms. And this is our local saffron flower. It's called
Lovely.
kasupa. Yes, and look at the calcium. It's a lot. I tell mothers to put them in fried rice and of course their stews. You see,
Yeah.
and instead of buying dairy, importing dairy because we import $800 million a year. So we will decrease the importation and of course encourage local
Yes.
agriculture to flourish. This is
Yes.
very good as well. I just ate this flower. This is the flower of the tree. Look at this. It
So
looks
pretty.
like bark, but it's a flower, and we can even eat the leaves.
Yes.
And
Wow.
banana blossoms. We use it with our peanuts too. It's called kare kare. It even has calcium, of course.
Wonderful.
And
Wonderful.
sweet potatoes. The what do you call this? The sprouts of this, the leaves of sweet
Yes.
potatoes. Do you eat them too, Renu, in your
We
country?
don't really, because in the UK we buy it, but it of course is grown. I'm in UK, so it comes in from probably South Asia. It's not
Yes,
grown here
yes.
locally. So this is the
Oh,
thing with us in UK and Europe. I guess we
uh-huh.
really have to look at what we call our market stalls,
Yes.
our market, our Saturday weekend markets, and see what we can get. In the summer, it's much nicer because then we've got a lot of fruits, like strawberries, etc. All the berries. We have a lot of berries that we grow here, and some of the fruits like apples and pears. But what I'd like to say is we're running a little bit tight on time, and no, we're really interested to hear about your video if you can
Okay.
get that on.
Okay.
That'll be much
Okay.
appreciated.
Okay. Wait. Stop here. Then I will share the screen again. So there you go. Okay.
Great,
Okay.
lovely.
This is these are the ingredients. Let me just pause a bit.
Yes.
I used white beans, of course. These are
Yes.
the children that joined me in the TV show.
Lovely.
And yes, this is the white beans. And then we use red ripe tomatoes.
Nice.
And then this is a local banana. This is a local banana.
Okay.
It's called Sabah. Okay,
Okay.
there, that's Sabah.
Sabah.
And then, Sabah, it's a cooking banana. And then, of course, sweet potatoes to make it sweeter. As I told you, we're not using a sugar at home. And then kamote or sweet potato leaves.
Okay.
There you go. And then this is a very aromatic leaf. It's
Pandan.
a local indigenous pandan.
Yes.
It's a local leaf. It can also be found in Southeast Asia. And I think like the moringa, which is
Yes.
called the superfood right now, malunggay here. Moringa,
Yes.
it's also called, it can also be considered, superfood.
Yes.
Okay. And pandan is aromatic and it makes you sleepy when you put it in a tea. So for those who are having problems with sleeping, it's very good.
Very
Okay?
nice.
So we're now blending the tomatoes, and then there,
Yeah.
blending the tomatoes, and then I put the boiled sabah or cooking banana, and then that's the white beans. It's
Yes.
already soaked.
Okay.
And
How long do you soak them for?
overnight. Yes, soak and boil overnight. And that's the sweet potato
Lovely.
that I use. And then there I start putting the water, some water, and now start boiling with tomatoes there.
Wow.
And then it gets redder and
Right.
sweeter as it's boiling. Okay. And then I asked a girl to mix it for me, and I told them, when you're cooking, you know, you can dance and be happy. Bring happy thoughts. It's a form of meditation, dancing and cooking.
So
There, and then
lovely.
they can smell the done. See, then
They look
they
very
also
happy
want
doing
all
that.
children. They also want to cook. That's why you can also use this. This is a favorite breakfast for our Filipinos. But what's available is pork and beans. Pork and beans. This one is porkless beans. So
Okay.
there, it's now boiling. It's getting redder, and
Yes.
then we put the leafy malunggay, leafy vegetables. See, so
Very
all the
good.
5 ingredients
Wow.
that I told you a while
Yes.
ago is already there in one dish,
So you got your
right?
roots, you got your
The
shoots.
leafy vegetable, the root
Yes.
crops. Yeah, I asked them to buy mushrooms, but I think they were not able to. The crew was not able to bring mushrooms. So,
Okay.
but it will taste a lot better if you want a taste of um, beef. You can put button mushrooms, shiitake for
Yes.
pork. The pork taste, you don't need
Yes.
the pork. You just put shiitake, and of course,
Amazing.
we have oyster mushrooms.
Yes.
There.
Wonderful. Really
Okay.
beautiful. And it's such a very healthy and easy, and it makes a lot of sense actually. You know what you've said, it really makes a lot of sense, Nona. I think all we need to do is just change our attitude a little bit and look, instead of looking for what is easy, which is in our supermarket, is actually taking the trouble to find out where the markets are and actually buying local produce. And of course, in the lockdown, a lot of us can actually we've been encouraged to actually grow our own vegetables, the basic vegetables, to just grow them. If we have a garden, to grow them in the garden or in containers. It's quite easy to do, you know, to get the basic vegetables and grow them.
Yes,
Lovely.
right. And of course, our goal for this pandemic is not to go to the hospital at all. And
Yes.
with these fruits and vegetables, I'm very confident that you will not end up sick, because that was what my experience with our family and with
Yes.
the patients that I help.
Well,
So
thank you
there.
so much, Nona, because you've also actually clarified something for me. Because I'm vegetarian. I've been vegetarian for maybe 30 years or something. But the thing is that I'm vegetarian, and I've become more and more vegan as time has gone on. I have
Yes.
very little dairy now, but I still have issues with health issues. And I realize actually by you talking about indigenous foods, that's the big difference, because I'm buying foods that have been temperature controlled, that have come over from Chile, that have come over from different parts of the world, and their natural process has been interfered with, obviously, so they don't ripen too much. So you don't get that simple naturalness balance, which is part of the food. And I think keeping life simpler and getting local produce I will probably see a big improvement in my health.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually very. I also have another long talk, but of course, I will not be given a chance to talk about it. But I have another talk on the dairy products. I don't know if you're aware that in the United States, for instance, the sales of dairy is going down for the past 30 years,
Yes.
and the crisis in the industry is so severe that dairy farmers are committing suicide
Oh my God.
because people are not buying it. The Americans are now into plant-based milks. Of course, these are cashew milk,
Yes.
soy milk, and I tell mothers, we have our own bananas. We can make milk out of our own bananas, aside from the coconut milk and our
What a
cashew
great
milk.
idea.
And wonderful fruits and
What
vegetables here.
Well, my dear, I think you're really a Mother Earth, and definitely I love your website name, dear friends. If you already had a look at, please note down. Nona's website is www.nanaynona.com. Nanay. Nanay means mother, and you really are our mother, helping so many thousands of women and children to be better. And I love the fact that you walk your talk. All that you've been doing has been out of your own life experience. So I hope we get you back another time, please, Nona, so you can share your other video with us and your experience and expertise. Thank you so much for being on Healing Our Earth. And we really love you, really appreciated having you with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Renu, and thank you, Neil, and all the people, wonderful
Yes.
people behind this part.
Indeed.
Namaste.
So, namaste and salamat maraming salamat po.
Mabuhay.
Wonderful. Well, dear friends, what an exciting journey we've had all the way to the Philippines with dear Nona. And I'm so happy now because we've got a wonderful, wonderful chef who in the UK, it's now lunchtime, it's 1:30. So I'm really getting hungry now and seeing all this food being made. My goodness me, this is becoming sweet torture for me. But I'm learning so much, and I hope you are also learning. Well, my dear friends, we have a really impressive celebrity chef now who is from London. In fact, she's just from down the road from where I am in Southall. Let me introduce you to this very, very special chef. Her name is Dipna Anand. And Dipna is a celebrity chef. She co-owns a very, very famous restaurant in a place called Southall in London. It's called Brilliant Restaurant. It was started way back by her grandfather, I think. And it specializes in North Indian cuisine, which is Punjabi cuisine, which, believe me, if you've not tasted it, is yum. And Dipna showcases some of her grandfather's recipes, which dates back 65 years. So these are very authentic, family-owned, family-created recipes. She's the author of the Beyond Brilliant and Dip in Brilliant recipe books. Dipna is also a guest lecturer at the University of West London in the subject of Indian cooking. She also runs her own School of Indian Cookery in West London. And Dipna carries out food demos, pop-up chef events, and currently she's on a mission to teach the nation how to cook real Indian food with her TV show Dip in Kitchen. Working alongside the Compass Group as brand chef for their Punjabi food range, Dipna is now on the brink of creating her own ready meal range and special masala spices. The chef's brilliant Punjabi food range is available at selected events with Wembley SSC Arena. This is the world famous Wembley Arena. The O2, which again is an iconic landmark event institution in London. The Excel London, the Twickenham Rugby Stadium, and Chelsea Football Club, to name but a few. For those of you who are not from the UK, not from London, these are really, really big names. So we are very excited and very honored to have Dipna with us now. I just want to give you her website, so please note it down. It's www.dipna.com and also www.brilliantrestaurant, all one word, brilliantrestaurant.com. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, dear Dipna. It's great to see you. A warm
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing very well, Dipna. Really excited to have you on board. I
Good.
believe that you're gonna teach us the secrets of Indian street food and how to put together a really mean, tasty papri chaat.
That's right. I'm going to do two street food inspired dishes. I mean, now when you talk about street food, there's this huge kind of umbrella that street food actually fits under. So street food can technically mean anything that you can eat just on the go using your hands. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to do a papri chaat, which is one of our best selling vegetarian starters at the restaurant. And I'm going to do my own little quirky street food inspired dish of chili cheese toast, because I actually had this in Mumbai, actually more than a few years ago, when I was like, wow, toast. Like, are you for real? There was a street vendor selling toast. And my friend said, this is the best toast you're ever going to have. And I was like, okay, then. And it really was. It was amazing. And I, of course, came back to the UK and did a chili cheese toast, my version.
Wow.
And it was actually amazing. And now that recipe is in my book. So, yeah.
Wonderful. And do you all have it at the restaurant?
We don't have chili cheese toast at the restaurant. We have papri chaat at the restaurant, but chili cheese toast is in my recipe book. In fact, it was also one of my lockdown recipes that I did. So during lockdown, and I'll tell you about this whilst we're cooking, but during lockdown,
and while
I
you're
did lots
cooking,
of recipes.
wonderful. Dipna, please, I know I've been kind of looking you up, and it's great to see you so active on social media. While you're cooking, tell us a little bit more about two things, okay? One thing I want to know about Prince Charles, who's been to Brilliant Restaurant.
Right.
And also tell us more about your Instagram, IGTV, and the YouTube
For
page,
sure.
please. Awesome.
For sure, I will. So what I'm going to start with doing is a chili cheese toast. So what I've done is simply just 2 pieces of white bread. You can use brown bread, you can use seeded bread, you can use any bread you like, but this is just normal white bread. I've also lightly toasted it. So I literally left it in the toaster for about 1.5 minutes, just so that it's semi-done. So before you start your chili cheese toast, one thing is semi-cook your toast a little bit, because you can do your chili cheese toast in the grill or the oven, or you can even do it on a tawa, so on the hob. It's up to you. So there's 3 different ways you can do this. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and get a knife and just butter my toast lightly, like so. The other thing that you need to remember for this dish is, if you do your prep, it's as easy as it is going to be right now. So one thing that's really important, and one thing I always say, even to my students when we're doing a cookery course, is do all your mise en place, which means your preparation. Once you've done all your prep, everything after that is simple and easy, and it will follow. So
wonderful.
Yeah, that's just a key tip. Now, this is the simplest thing to make, but one of the most tastiest. So chili cheese toast, what I've done is I have some capsicums or peppers. It's red and green peppers mixed. So what I'm going to do is just going to put some peppers on my toast. Now, realistically, whatever you have in your fridge, whether it's, you know, mushrooms, or whether it's leftover veg from a sabji, you know, whether it's some beans from a salad, you can put on your toast. Chili cheese toast is what you make it. So yeah, anything you like, really. I've got some red onions.
Oh,
now,
nice.
And cheese and onions, just to me, like, just go hand in hand.
Yeah,
so
that's a perfect
red
marriage.
onions
I
on
agree.
my red onions on my chili cheese toast. Always doesn't have to be red. It could just be normal white Spanish onions. That's absolutely fine. Even some shallots or some spring onions are perfect as well. But yeah, pretty much anything you want to put on your toast. And then of course, we're not going to forget the chili. So I've got some green chili here. Now, these, because they're bird's eye green chilies, they can be quite strong. So it's, you can add to taste. So I'm just going to add just a few here and there, not too much.
Dipna, we've just lost your visual. I'm not quite sure why.
1 second.
You're back.
Am I back? Okay,
wonderful.
Cool. So
Good.
yeah, sorry, I've only just put the chili on there. So
Lovely.
just chili. Again, this is to taste. So if you don't like chili, you don't have to add it. I'm also, of course, going to go on with the cheese in a second as well. I've got some coriander, which just makes all the difference to a chili cheese toast. So I'm just going to go lightly with some fresh chopped coriander.
Those are our wonderful viewers who are of Asian origin, who've got a masala box and Asian food in the fridge. I think this is going to be so easy for you. Just open your fridge, eyes closed, and just whatever comes out, there you go. You just need to pop it on that toast. You've made it look so easy. Even I think I could do that.
It really is easy. And my recipes, you were asking about my lockdown recipes.
Yes.
So one thing that really kept me going during lockdown, I'm putting cheese on there, by the way, grated cheddar cheese is fine. You can add mozzarella, you can even add paneer, to be honest. You can mix all 3 if you like. But one thing that really kept me going in lockdown was I was doing recipes, and I wasn't just doing 1 or 2 recipes through lockdown. I did 1 recipe a day. So my lockdown was very exciting.
My God, that's fantastic.
So I ended up doing like 150 lockdown recipes, which was amazing. Yeah. So I do 1 every single day and put it on my social media.
That's a lot of fun.
Crazy. And my social media following just soared. It rocketed, and everybody would expect Dipna to do a new recipe every day. And I did. I lived up to the expectations and just got so much love in return. So I continued.
I'm clapping here. Well done.
So I continued doing that. And now, of course, to make this an
Yep.
Indian or a Punjab with a bit of Punjabi
twist.
flavor, we need to add the following. So 2 key spices that are really kind of street foodie and used in a lot of Indian appetizers. One is chaat masala,
Okay.
and one is amchur. So chaat masala is basically a mix of things like, black salt, you've got asafoetida, you've got black pepper in there, you've got some fennel in there. So it's a real mix of spices, but it is perfect for street food, and it makes all the difference. Also remember, chaat masala, because it has black salt, it's quite salty. So the cheese in here is going to be quite salty as well. So you don't want to kind of go too heavy on the chaat masala, but you will get that taste. And we call it chatpata. So that's what that taste is going to create, the chatpata flavor.
The English version of chatpata is finger licking good.
Yes, that's right. A little bit of sweet and a little bit of sour. Now, to add a little bit more sour, I'm going to go ahead here and add some amchur. Now, our chaat masala does have some amchur, which is raw mango powder, in it as well. But this is just going to add a little bit more of that edge that we're looking for. So I have added my 2 masalas that I want to go ahead and
because
add.
amchur is very, very good to add in. It gives you that tangy little sour.
Yes, a
nice
little bit of a
kick,
tang,
doesn't it? Yes.
And it has to be raw mango powder. I know in the supermarket you can get just normal mango powder, but you need to make sure it's amchur. It needs to be raw mango powder for you to get that kind of nice sour tanginess. That's what you make the Indian pickle with as well. The sour mangoes. Yeah, perfect. So here you go. So
that looks very good. And you've not added any black pepper is already in the chaat masala.
You can add any seasoning on top, whatever you wish. Even if you want to add a little bit of cumin powder, so jeera powder, you can go ahead and add that. But that's going to be flavorsome as it is. So I'm going to run now to my oven and put this into my oven. And in about 5 minutes, you can remind me to take that out.
Okay. I'll remind you, because I'll be hungry, ready to eat.
Yeah. Great stuff. So that is just a simple way that you can make chili cheese toast. Now, another thing you can do, which is, again, still comes under street food because you can hand hold it, is a Indian style pizza or a naan bread. So if you have like a naan bread left over from a barbecue, even if you have a chapati, what I normally do is get some masala, or if you want to use the ready-made tomato paste, and then put exactly what I put on top. You can chuck in a few other veg on the top, and then the chaat masalas and your amchur. And I also added a little bit of red chili on that one as well. So you've got green, which is going to give you the kick as soon as you taste the toast, and you've got the red, which is going to come afterwards at the back of your tongue. So once they both are together, it's amazing flavors. But yeah, you can do that on a naan bread and call it like a naan bread pizza, which again was one of my lockdown recipes, which went down a storm. And my recipes, by the way, can be found on my IGTV, so my Instagram, and also on my YouTube channel. So that's where you can find all the recipes.
Wonderful. So that's Dipna Anand.
That's it. That's correct.
Awesome.
So now I think we should move on to the papri chaat. Now for papri chaat, there are quite a few components. So I'm going to take you through, first of all, the components, and then we'll build this papri chaat. Again, prep is really important. Once you've done all your prep, everything else kind of follows. So the first thing is we make our own tamarind chutney. So this is made at the restaurant. You can buy a ready-made version, but our one has onions inside. So it's just raw onions with a really nice sweet and sour tamarind chutney.
I'm already drooling.
I do have a tamarind chutney recipe as well in my book as well, so that is available. And like I said, there are so many now available just to purchase ready-made. So if you want to go ahead and buy a tamarind chutney and then add a few onions to it, you can go ahead and do that. So that's one component. The other is some plain yogurt, which I have right here. So this is just normal plain Greek yogurt. I'm going to go ahead actually and put that into my bowl. Now I'm only going to be making one big portion of papri chaat, so I don't want to waste this. So I'll just take as much yogurt as I need. You can use low-fat yogurt if you like. I mean, I always get this question, can we use a low-fat version? You can use any yogurt. You can even use homemade yogurt. That's absolutely fine. So that's another component of the chaat.
What's the consistency of the yogurt that you want it to be finally?
So this one is quite thick.
Yes.
Now, if I added a bit more milk, it would be a little more runny and the perfect pouring texture, but that's still going to be able to pour quite well. So if it's really thick, just add a little bit of milk. If you get the low fat one, it's going to have a nice consistency anyway, so it's probably be better anyway. Okay, so that's absolutely fine as it is. And also I have another two components, essential components of papri chaat that I will show you now. One is papri and one is sev. So papri is basically crispy, either gram flour snacks that if you want to make from gram flour, you can, or traditionally made from plain flour, like you would make, let's say, a matti. So it's the same, so it's the same kind of concept. Or the way we do it is we make our own samosa pastry, and then whatever is left over from the samosa edges, we make the papri out of it, and that lasts just as crisps do in your jar or in your pack. So that's the papri. Easy way to make papri actually is if you buy ready-made spring roll sheets and cut those up and fry them. That's your papri.
That is wonderful.
And then you have sev. We make our own homemade sev as well. This is gram flour vermicelli, savory gram flour vermicelli. You get a special machine and then it's deep fried. Again, this is available now to buy. So quite easy just to buy your own, or you can make your own as well. A cheap version of both of these two combined together is a Bombay mix. So go ahead and buy some Bombay mix if you want a cheap version. So those are my papris. I also have some pomegranate, which is going to fresh pomegranate pearls for the top.
So that's fresh.
That's fresh pomegranate. Yep. I've got my coriander for garnish.
Lovely.
And then for the base of my chaat, I need some chickpeas. So these are just boiled fresh chickpeas, or you can use tinned if you like. And also some boiled diced potato. So what I'm going to do for my boiled potato is the following. I'm going to go ahead, add my chickpeas or chana into a bowl, put my potato in as well.
So can you just give me, so you put just a bowl. So that's a small potato and about...
half a tin of chickpeas, which is probably about 180 grams of chickpeas, no more than that. And just mixing that together. Also, for this recipe, if you want the quantities and ingredients, you will find it on my page. So you can go ahead and take a look at that. I promise you it's called there. But that is my chickpea potato. I'm just going to go ahead and check my toast.
5 minutes is up.
Almost. Let's give it another 2 minutes. My cheese is just melting, which is great. In the meanwhile, let's go ahead and spice up these potatoes. So what I'm going to add to my potato is some red chili. So red chili goes in. I'm also going to go ahead and add some cumin powder into this, some jeera powder, and also our special garam masala, which is my grandfather's recipe, dates back to over 75 years. And this has been selling immensely in lockdown. My dad called it the king of spice. It's our magic spice. So I've gone ahead and added that. You don't have to add a garam masala. Like in some charts, some of my chart recipes, I don't, but I just think it adds that nice edge. So you get all the flavor in there. I'm going to add some coriander. I'm also going to add a touch of black pepper and just give that a mix before I add some seasoning. So let me actually go ahead and add my salt to this as well, just a little bit of seasoning.
I can sense that our whole Healing Our Earth team has gone very, very quiet.
Wow.
Just riveted and
everyone's salivating.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
You bet.
Right. Just give that a mix so you can see my chole and my potatoes are nice and seasoned, which is going to give me a lovely flavoursome base for my papri chaat. And actually that is the base of the papri chaat. So we have everything ready. What I'm going to do quickly as well is season up my yogurt. So I'm going to add a little bit of salt in there. I'm going to go ahead and add some black pepper. Now you could even add roasted cumin seeds to this if you like. That's going to give a really nice taste as well. But I'm going to go ahead and add some jeera powder to my one. So salt, jeera, and black pepper is simply all you need. The chili is going to come through from your potato and your chickpea anyway. So there you are. You have a nice
Yeah.
seasoned yogurt. So all my components for my chart are now ready. If you want, you can even put some onions between it. It's totally up to you. So let me go ahead and firstly get my chili cheese toast out. So
indeed,
righty. Okay,
I'm so jealous that you're going to get to eat it, and we're not.
you know, this is perfect with.
We're all coming around. Just give us your address, and we'll all be around in half an hour. Oh, that looks lovely. Absolutely
that looks
lovely.
so good. The cheese is melted. It's all oozing out, which is
very, very nice.
Yum. Good job I haven't had breakfast yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it on my board like this. Yeah. And this one here.
And I can see what you said about, you know, having like the naan bread base or leftover.
Yeah.
So you can see the base. It's so nice. You can just make.
It smells like a pizza, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. It looks a little bit like a pizza. That's why.
Yeah. And there
lovely.
you are. So I'm just going to present that in this plate over here, so you can all see how yummy this actually looks. So simple, so easy, and so delicious at the same time.
Absolutely fab. So you actually had it only there for about 10 minutes in the oven. And
yeah, was it about 10 minutes? Okay, cool.
And what did you that looks absolutely lovely. Yum.
So my oven was on 180. I actually switched it on a little bit late, hence the reason it took longer. So I would say no more than, 7 to 8 minutes on 180. But just keep checking. Yeah, just keep checking that your cheese is melted.
And because you've toasted the bread already a little bit before, so it's not going to be soggy or anything anyway.
Correct. Yeah. And that's what you want to avoid. I mean, some people like that. Some people like a softer bread, but chili cheese toast has to be nice and crispy and yummy crusty. Like this. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. So that is your chili cheese toast. So we've got one dish done, quick, easy. It uses the street food inspired spices, amchur, your chaat masala, your red chili. So that is perfect. Now we are on to our papri chaat. And after we've done this papri chaat, if anyone has any questions, if you have any questions, the one I didn't answer, of course, I can then go ahead and answer. And let me just actually put this tissue on here so I have a nice clean board. I don't want a chili cheese papri chaat, so that is going to be perfect. And then just leave this tray on this side, and I'm now ready to start my papri chaat in this bowl. So I have a nice big bowl.
Nice, very nice.
You can do this in smaller portions. If it's individual, that's fine as well. It's really, how you want to present it on your table. So let's go ahead and start our papri chaat, and remind me of the second question that you had as well, and then I can talk about that as well.
I don't know. I'm too hungry now.
All right.
Remember what the second question is. If anybody remembers, please put it on the Zoom chat, and then I will ask Dipna.
Okay,
awesome.
So I'm going to go ahead and can you see what I'm doing in this bowl, by the way? Shall I move a bit closer?
You could. That's a good idea.
1 second.
Very nice.
Let me move a little bit closer. Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay, righty. So we've got our chickpea and potato. So I'm going to go ahead and add all of that in the base or the bottom of my bowl. In fact, on our chili cheese toast, some crushed potatoes would have been nice as well. So you can go ahead and add that if you like.
Yeah, that's nice.
Even some tomatoes, that would have been nice. Just start thinking of all these different ideas. Yeah. So, so we have our potato, our chickpeas, which are nice and spiced. What I want to put is, you don't have to, but I've got some onions left over.
Yeah,
I'm going to add my onions,
my
red onions.
A little bit of a crunch, doesn't it? Which is
nice. It's nice.
It's got a nice combination of the softness of the potato and the kind of like a little bit of the kind of hardness of the chickpea, and then you've got the slight crunch, which is nice.
So I've also added my green chili that I had left over. Again, that's to taste. You don't have to.
The great thing about dishes like this is they have so many different textures. And even though they're so simple, but they really kind of have so many different, just so many different
dimensions. And that's the nice thing of it. I mean, like I was telling you, that chaat masala alone has like, 10 to 12 different spices, including like ginger, including anardana powder, including the hing, the asafoetida, including some jeera, the black salt. So it creates like, a burst of flavors in your mouth. So once you have that chili cheese toast, it sounds quite normal, chili cheese toast, but once you taste it, you're like, wow. That is a good chili cheese toast, full of flavor. And that's the beauty of our cuisine and our spices. Indian food is so full of flavor. Each one of our spices has medicinal values and properties and has its own unique flavor. And once you start putting those together with different dishes, it creates, explosion of flavors in your mouth, which is delicious. But what I'm going to go ahead and add now to my chickpea and potato base is my save. So
Lovely.
this is my crispy save, which is the savory vermicelli. I'm going to be quite generous actually and get it all
Go for
in.
it.
Why not?
Go for it.
And
let me tell all
also,
our viewers,
oopsie, look, I just dropped my, I'm so excited. I've just dropped my papri, which
Don't
is
worry,
fine.
you've got a clean surface
We've saved
there.
it. We've
We'll
saved it.
forgive
It's a
you.
nice, clean
Very
surface.
nice.
We've saved
Very
it. This
nice.
is because I'm too hungry. This is what it is. So my papri goes in there as well.
Well, I'm too hungry. I might drop my laptop.
Oh,
that looks lovely. Very
so you
nice.
have your base, you have your crispies, and
Yes.
now if you have a function and you're thinking, oh, my guests are going to come in half an hour, but can I get this prep ready? You can get it ready at this stage, but do not put your yogurt or tamarind on, otherwise
Nothing
it goes
wet.
soggy.
Yeah.
So do the yogurt and tamarind kind of last minute.
Okay, so it's nice
Just
and
so
fresh and gets you got that
so
zing.
they still stay crispy.
Wonderful.
So now we need our yogurt. You could put this into a squeezy bottle and drizzle it over if you want to make a nice design. But I'm just going to freestyle it here.
So guys, that's a nice idea. Get a
Yeah.
get a little squeezy bottle, your old tomato ketchup bottle, something like that. Your
Yeah.
old squeezy mayonnaise bottle, and then pop the yogurt in there, and then you can drizzle it on. Lovely.
Yeah, or
Good
you
idea.
can freestyle like I am and moving the bowl around, and it still works. Like this, I remember once we had a little bit of a disaster at a function, and we forgot the squeezy bottles for the yogurt, so we were just spooning it on, but it still worked.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, you can just
Looks
put that
very,
on
very
there
nice.
like this.
So
Yeah,
guys, everybody, all our viewers, just remember this is Dipna Anand, who is this amazing celebrity chef, and you can catch her on her on her website, on YouTube, Dipna Anand on YouTube, on IGTV, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of recipes that she's done during lockdown. And also is the restaurant open at the moment?
It is, yeah. We have had a very busy few weeks because of the Eat Out Help Out scheme, so it's been very busy.
Excellent.
We are open every day apart from Monday, but for the Eat Out scheme, we did open on a Monday as well. So yeah, the restaurant in Southall has been there now for almost 45 years. My dad and his brother Keval opened the restaurant in Southall in 1975.
Yes.
And it was a 36-seat restaurant then, but it's now grown to like over 300, which is great. We have a
amazing
suite
well, yes,
and my own cookery school there as well. So I run cookery courses from the restaurant as well. So
that's
yeah,
fantastic.
lots going on.
Lovely. So we can find out about your, because I think I'd like to come on the cookery course. So when we can go on to your website and
brilliantrestaurant.com has all the info about the cookery courses.
Lovely.
I haven't released new dates yet just because of all the issues with the lockdown, but I am due to release these new dates so in the next few weeks, so keep an eye out for those.
That's absolutely fabulous. Wonderful. How are we doing with that?
Right, there we go. We've got the yogurt on there. So
nice,
now I'm going to go ahead and add my tamarind chutney. So again, with the tamarind, if you want to put it into a squeezy, then don't add the onion.
Of course.
Otherwise, you have to make a big hole at the top of the squeezy. Otherwise, you just spoon it over like I am doing. So yogurt, and then with your tamarind chutney. So again,
helping.
Yeah, quite. And this tamarind is quite spicy as well. Hence the reason I didn't want to put too much chili into the chart. But here you have, like I said, explosion of flavors and textures. You've got the softness from the aloo and the chickpeas, the crunchiness from the papri and the sev,
and beautiful colors.
Yeah, and creaminess from the yogurt, spiciness and tanginess from the tamarind. And now I'm going to go ahead and add my coriander for garnish.
Nice. So you didn't put any coriander in beforehand? Just
only in the aloo and aloo and chickpeas. Yeah. And then my pomegranate, which I'm going to be quite generous with because I just love pomegranate.
So if we do have pomegranate, can we use anardana, the dried?
You can add a little bit of anardana, although the chaat masala has anardana in it, so you can go ahead and just put a bit of chaat masala through it.
But you can get, so for example, if I can't get hold of pomegranate, then
there's a dried one.
Yeah, you've got the dried one. You can blend it like not, you can sort of pulverize it, but not completely. So you've got a bit of chunky bits.
Yeah, you can do that. Or another thing that you can do is any fruit that you have lying around, like normally what I do is I've done this one with strawberries. So I cut strawberries and put them on top. They're so delicious, or apples, and it works really well. Yeah, it's just because you're just adding that sweet dimension to a top of a chart, almost like a fruit chart. You know, like if you've had a fruit chart with like pineapple, and they put like apples, and they put chaat masala over it. So it's the same kind of concept, but that is
that is yum. Oh, that looks very pretty. Lovely.
Yeah. So again, the recipe for the tamarind chutney is on my website and on my Instagram channel.
Awesome.
So go ahead and check that. But yes, that's how simple and easy it is to make street food inspired.
Look at that. That's perfect. Wonderful. Absolutely. Now, why don't you end with telling us a little bit story of Prince Charles when he came there? Were you there at that time?
Yes, Prince Charles has been twice.
Okay.
Actually, we've catered for him 3 times. He's been twice, and we did a catering at an external venue as well for him. So the first time he came was when Dad and his brother had opened the restaurant quite recently. Of course, I wasn't born then, but he remembered when he came the second time that he had been the first time when it first opened. So my dad actually called him second time and invited him to the restaurant when he was coming to Southall. And fortunately, I was there. This was probably about 10 years ago now, 10 plus years ago. But it was for Diwali actually, and he came for a campaign called basically it's a campaign which encourages consumers to ask where the food on their plate comes from. So it's called Just Ask. And he met all of our suppliers, tasted our food. He was with the Duchess, and he was overwhelmed with just seeing how things in the clay oven were made. And so
he must have loved that, seeing the naans and stuff.
Yeah, because like they can be quite reluctant to taste because of course their team has to taste before they do, but the Duchess was quite reluctant to taste, but he started tasting when things came out the clay oven, the naan bread. And then when she saw him tasting, she was like, oh, I'll have a bit of this as well. So they were so supportive, and they are fans now of the brilliant restaurant, which is great, and they support what we do, which is fantastic. So we say if it's fit for royalty, it's fit for anyone. So please come and visit us.
The wonderful thing is, Dipna, for the whole Asian community, it's such a great plus, when you're being commended for it. Brilliant Restaurant is commended for it, but we also, get uplifted by that. So then it's been, as you said, it's been approved by royalty, which is absolutely fun. Now, I've got a question from somebody, from one of our viewers from Iceland.
Okay, well.
Yep, Thorvaldur says there are no Indian savory shops nearby. So can he replace the papri with either crisps or nachos?
What a good idea. Yeah, and maybe a few peanuts as well. That would be a nice dimension.
There you go. So Thorvaldur, you can replace them. Don't worry about it. You can make it your own version. You can replace it with some crisps, with nachos, and maybe you can even add peanuts as well.
Wow, nacho chart.
Actually, I think that's another recipe for you to do. You've got to do a variation of this.
I've got an idea. Thank you.
Good. Awesome. Well, thank you from Iceland. Wonderful. Lovely. So that's a fantastic thing. Dipna, you've been brilliant. We really enjoyed your session. And
thank you so much for having me.
Any parting words for our viewers? Some of us who are a little bit kind of not so confident in the kitchen, and we kind of sometimes we want everything to be perfect, but your style is very, very easy, very engaging.
Yeah,
and you've kind of taken the mystique out of it. Just have fun. So
That's it. People, even when I'm teaching, some of the students will say, I have never done any cooking before. But once they get into it, they can't stop. And I think it's just overcoming that fear and that unconfidence. Because one thing you have to remember is there is no right or wrong way of cooking. So if I say this is a papri chaat and someone else brings me 5 others, I cannot turn around and say, that's not a papri chaat, because that's their version of a papri chaat. So there's so many different ways of doing things. Just because my papri chaat might not have, chickpeas in it, doesn't mean it's not a papri chaat. So sometimes when you're making a dish and you think, oh, I'm missing one ingredient, right, forget it, that's an epic fail. Actually, it's not. You can add another ingredient in place, or actually just omit that one. No one will probably know anyway.
Actually, that's the great thing about street food, right? It's actually about mix and match, and
You
Almost
make it what it
up
is.
as you go. Yes, exactly. Make it up as you go along.
And just, if you are looking to pursue a career in the food field, what I always say is upload everything that you do on social media. Even if you're frying, some vegetables in a pot, just take a picture and upload it, because social media is actually what has made me today, and given me all of that confidence in cooking and in the kitchen. And I remember when I started teaching for the first time, I had never ever done it before. So actually, even for my students that I was teaching, I was still learning at the same time, but just without telling anyone. So it's just having that confidence in your kitchen. Even if you are missing an ingredient, it doesn't matter. Make cooking super cool, make cooking super easy. And the kitchen is your best friend. So
wonderful.
Happy cooking.
I think there's only one thing that's missing now. There's only one thing. Let's just have some lovely music in the background. Yeah.
All right. I was going to say, have a bite.
But we wait for the technology to create.
Yeah, you can dance to the music when you're cooking. Yeah,
absolutely. That's wonderful. Well, Dipna, I want to say thank you so much for being on Healing Our Earth. I'm sure your grandfather, your parents must be very, very proud. Not only is the king of spices, the mixed, garam masala, so very popular, but also Harvinder from Nairobi says that your grandmother's mango pickle was the best. And
wow, really?
So asante sana, Harvinder,
great.
for that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. We still have it at the restaurant. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I'm going to make a trip down. Wonderful. Well, thank
you.
See
you soon.
From Healing Our Earth. Bye-bye, my darling. Lots and lots of love from Healing Our Earth. Namaste. So, my dear friends, what a treat. We've had absolutely wonderful chefs and nutritionists this morning. We've kicked off with people from India, from Rajkot, from the Philippines, from London. And we've had 3 very different types. We had lovely cookies and cakes at the beginning. We had wonderful indigenous foods, and how to remain vegan and extremely healthy, stay out of hospital, eat natural foods and be healthy. And then wonderful, lovely street food recipes from our very own London-based Dipna Anand, our celebrity chef. Well, I've got my next celebrity host to introduce you to. I'm going to be signing off now, but I can't sign off without saying thank you to our wonderful team, especially our technical team, who are doing such a fantastic job. Nishit Bhai and all your team, thank you very, very much. My name is Renu Gidamal, and I'm going to hand over now to your next host, who is a wonderful, wonderful lady, Deepa Vitlani, a primary school teacher and entrepreneur. She's been teaching in our local Brent borough here in London, in Greater London, and she's been teaching in Brent Primary School since 2006. And she's multilingual. Her linguistic background includes French, German, and Italian. And of course, her Asian languages and English. In addition to teaching, she has a part-time business committed to helping families save money, which she works around while taking care of her 2 young children. And Deepa has got so many strings to her bow. She also embarked on a holistic and spiritual journey about 15 years ago after experiencing the incredible benefits of Reiki healing. And Deepa was inspired to work on her personal development and is a Reiki level 2 practitioner. And with that wonderful love in her heart, she also makes time to devote and dedicate her time to healing our earth. So I'm going to be signing off. Renu Gidamal, lovely, lovely seeing you all today. And over to my dear Deepa Vitlani. Namaste.
Namaste. Wow, what an introduction. A global namaste to you all. Welcome. I'm so excited to be here. And Renu, thank you so much for that glowing introduction. I was like,
well, you're awesome.
So thank you. As are you. It's a very hard act to follow after Renu has opened the show so wonderfully with so much energy and enthusiasm. Thank you as well. And I look forward now to the next one. The guests were wonderful. Are you not starving? Do you not wish e-tasting?
I'm going straight to the kitchen now.
I know. I'll be round after I finish. Thank you as well. Brilliant. Oh my goodness. So we've had baking treats, we've had healing through food, we've had street food. How simple was that? I'm going to remember what Dipna said. So anytime mine doesn't quite go to plan, It's the way it's meant to be. A global namaste again, and greetings to you all from Healing Our Earth. Welcome. We are here today until 7 p.m. It is a humble and privileged honor to be here as part of the Healing Our Earth team, alongside the contributors, the facilitators. We are all here on a voluntary basis, giving our time and our service to this cause. This is so exciting today to bring you so many culinary delights, and it's in line with our ethos about love, unity, harmony, and information brought to your doorstep from the comfort of our home to your home. So welcome, sit back. If you've just seen the last 3 guests, you might have some cooking utensils at the ready as well, because we've got lots more coming up for you as well. So without further ado, I'm going to speak about our next guest. Actually, guests. We are privileged to welcome members of the Brahma Kumari community. In a moment, I'm going to hand over to not 1, but 4 guests. We are going to have Jasu Ladva, Mary Scott, Naina Dathani, and Rachel Priestman. These sisters are regular cooks at the Global Corporation in the National Coordinating Office of Brahma Kumaris in the UK, in Northwest London, down the road actually from me. There, they all study and practice Raj Yoga meditation as a way of experiencing peace of mind and a positive approach to life. Cooking sattva meals for not just tens, but hundreds of guests, students, and volunteers. The Brahma Kumaris is a multicultural community, and this is shown, and I'm sure is going to show in what we're about to see as well, in just the multicultural nature of the dishes that they prepare. Today, I'm so looking forward to them explaining how they prepare the food and the secrets and the benefits of preparing, cooking, and serving with spiritual consciousness. It's with love, care, and happiness that these special ingredients combine to satisfy and strengthen not just the body, but also the soul. I can't wait. Before I do that, I believe we're actually privileged to have a senior member from the Global House at the Brahma Kumaris. It is Sister Jaimini Patel, who has been part of the Brahma Kumaris for 40 years as a student and a teacher, leading a life of simplicity, total dedication to the highest ideals. She is a gifted and inspiring speaker. Her main community coordinator, she is the main community coordinator for the Brahma Kumaris for the UK community, and has also represented the Brahma Kumaris in many countries all over the world. Since 1992, she's been working alongside the publications of the Brahma Kumaris, and as a communication and marketing manager, Sister Jaimini has been able to spread the incredible work that the Brahma Kumaris do to the wider community. So it gives me a great pleasure and honor to welcome such a senior member, Sister Jaimini. Om Shanti, are you there, ready to introduce our session?
Yes, Deepa, I'm here. Om Shanti. What a lovely introduction. Wonderful. It's so nice to be on this wonderful online website and YouTube worldwide. Everybody's watching. And you said it all about the Brahma Kumaris. Our sisters here, 4 sisters who will be presenting 5 recipes today. It's going to be mind-blowing, because each one of them are very, very creative, and they adapt all the recipes as they go along, and they are very creative in their presentations and the reflecting the values of the Brahma Kumaris lifestyle. I'm sure you will all enjoy it. I now welcome Mary, who will be presenting and cooking Malaysian noodles. Mary actually has variety of Chinese cuisine expertise, and today she chose to show us Malaysian noodles. And she has been a wonderful cook here with us for many, many years. And she has many other talents other than just cooking. Whenever Mary is cooking, we all run to the dining area, just in case all the food may run out. Mary, here comes Mary. I welcome Mary.
Thank you very much. And that was a very nice introduction of myself. I thank you once again.
Thank you. Oh, yum. That's excellent. We can see your screen, Mary. Oh. Can we just check that the audio is on? We can see you, Mary, but we can't hear the video.
क्या बोल रहे हैं? ऑडियो सुनाई नहीं पड़ता है.
Let's have a look.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, you can. Yeah.
Deepa, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, we can see you. We just couldn't hear the video.
Oh.
It wasn't loud enough.
Can you see Mary?
I can see you. And oh, yes, I think we're sharing the screen now.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear us now?
So we can see Mary now. It's just frozen. We've got Mary with the Malay noodles. Oh, I still don't think we can hear.
Owl is not picking them up.
So
Yeah,
we'll
just a second, Deepa.
No problem. We're excited to see we've gone from baking and now to Malaysian noodles.
Can you hear now?
It's just frozen.
It's.
Oh, we can hear very slightly, but it's just freezing.
Oh. I think it's your probably network problem.
Let's have a look.
Deepa, this is the program director here. No worry. What we can do, we can move on to the next chef over there and see if that video is working, and we'll come back to Mary.
Yes, that's a good idea. So let's have a look. Sister Jamie, who did you have lined up next? We can try their video.
Okay, the next I invite Naina, Sister Naina, who will be presenting nut roast.
Nut roast.
Yeah.
And so let's
are we going to be practicing this or just because we would like to present Mary first?
Yes, so because as Mary's videos, the audio is not coming on. That's why I said that move on to the next guest.
Can you see Mary at all?
No, right now we can see you and the handsome young. Hello. Yes.
Our IT.
Your IT is, yes, and we can see what you can see on the screen.
Okay, so we will try Mary again. Let's try Mary again.
Okay. Yes, I think the video is playing. It's just the sound. The sound is not on. We can't hear the sound.
Oh, okay.
I can see it's on full on the sense. So maybe if we move on to Naina and then we can come back to Mary.
I would like to introduce Sister Naina.
Okay, yes, please tell us about her.
So, just like to say that usually Sister Naina cooks on a regular basis many beautiful sweets. And on a Christmas day, she would make a big lunch for 300-400 people.
Wow.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. I just heard the 300-400 people. I thought, wow.
Yeah. And along with her, Naina, she has a team of people who help her in the kitchen. So Naina is a very natural, she's a meditator for many years, and she's fond of cooking peacefully and with a lot of love. So when she cooks in the kitchen, the atmosphere is very serene, very peaceful, and very happy atmosphere. So those who come to cook and help her out in the cooking, they just love it. And so they're always looking forward to joining Sister Naina in the kitchen. So today Naina is going to cook for us nut roast.
Nut roast.
Sister Naina, yes. Deepa, I think there's some problem with the IT. Rajesh, he's just gone to sort it out.
Okay, no problem. So the
to share a bit about the Brahma Kumari's lifestyle cooking because it's kind of unusual and different from any other cooking that I would say. You know, first of all, we make sure that, as you know, that every time we go in the kitchen, before we go in the kitchen, we are, you know, we wash, we wear clean clothes, and we have apron, hat, everything, whatever the requirements are, we follow those. And mainly, we will have some spiritual thought that we would think about before we go into the kitchen. So there's a spiritual awareness, the consciousness is absolutely tuned in with that meditative practices. So it's not that I have to make a big plan, it's like easy, natural. I open the fridge or the freezer or a cooler, and whatever is there, I make use of that and create my recipes around that because it's cooking for really 70 to 100 people on a regular basis. So
Wow.
there's economically, we make sure that we're not going over the board. There's simplicity in our cooking. Of course, cleanliness is first one on the board. And so the sense of well-being and also togetherness and care is also being taken into consideration because caring for the self and caring for other people whilst we are cooking is very important.
Yes.
And so these are the different things that we keep in mind, and therefore, actually, it flows. There's never a hesitation. Any moment, I would ask any one of the sisters who are cooking to cook any of the recipes. They are very flexible and very easy to make anything at any time. And so this is something that happens regularly because there's a passion, there's love with which they are cooking. And
Sounds
they
like a natural mindset.
That's right. And they make time for it. And it's
Yeah.
not that the cooking is their main kind of a duty, but in fact, this is something that it's a passion that they have for cooking. But they have other things, other responsibilities, like Rachel would look after media marketing. Rachel is going to be presenting non-dairy lemon cake.
Oh,
and
wow.
so a marketing media person, and yet she has a passion for cooking and she would do that. Okay, now we're going to start.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Om
Yeah.
Shanti, greetings of peace. My name is
Brilliant.
Selina Dattani, and I've been with the Brahma Kumaris more than 40 years. And it's wonderful to be in this organization because we learn not only how to meditate, but the knowledge we learn here is all about self-development and how to gain inner strength and peace of mind. And we all really enjoy cooking here because the food here always tastes extra special because of the vibrations we put in. And I just want to give a quick example, like, you know, when the mothers go out to work and they have to come home and cook for their families, they're pretty tired, aren't they, when they come home? And so they get a little irritable, and then as they're cooking, they become little angry. So what happens? All those negative vibrations get transmitted into the food. But what we do here in the Brahma Kumaris is, whilst cooking, we remember God, and so that we can actually really transmit beautiful vibrations of love, peace and happiness into the food. I'm going to make nut roast today, and of course it's a very, very easy and simple dish to make. You just put everything in one bowl and mix everything and put it in the oven. So first of all, I'm going to start off with some parsley and some mixed herbs, rosemary and sage, but you can put you know, herbs of your choice. And I've got some nuts here, and then I've got some oats here, and some colorful peppers and some celery, pepper, rice. That's what helps to bind the nut roast. And then sesame seeds for decoration, and then of course carrots, and we've got soya sauce and mustard. So first we're going to start off with the rice. You have to have them quite stodgy because this helps to bind the. Then we'll put some herbs. Then we'll add the nuts. then we'll add the carrots, celery. We'll add the fresh herbs. Add some pepper to it. And then we'll have some oats. But again, you can put all 2 cups if you like for this dish, or you can even use less. It depends on how stodgy your rice is. Soya sauce. So because this soya sauce got a lot of salt, we don't really need to put extra salt. But just to remember that, you know, cooking is very therapeutic, is something that, you know, one can really enjoy. It's also an art, cooking is, because a lot of people, they think, oh no, I don't want to cook, it's too much washing and too much preparation. But if you think about all the blessing you're going to get at the end of your cooking, when you present it to your family or whoever, your friends and relatives, you receive a lot of blessings. So one of the things in the Brahma Kumaris is that cooking is not just feeding everybody, but it's also a form of service. So we would put this in the tin like this. Roast vegetables with this dish, so it goes very nicely. Because you have to let it stay for a couple of hours for it to settle, and then cut it in slices. So this is it. And then you would decorate it with a bit of sesame seeds on the top. So now this is ready to go into the oven, and it gets baked at 180 for about 45 minutes to an hour. And once it's cold, we take it out and leave it for a couple of hours to cool, really cool down, and then slice it. Okay, now I'll take this out of the oven. And so this is what it would look like. This is the final product, the nut roast. And what you would do is just slice this in pieces and serve it with the vegetables and the potatoes and the gravy. Om Shanti. I hope you enjoy making this simple nut roast, and to remember, making God's remembrance.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Sister Jamie, that was so colourful.
Yes, I forgot to mention that really it's all about colors, display, beautiful presentations that we have mostly integrated in all the display of the foods here. I just want to ask Sister Naina one thing, is that, Naina, what is it that makes this beautiful, peaceful, serene atmosphere? So what are the thoughts? Can you tell us, what do you think whilst you are cooking?
I think one of the things that we keep in mind whilst cooking is that we're cooking for God's children. Everybody's God's children in this world. And so to not only fill their stomachs, but also to serve them spiritually, to allow them to get power also from the food, not just nourishment in terms of physical nourishment, but also from spiritual vibrations that we put into the cooking.
Thank you, Nainabe. I'm sorry, apologies for the slight hiccup. I'd like to now invite Mary to present the Malaysian noodles.
Oh, yum, brilliant.
My name is Mary. I'm Malaysian, Chinese straits-born, locally known in Malaysian as the Nyonyas. Malacca, my hometown, is famous for Nyonya cuisines. As a BK, we do not use onion or garlic in our cooking. This does not mean our food is bland or tasteless. With adaptation and improvisation of key ingredients, we have served several delicious variety of ethnic dishes. This includes Chinese food, where with improvisation and adaptation, we have successfully retained the Oriental tastes of the East. I would now like to share with you how to cook a simple Chinese noodle dish. These are the ingredients that will go into this dish. This is plain wheat noodle, which is fresh and you can get from the Chinese supermarket. This is pak choy. I'm only using the leaves. However, to make sure we have sufficient ingredients, I've also added the stems of the pak choy, which I have shredded. This is Chinese leaves, which you could easily purchase either from any Western supermarket or from the Chinese supermarket. This is carrot and coriander for garnishing at the end. And this is smoked tofu, which you can get from either the Chinese supermarket or in some cases you can get it from the English supermarket. These are the simple basic ingredients that you can get or daily in the household, which is ginger, pepper and salt, cooking oil, and soy sauce, which is gluten-free, curcumin, gluten-free soy sauce, or you can get other brand. And to make sure we capture the oriental taste, I'm using chili bean sauce to capture the Chinese taste. That is all for this dish. Okay, now let me show you how to cook this very simple Chinese noodle dish. Okay, so let's start with our dish. First of all, add the cooking oil. Let us heat it up for a few minutes. Then we add the ginger. Keep stirring. Make sure we do not burn the ginger. Then add your chili bean paste. To that, you add the carrots. Because it is a hard vegetable, it should be cooked first. Add a bit of water so that it does not dry up. While the carrot is cooking, you can also add the tofu. In Chinese cooking, we like our vegetables rather firm. Therefore, I always cook the vegetables 3/4. To the dish now, we add the chopped stem of pak choy. As we want the vegetable to be partially raw, we can now add the noodle. Add a bit more of water so that it is not too dry. We can now add the salt, black pepper, and we stir it again, mix it well. We now add the gluten-free tamari soy sauce. I'm going to add the Chinese leaves and give it another stir. Next, we add the pak choy leaves. As I said earlier, we Chinese like our vegetables partly raw, so this dish is now ready. This is the end product plated on a plate, and some people love coriander, and I do, and some Chinese, they love their coriander, so you can garnish it with a little bit of coriander. So this is the end product, which I've added coriander to. As mentioned before, if you would like a little bit more of spice, hotness in the food, you can slice maybe a red chili or a green chili and just sprinkle on the top. So this is more or less how the Nyonyas in Malacca love their food, spicy as well as Chinese. Enjoy it, and I hope you cook a lovely meal for yourself and your family and your center. Thank you.
Wow. I'm feeling really hungry now. That was delicious. That was, again, the colors and the presentation, Sister Jamie, incredible, and so simple yet delicious and nutritional.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Your mouth must be watering. You are down the road, so why don't you pop in?
Oh, I will be. I will be.
Okay, so now I have a next cook, and that's Sister Jasu, who is an all-rounder, and she's very, very creative, and she loves colors, and she loves to have a beautiful decoration on her food and displays and feed people and constantly looking for creative recipes. And if she doesn't find one, she would put one together. So today, Jasu is going to be presenting Thai curry and celery roll.
Wow.
Jasu.
Thank you, Jimmy Ben. Om Shanti. I'm Josu from Brahma Kumaris. This afternoon, I'm going to demonstrate for you how to make a Thai curry, otherwise commonly known as coconut curry. Basically, it's a set of vegetables, and again, you can have any type of vegetable up to a certain limit. And the base of it is coconut milk, cooking in coconut milk. So today I've got here a set of vegetables, baby potatoes, fresh tomatoes, carrots, mushrooms, broccoli, courgette, aubergines, and bell pepper or capsicum. Again, the choice is yours. You can add in another few varieties if you wanted. Fresh beans you could use. So here you have the lime leaf and lemongrass, which you can get in most supermarkets. And without that, you're not able to get the authentic taste of the Thai curry. So now, putting all of this together, we're going to start making the coconut curry or the Thai curry. Okay, we're going to start by putting a couple of tablespoonfuls of oil in there. Once the oil is heated up, we'll add the freshly chopped tomatoes. The beauty of this curry is you don't need many spices. The vegetables are cooked in tomato itself, so they take a long time to cook, but they taste very nice afterwards. To make a little bit of gravy, I'm going to add some water to it. If you use tinned tomatoes, then you naturally have the gravy in it with the juice. So once the tomatoes are nearly half cooked, you can start adding the vegetables. Okay, in order to get the strong taste, I'm going to add now the lime leaf and the lemongrass. The lemongrass, it's possible to get the sliced version also, so I'm just going to add that in here. A handful. The longer the lime leaf and the lemongrass cook in it, the more flavored the dish becomes. Then we start with the vegetable that takes longest to cook, and we're going to put in the aubergines. And after half cooking them, we're going to add the potatoes. Potatoes take a bit longer to cook, and also they're a bigger size than the carrots. And let that cook for about 7 to 8 minutes. And then you add the carrots. Again, carrots are also quite hard. So you're going to put in the courgettes, capsicum, broccoli, and mushroom. You are then ready to put the coconut milk in it. And depends on how strong a flavor you want. If you want it really coconut flavor, then you put in more coconut milk. If you want a slight taste of the coconut, then you put in less coconut, and we also add some water to it. Looking lovely and colorful, green and yellow and red, mouth-watering. And with the yoga power being put in at the same time, cooking in the remembrance of the Supreme, it will be mouth-watering. We normally use curry powder, but you have to make sure that you get the one without the onion and garlic, because it's possible that you can get the curry powder with garlic, which we don't use. We're actually cooking not so hot, and we're not going to use chili, so we're just going to use mild, and probably a couple of tablespoons. So use the teaspoon there. So now we're going to let it simmer for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll be ready. So now we'll see how we're doing with the curry. Looking very good. Usually this is served with rice, so we'll bring you the rice in a minute. People normally take the rice first and then add in the coconut curry, and we're going to give you the coconut curry first and then give you the rice.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. You're teasing and tempting so much. You can see all the aroma. You can almost smell the aromas coming through with each dish that's being cooked. You're like, okay, wow. Again, the color, the presentation, and the calm. That's, as you said, the vibes, the calm vibes as well. The food looks delicious. Oh my goodness.
Because you can see everything is just so simple. You just need to make sure that you have that feeling of being relaxed whilst in the kitchen, then you can come up with wonderful dishes. If you're being afraid in the kitchen, then there's bound to be accidents while you're cooking, but just being confident with the ingredients and working with everything, it really is a very therapeutic feeling being in the kitchen, just enjoying. You can see how everyone's just been enjoying cooking whilst they're doing all of that. And it doesn't matter whether you're cooking for 5 people, 10 people, or even 500 people. Most often we have programs here in Global House, and we end up cooking for about 300, 400 people. And it's just a piece of cake because we've been doing it for so long. So really just enjoy being in the kitchen and playing with the ingredients. That's the fun part of it.
Yes, completely. You've had some really positive feedback as well through the chat here. And I'm sure on our, as I said, that we're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook and on Twitter as well. Please, Global Family, do join in. And we've had some really positive feedback on every single dish about how amazing and nutritious, and also the health factor that's come in as well. It's like all your nutrients and everything are encompassed in one meal. Sister Jamie, I can't wait for the next one.
Yes, I just want to ask Jassu a question, which probably she will have to think now. Jassu, you didn't put tofu, because I've heard of tofu and paneer. So tell us about tofu and paneer, and then sauce. You didn't tell us how you. That's different. Oh yeah, tofu and paneer. That's one thing that you need to tell us.
The beauty of being in the kitchen is you can be very flexible and adaptable to whatever you have available in the kitchen. And so unfortunately, I didn't have enough of the tofu. That afternoon when I was doing the demonstration, I was actually cooking for about 60 people. And I only had 1 packet of tofu. So I said, rather than just give 1 slice to each person, I'll just leave it out. But the dish was just as tasty, and there wasn't a little bit left by the time the dinner time was finished. So it's possible that you can make the coconut curry, the Thai curry, with the tofu, or without. You can add paneer so that it becomes a dairy-free. If you're non-dairy, then you use the tofu. So as I said, it's very flexible and you can adapt to any way. Often we have people here who are actually nightshade free, and so instead of using the aubergines and potatoes, I just use the broccoli and celery and carrots and courgette, and with that you're able to get just as tasty a dish, like with a similar flavor, but without the nightshades in it. So it's really just playing with the vegetables and just enjoying. That's the fun part of it.
Right. Thank you, Jasuben. I'd like to now ask the next cook, the last cook, Rachel.
Hello, do you have anyone?
Oh yeah, sorry. Jasu, you still have one more recipe, celery roll, to tell us about how you make celery rolls.
We'll watch the video first, and then we'll go into the making of it.
Brilliant.
We've just enjoyed the Thai curry. So now we're going to enjoy some celery buns. I've already made the dough here because it needs to rise, but basically it's strong bread flour, 1.5 kilos with 2 packets of yeast, a couple of tablespoonfuls of oil, a teaspoon of salt, and make just medium dough enough to be able to roll out. I've left it to rise for about half an hour, and now we're ready to roll out. Now we're ready to roll it out. Basically roll it out into a rectangle, not very thick and not very thin. Needs the longer it is, the thinner your rolls are going to be. Otherwise you end up with just a lump of dough. Next, the sauce we prepared earlier, the tomato puree, we're going to spread it on here. You can use a spatula or a square metal bread cutter that you can get. Make sure you put it right to the edge, otherwise you end up tasting just the plain dough, which we don't want. So this has given us a nice flavor all over. Next, we're going to put on the finely chopped celery. And basically just the celery itself gives it a nice taste. This was one whole celery that's been chopped finely. Usually when I make it for the family here, I end up cutting about 12 to 14 celery bunches, and we make it for about 40 to 50 people. Usually we have to keep some without cheese for those who are dairy free, but we're going to use it with dairy, which actually gives it a lovely taste. Without the cheese, it's not as tasty. And the final step is to roll it up. Pack the end so that the sauce doesn't come out. Cut it into slices, about 1 inch wide slices. And then we put it in a baking tray, making sure that you've got proper grease-proof paper. Otherwise, because of the cheese in the rolls, it tends to stick in the tray and it becomes very difficult to wash afterwards. But with the grease-proof paper, it becomes easy. So you're going to leave it for about another 15 minutes for them to rise naturally before putting them into the oven. Now, just seeing if it's done. Looks like ready. Now sprinkle a little bit of the oil and the mustard seeds, stirring it so you get the sesame seed as well as the mustard seed onto each one individually. The extra oil makes it nice and soft. This is now the final product, and as you can see, it's mouth-watering, ready to go into your mouth, fresh out of the oven.
Thank you, Jasu. I know very quickly, I want to ask you the sauce. We wanted you to tell us how did you make the sauce, and also what is the guess mark, and how many minutes we have to bake it. Could you please tell us that?
Basically, the sauce is just tomato puree, and it's just been sauteed with a little bit of oil. And the only ingredients within that sauce is asafoetida, hing, and salt. Chili, if you like to make the chili celery rolls, but otherwise we make them plain. So many varieties. You can have dairy with cheese, without the cheese. You can have with chili, without the chili. I've often also experimented trying to do other fillings in it apart from celery. So you can do capsicum, or you can do mushroom, you can do potatoes. So actually, it's whatever you choose to put in it. But the hit with the family here is celery itself, because it's a distinct flavor and also the crunchiness that you get with it. So it's every time I make it, everyone looks forward to it. And if I haven't made it in 2 months, they'll say, when are you going to make it again? So really, everyone looks forward to this.
So it's good for the picnic day, right?
It's very good for picnics. It's very good for journey when you're traveling, because it's no mess. It's very easy just to handle it while you're eating it, and not afraid of dropping it or anything. No mess with your hands getting messy. So that's why everyone just loves this.
I'm not surprised. It looks incredible.
Thank you, Jasu. So now we have Rachel, who will be presenting her dessert,
Hello.
which is non-dairy lemon cake.
That's it. And
Thank you, Rachel.
And as Deepa was saying at the beginning, it's all about the love you put into it. So let's have a look.
Hello, I'm Rachel Priestman, and I'm going to talk today about vegan lemon cake. I know you've had quite a few savory dishes, so we thought let's do something different. And I've been with the Brahma Kumaris for 15 years. I'm based at Global Cooperation House in Northwest London, which is our national coordinating office. And the really nice thing about this organization is, although we have particular roles, perhaps, like mine is to help with media and public engagement, we all do a bit of everything. So I always love to get in the kitchen. So this vegan lemon cake I'm going to talk to you is really simple. People often say, oh, I can't make cakes, and particularly vegan, but this is so easy. And the really nice thing about it, because it's lemon, it's quite tangy. And so yes, it's sweet, but it has some freshness about it. And at the Brahma Kumaris, you may know that we have a tradition of giving, at the end of events and whatever, we give toli, which is a kind of prasad. And the idea is that the toli has been made in meditation and has lots of love put into it, lots of sweetness of the heart as well as sugar put into it. And that then, hopefully, all of us, having eaten a little piece of this sweetness, will speak sweet words. So let me go through the ingredients. We have 4.5 cups of plain flour. We have 1.5 teaspoons each of baking powder and bicarb of soda. You need 6 lemons, so the grated zest and the juice of 6 lemons. We have 3 cups of sugar. Now this is vegan, so instead of milk, I use soya milk, but you can use oat milk or whatever other milk you choose. We have 9 fluid ounces of oil, and then we have vanilla, 3 teaspoons. And this is a bit of a surprise, 3 teaspoons of vinegar. It works. But of course, as I said earlier, the most important ingredient is the love with which we make it. First of all, sieve your flour, and I've already sieved this, so we put this in here. Then this is the bicarb and baking powder, and it's really important that you make sure that that's mixed up well, very well. I often sieve it together. Next is the 3 cups of sugar, and you can have less if you choose. Everyone can do things according to their wish. So again, stir that in well. And then, so this is the juice of 6 lemons. Another little tip, actually, when you're juicing a lemon, just roll it. Just roll your hands on it before you squeeze it, and it helps more juice come out. What we're going to do now is I've got a measuring cup because I want to put the lemon peel, and then we add the lemon juice. Normally, actually, what you can do also is just grate it straight into the measuring jug. We need to have it up to 3 cups. And so at the moment, it's 1.5 cups. So I'm going to add as much milk. So you add as much milk as you need to bring it up to 3 cups. And I've just got enough. That's good. Okay, so you mix that a little bit. Okay, so we make a little hole in the middle and we pour this lemon mixture in. So again, it's good to do it a little by little, enjoying the stirring motion. Now I take the service of an electric mixer because it does things a lot better than I can. So it's not necessary, but it helps. Add the oil, add the vanilla, and add the vinegar. Back to the mixer. I'm just going to pour it in like this with a lot of love. That's it, and it's now ready to go in the oven at 180 for 25 minutes, thereabouts. So ideally, it's good to wait a little while until it's cooled down a bit, because then the icing doesn't go right through. So I've actually waited for an hour and a half, and now I'm going to make the icing. And I make the icing with 6 tablespoons of granular sugar. You can use icing sugar, but granular makes it, well, granular makes it a bit crunchy, which I think is a bit different. And then we have more lemons. Now, I would advise you, I've got 6 lemons here, but you may not need as many because lemons come in so many different sizes and some are juicy and some aren't. So you have to kind of play it by ear a bit. So this is the rind and the juice of the lemons, of 6 lemons. But really the most important thing is to do it slowly so that you don't get too much water. The idea is that the icing is going to be actually quite thin. So I think it's better to paint it on because that way it doesn't get too thick, but you can just use a normal grater. And so you're just using your creative talents to paint the cake. So I hope you'll enjoy making this very simple cake. And I'm sure everyone who tastes it will enjoy it. So simple ingredients, but the most important ingredient are the good wishes, the good thoughts that you put inside it. And that's what everyone really tastes. So enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you, Rachel. That was beautiful. So you talked about the love is the ingredient that you added. So what do you mean by that?
Well, it's not a kind of sticky love, which is love me because I've made you a cake, but it's the spiritual love of I've received so much and I'd like to share something of that with everybody else. So it's that, seeing everyone as my family and creating this sense of belonging and wanting everyone to feel well and happy and cared for. And so, making a cake is about doing that, is just making people feel loved and cared for.
Yeah, thank you. Anything, Deepa, you want to ask?
Oh my goodness, yes, I'm so glad. Firstly, thank you so much, sisters. We have had so much positive feedback on the dishes. And for myself as well, I've been experimenting a lot with vegan baking throughout the lockdown period as well. And my daughter's actually just coming in the background going, wow, that's a dessert. When are we making that, Mummy? So thank you so much. And you see vinegar in some of the vegan, and I've never known how it, how it all comes together, but thank you for showing us as well. And it's so nice to have alternatives. Sister Jamie, we have a couple of questions from our global family. So I'm hoping that the sisters can help us answer. From Andromeda, all the way in Greece, who's joined us. And she just asked again, if we could just repeat some of the alternatives you mentioned for the celery rolls. She might have just missed that. And I think a lot of other people as well are quite interested. Especially, I like what you said about the nightshade, because I think especially for arthritis sufferers like myself, it was really useful to know those. So can we just have a few suggestions again for what we can use instead of celery for the celery rolls? Thank you.
Okay, 2 things. One was the coconut curry, and so that had a lot of nightshades, and the foundation of the basis of that is the tomatoes. But for nightshade free, I would use just the coconut milk. You don't need to have the tomato in it, but just cooking all the vegetables in coconut itself, and then choosing vegetables which are quite soft, and also not nightshades. So the ones that I'd mentioned was courgettes and carrots and broccoli and celery, mainly just those 4 things, and people just love it. And cooking celery rolls, doing the celery option, but otherwise you can use mashed potato, you can use mushrooms, but you have to make sure that you don't use vegetables that are mushy because it becomes soft and soggy. So when you're actually rolling it up, then the water comes out and they don't cook so nicely. When it's a little bit dry filling, then they come out really nice. So I hope you enjoy experimenting with some of those ideas. So mushrooms, capsicum, celery, carrots, mashed potato, asparagus, quite a lot of things that you could experiment with.
And some of those, what you said, are quite common to Greece as well. So Andromeda in Greece, I hope you caught that. And remember, you can watch us back as well, because I know some people who aren't able to stay, you can tap in and out. So you can always watch back. I know I'll be watching the episodes back to refocus and get some ideas. We also had another question, Sister Jamie, from Amélie in French Guyana. And she asked as well, in a lot of French cuisine, they do use a lot of onion and garlic. And I think she might have joined us later. She also said, what are the best flavors that can substitute those, the best ingredients? Thank you.
For onion and garlic substitute can be asafoetida, which is hing, we call it.
Yeah.
And also cabbage, finely chopped cabbage.
Shredded.
It can be shredded and then, cooked beforehand. Celery is another one. So these are the alternates and substitute for onions and garlic.
I personally believe the celery rolls are a hit because the paste tomato puree that I had missed showing on the film just now is actually quite a lot of hing in it. Not too much, but enough to give it that flavor. And so that's the best flavor that there is in the roll. And the only other vegetable is celery, but the flavoring of the hing, the asafoetida with the celery together is a very delicious thing, and it's almost like giving you the onion flavor, but not the onion itself. So this is why people enjoy it.
Thank you. Sorry, you're making my mouth water, so I can only imagine what you're doing. Everyone that's joined us, like as you're saying it, you're saying yes, it's going to add to the flavor. I can actually taste everything I've seen as well, and how wonderful that we've got the French speaking community in the French speaking countries asking questions of substitute, and from Greece as well. We've also got Harvinder Singh from Nairobi saying what amazing, nutritious, delicious dishes. And one of our Healing Our Earth team as well saying on Facebook as well, they've seen. Can you just repeat the temperature and the time for the lemon cake, please?
Yeah, it was 180 for about 25 minutes.
I'm writing that down myself, sorry, as well.
But I think all of the recipes are going to be available.
Yes, Deepa, all the recipes are already on inspiredstillness.com website. It's under the blog. It's already on there. See, it's under the name of today's event.
Yes. Could you just repeat that again, just so all our viewers can hear?
Yeah, inspiredstillness.com. Inspiredstillness.com is the website, and it's under the blog. It's the first. It's the first section, which is under today's cookery event, which is
Nourishing
body and soul.
Yes, and I think we definitely saw. So you can actually go back and have a look at the recipes and how it was made. And then, as you've just heard as well, you can look at the blog. All the website details and links as well are on the Healing Our Earth Facebook page and on our website as well. So that was fantastic. And Sister Rachel, are there any other simple recipes or something we could, if somebody wanted to sort of substitute the lemon? Have you tried anything else?
I've done it with an orange. In fact, what's quite nice is an orange and a little bit of ginger powder. That makes it quite interesting. Yeah, you can experiment with many things. A banana. I mean, most cakes actually you can translate, so to speak, into vegan.
Yes.
Using a dairy-free spread or using oil. So there's plenty you can find online, and I think we've got quite a few.
Yeah, we've got the cookbook, and yeah, can you see that Pure and Simple cookbook?
Hold it up. Yes, this right, it's facing up. Pure and Simple.
Yeah, this is mainly all the Mediterranean recipes on there. Can you see it?
Yes.
But if I can just interrupt, Deepa, there is a most amazing vegan chocolate cake recipe in there.
And there are 108 recipes in here. It's easy to make. I would say it won't take more than 20 minutes per recipe. It's all tried and tasted.
And are all the books and everything? And I've just heard chocolate cake as well.
Yes, that's right, chocolate cake. These books are available on inspiredstillness.com.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, yes, so in the same...
This is Food and Soul. It has got celery rolls, noodles, Chinese cuisine, few recipes of Chinese cuisine, and nut roast as well. Can you see that?
Yes. No. Oh, Food and Soul, yes, as well. Oh, that looks good. I'm sure you're going to be getting a lot of interest after this as well.
Thank you.
Just the pure, and you can just tell the heart and soul that goes into it from everyone's that's presented today. as well that's gone in.
Yeah. And this one is simple vegetarian, which is very simple for the learners who are cooking for the first time.
Yes. And I loved what I think all of the guests and the contributors that we've had today, I love what they're stressing about that whole experiment and don't worry and adapt as you know as you go along and find the flavors that suit and the alternatives as well.
Thing I'd like to add is in the world today where people are wanting to become vegetarians, and you'll find that there's many easy to make vegetarian dishes here, and so plenty of things to experiment with. People are generally afraid, thinking that they won't have enough of a variety and they'll find the vegetarian plain food boring, but actually there's nothing boring about this kind of cooking.
I think the last hour, the last 40 minutes or so with yourselves has completely and utterly proved that, and especially the vegan options as well, of how nutritious and yummy, just yummy. There's not, I'm a primary school teacher, so I'll go with yummy.
Yummy, yummy, yes.
And not only that, sometimes we have to cater to people who are, what is it, like Maureen's diet?
Yeah, we said gluten-free.
Gluten-free. You know, we adapt a lot of things. We improvise using all the key, I should say is we adapt and improvise all the changes to the key ingredients, and we get all our Asian, like for myself, Malaysian cooking.
Yes.
And you know, you can experiment. That's what I love about it, is that I like to introduce Malaysian cooking, Asian cooking to my Brahma Kumaris family, which is an international family, so they can have a taste of the flavor from all across the world, which is suitable to our diet.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. It's amazing, Deepa. It's just that simple, colorful vegetables. And, you know, it's the same kitchen, same ingredients, and a lot of different varieties of dishes can be prepared.
Yes. Well, you know, I'm just overwhelmed, because I was just looking at Sister Mary, and I know when I try and make Chinese or Asian style dishes, and you almost overcomplicate it. And I think you've shown us all in all of your dishes, but especially personally for me with Sister Mary, just how simple ingredients that we've got in our homes. I've never seen chili bean paste. I've never used it, and I was like, oh, maybe that's what I've been missing as well. And not having to use the salt because of as much salt because of the soy sauce. So thank you so much for those little nuggets of, sometimes we try and do too much, where I think you've shown.
I mean, if you go to Wing Yip or any other Chinese supermarket, they also got vegetarian oyster sauce, vegetarian mushroom sauce. So do look at it, whereby they do not contain onion or garlic, and you can use them.
Yes, and I think you've shown really well how to use them as well. But I don't want to let any of you go, because there's so many questions, and we could go around the world, I think, with other recipes. This is a personal ask. Can we ask Sister Mary or any of the ladies how do you keep your wok so clean?
The wok in this house, they use actually the metal, what do you call it? Your
wire wool.
The wire wool. Yeah, the wire wool.
Actually, when you're
it's
frying,
stainless steel, isn't it? Whereas if I cook personally for myself at home, I use non-stick.
if you actually boil water in it and put some citric acid in it, then when you clean after that, scrub, just a little scrub after that, you'll find that it becomes shining.
I know we're live and we're global, but I'm sure many other people had that question too. They were all thinking it when they saw the wok. So I'm glad.
Just another tip: if you're actually steaming something and the wok goes black, to prevent it getting black, if you just put half a teaspoon of the citric acid in it whilst you're cooking, then that's not dangerous or harmful to you in the steam going into the food, but also it keeps the pot clean. It doesn't go black then.
Oh my goodness, there you go. You've heard a live and direct secret on cooking and sex as well.
You can say just as we've been having fun cooking, we've been having fun presenting, and so we've been making a lot of noise also whilst we were talking. So please accept our apologies
I think
for
earlier
that.
you say you live quite near here. You're more than welcome to join us to have your meals here. Come and try.
And Deepa, you must have noticed that whilst they were cooking, because it was every one of us, we have a cooking rota. So when it was their cooking rota, that's when they did the recipe. And so there are others who are in the kitchen cooking around at that same time. And so you can see that how it's like a community cooking that's happening, and everybody working in synchronicity. And I would say that we are what we eat, because it affects the mind and body. And the sacredness of food is about offering food to God, because this is something that we follow. At the end of our cooking, we have a plate and we put little pots in it, small little steel pots, and we put the little amount of food that we have cooked, and we cover it with a cloth, and then we go to our meditation room, and then we offer it. We sit down and we all offer it to God. And so that we come back and we put it in the bigger pot, and so everybody is fed with that offered food. So that's really good. So whoever eats the food, it's like, they experience the love and the peaceful vibrations, and it's like their heart becoming pure and clean. It's amazing feeling. You're all welcome to come.
You're going to have lots of us coming as well. Sister Jamie, thank you so much. I can only thank you. And what a wonderful note to end on about what I get from that is a lot of what Healing Our Earth is about is, keep your attitude as gratitude. And there you go, in the food and the nourishment for our body and soul, always giving thanks to above and God and spirit, whoever you choose to believe in as well. So, Om Shanti, I would like to thank you so much.
Thank you. I really want to thank Healing Our Earth community, Neil Bhai, yourself, and all my beautiful friends on there who have been holding this beautiful event from so many weeks. And I've been on there for many times, and I'm very grateful and thankful for the wonderful work that you are doing. And I really wish you all the best. And I'm sure it's reaching out to the world community. So great service you are doing. Thank you so much, Neil Kumar Bhai, Deepa Ben, thank you.
And the whole team.
And the whole team, thank you.
Om Shanti, thank you. We're really humbled, and may Earth bless you all as well. And let's continue. As Sister Jamie said, we are here on our 22nd event, and this e-community channel was the initiative of the producer and director Neil Kumar and his team, this global family that's grown from all of us being able to join to bring you topics that matter to our community. Through this also a tragic time we've risen above, we're here to bring you peace, positivity, love, healing, and most important, information. It's that knowledge on how to grow and strengthen and nourish ourselves. And all the facilitators, as you said, Sister Jamie, and the contributors mean so much. So, may you all stay blessed, and thank you. We are equally privileged.
Thank you. And you are bonding everybody. So that's so important. Nobody wants to miss this opportunity. We are based in more than 120 countries, and we've communicated to all our centers around the world. So that's amazing. And Neil Kumar Bhai has a great strength with the whole team that he's working with to bring everybody on board and, bringing on one same platform. It's not a small thing. So thank you. Congratulations for the 22nd event.
Thank you. Om Shanti. Thank you.
Om Shanti, Bhai. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
My goodness. Wow. So hopefully you caught all of that. We had 4 incredible dishes from around the world that we learned how to adapt, cook with fresh ingredients that we have in our kitchen in a healthy, nutritional, soul nourishing way. It gives me great pleasure to move on to an equally talented individual who I've got a whole entire page to read off because he has got so much to his name. It is a pleasure and a privilege to shortly welcome I would call him a celebrity chef, Nishant Chubi. And he is here with his session, Meals to Heal, joining us from India. He is an eclectic, dynamic, fabulous chef. And his talents, I don't have a piece of paper long enough. He has been a TV chef, a TV host, a book writer, a culinary speaker, a consulting chef for a Michelin restaurant in Thailand, and a master chef. What amazed me about this individual, this super soul, is that he moved away from what he thought the family was expecting of him and decided to follow his passion and share and really come up and show people what it is to be a chef against what stereotype or image we may have. He began a career with the esteemed Oberoi group of hotels in India and moved to Dubai and was part of the pre-opening team of the Madinat Jumeirah in 3 specialty restaurants. His belief in combining culinary arts with sustainable practice, again, another core quality of us here at Healing Our Earth. And this has earned him a place at the John Folser Culinary Institute in Louisiana, USA. If this wasn't enough, Chef Nishant was also a gold medal award winner as well in the innovation category. He has hosted successful pop-ups all over the world. You just have to go to his website, which is on our website. You can see the links to see how far and wide this man has reached and is still going strong. He has recently been invited to cook for the president of Montenegro. But if that wasn't enough, in Japan, his brainchild of Tokyo Mitaiwala has become a 5-star sensation. As I said, what I love is his purpose and passion to break the myth of a chef's profile. So I'm going to welcome him on now. It is a global namaste from us at Healing Our Earth. Chef Nishant, welcome. Let's see, we have your
audio. Hi Deepa, thank you very much for your... Yeah, is it okay now? Is it okay? Are you audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Hi, namaste first and foremost, and thank you, Deepa, for your kind introduction. I think it was, I think I'm...
Oh, I think we've frozen. Were you frozen? Let's have a look and see if we can get him back, hopefully. Hopefully Chef Nishant will be back with us soon. I can't wait to see what he's going to be sharing with us today as well. So if you've not had a chance to spread the news, please do, and invite your friends and family. You don't want to miss this chef as well, with such a full range under his belt and still going strong. And as I said, that we are broadcasting live at the moment on YouTube, on healingourearth.com. You can link through or direct on the website. What you may not know is that you can also contact us. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know if there's anything that you'd like to see coming up, or any feedback would be greatly welcome. And there's actually a way to contact us via WhatsApp through our website as well. Please join our mailing list so that you get live updates and of the events coming up as well. We've got a full range coming up again for mind, body and soul. Next week on the 6th of September, as a lot of schools go back or are going back here in the UK, perfect. Let's get back into the zone with our meditation and yoga session. That's on the 6th of September. On the 13th of September, we've got a health and fitness session as well. So that'll be good. You might want to keep out the yoga mat from the last week and keep your gym gear ready. And then just to build up that relaxation and then really go for it, we've got a music and a dance fest, which is going to be showcasing talents from, again, our global family as well. And it gives me great pleasure to know and comfort to know that we'll be hosting another Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen event on the 27th of September, which will be fantastic as we go into autumn here as well, to showcase some nutritious, comforting food as well. So if you join up to the mailing list on our website and like us on Facebook and other social media platforms, you can stay connected, and we would love to hear from you as well. Thank you as well to our global family at the moment who are posting questions. Please do, because they do get through. as well. I'm just going to take a quick look and see if we've got Chef Nishant back with us as well, as I think he was joining us from India. So I'll just have a look. Okay, he'll hopefully be with us soon as well. So let us know what's been your favourite dish from today. And as they were talking, I was thinking I should actually try some of the dishes, and I may actually post them up. So if you have a go at a couple of the dishes, why not post them on the Facebook page and share them as well, especially with the alternatives, the alternative options that we heard as well. And please do stay tuned, because we've got a lot more guests coming up speaking about their personal passions as well. Shortly after my time and I hand over to our next co-host, there will be a gentleman speaking about the power of herbs. And I know that's one area that I definitely miss out of. We stick to the same things and use the same things. So I'm very much looking forward to that as well. And if you did miss anything, remember that you can watch us back as well. I'm going to take a look and see if I can see if Chef Nishant is back with us. Let's take a look. Oh, I think we may have some action as well.
So Deepa, this is the producer speaking. He's having a problem with internet. He's trying to connect.
Okay.
Please carry on with whatever has happened so far. I can see there is Harvinder here, who is in Kenya at the moment, and he was wanting to say something, but he's in Kenya, and I'm sure he's going to talk about cassava and mogo and the African dishes while he's there. He's not a chef, but he's a very good impresario of food and everything. I think the chef is back again, so we'll go to Harvinder later. If we can go back to the chef. Thank you. Over.
Okay, thank you. Chef Nishant, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm really sorry for the initial glitches, I hope I'm audible now.
You are. This is live, don't worry. We're excited to see you.
Okay. Is it fine? Am my pictures
You're
okay?
absolutely fine. Yes, your picture's clear. You can go ahead.
Great. So thank you very much, Deepa and Neil. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart that you have given me this lovely opportunity of going live and showcasing some bit of dishes in this period of time. I was also, hearing the previous session, and it was very, very informative. I was hearing about asafoetida, which is hing, and how does the replacement of what are the replacement of salt and lemon and all. So it was very, very informative. I must congratulate the panelists that they have shared such amazing, amazing input. So before, you have already introduced me to everyone, but just like to tell you myself, Chef Nishant Chaubey here, and my warmest namaste to everyone. I think namaste is the deal right now. I think we all are doing namaste because of the pandemic all over. I have been chef for the last 20 years. I started my career with Rajvilas Hotel. Earlier, I graduated from IHM Bhopal, my catering college. And at Oberoi, I worked for 2 years. Then I went abroad. I was in Marina Jumeirah as a pre-opening team member. I worked at a specialty restaurant in Marina called as Segreto, Pierre Sheikh, and Kiamat, which was an Indian kitchen. Came back to India, worked with Olive Restaurant for good 3.5 years. And then I went to Bangkok along with Dr. Pushpesh Pant, who's a culinary historian in India. And I believe that every chef needs some bit of guidance in his life. So he is my mentor who made me understand what is Indian cuisine all about, what are lost recipes, which are the provinces of India which is still not being shown to the entire world. And I think as a country, we have so much to show. And I believe that regional cuisine should be taken into consideration in globalizing it. So I've started working on regional cuisine of India. So I mostly travel. I travel a lot because I think seeing is believing. That's why I like to see what is grown, what is seasonal, what is healthy, what can we make tasty. And I'm trying to break the myth that healthy food cannot be tasty or tasty food cannot be healthy. I think healthy food can be tasty, and that's what my channel is all about. It's called Sam Health. It comes in Tata Sky, and there I showcase recipes which are very, very healthy and of course tasty. Beyond that, we started working on Indus Bangkok, and we started exploring the line of Indus Valley civilization, which starts from Leh Ladakh and dies off in Pakistan. When we go abroad, we always talk about undivided India, where Pakistan was part of India, and Indus Valley civilization is an amazing amazing history to look at. So I was looking at the food angle of that, and I curated the menus according to that line. And of course, the restaurant has faced Michelin plate. It's already in the Michelin plate category, and me and Dr. Pushpesh Pant, of course, are very, very happy to work more to get this star. I think we should get it if we keep showcasing things which are very, very lost and very, very interesting, of course. Other than that, I went to John Paul's Culinary Institute in USA, in Southern America. There I learned about Creole and Cajun cuisine. I learned how to make jambalaya and andouille sausages and gumbo. And I started, and I saw an amazing ingredient called as okra, which our cuisine Indian is like, we use okra all the time in our day. And they use okra. So I think it was very interesting to just share that when I went and post the classes, there was a gumbo competition, and I was given, I was told that Nishant, you should also try and make a gumbo. So normally what happens is that bhindi is never, okra or bhindi or ladyfinger is never cut and washed. Okay, it's always washed and then you cut it. Okay, so I think that was something wrong that was happening in the college. So I ensured that, and you will not imagine, I won the gumbo competition at that period of time. And they said, what is this? I think okra is such a simple ingredient. So, sometimes humble ingredient or simple ingredient makes your food really, really exotic. So I think that was a learning that I took and came back to India, saying that let's work on the humble ingredients, and let's ensure that technically we make it so sound, or we showcase the world that how we can really make it in a proper way, because sometimes these are the things which actually ensures that food is well done, or those practices there might be something wrong, and you make it right. So that's an amazing part in my life about the Southern American, learning about Southern American cuisine. So, and then post that I started exploring international cuisine, because I think we all should learn from each other, and then ensure that we work on our food to make sure it gets better. I believe that the tandoori salmon that we do, the salmon tikka, we cook salmon at 500 degrees, which is the temperature of tandoor. So I think that's technically wrong. I think French, they know how to do salmon better than us. I very well accept it, and I believe that salmon as a fish should not be cooked beyond 65 degrees. So so that's exactly what we should do. We should find the right way to do things, and that's exactly what I am today. I ensure that whatever I have learned, I do it properly, I do it correctly, and there is no harm in learning and then improvising it to our own cuisine, which is of course Indian. As I go global, as I go outside India, I ensure that I make biryani, that risotto, because of course that's what my native thing is. So, but I try to make it interesting. So. So this is kind of, also I just like to add one more thing. I won the Iron Chef Challenge in Bangkok last year. So it was again an achievement that I thought I'd just highlight. My counter was a Japanese 3 Michelin star chef, and I was given turkey as a meat to cook in 45 minutes. So I think it was a challenge. I'm sure all of you agree to that turkey cannot be cooked in 45 minutes. So, but yes, that was a challenge, and ensure that I cooked 6 dishes in 45 minutes made out of turkey. So I used the entire turkey to make different dishes. And it was, again, I mean, my Instagram, if people who are watching me, if they can look, I posted all the pictures that I cooked as a team, and that is, of course, a remembrance, a memory that will never fade away from my culinary life. So yeah, I thought I'll just talk about it.
Oh,
So
thank
Deepa,
you.
any question? Yeah, yeah, hi.
Oh yeah, no, we can hear. I was just saying, wow, that's incredible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe, I think I was also looking at veganism, people talking about veganism. I think veganism is something that we must follow. I'm a big believer of vegan food. And I believe that cashew milk, almond milk, all these things, if we can work on that, I think that will be very, very healthy. I think we should try to refrain from animal protein as much as possible. People who eat meats, I have no problem with them, but I'm just saying that it's always wise to ensure that those harness which is happening to animals, if we can run a campaign and make sure that those things are way, and and then animal cruelty can be controlled if we look at veganism in the right way.
Yes.
So yeah, so these two dishes that I'm actually showcasing today, without any further delay, I think I should start. First one, I'm doing a very lovely cucumber salad, and this I learned from my stewarding guy who used to work who works in my Bangkok kitchen, and this is very much inspired from Philippines. And I'm using a very, very important ingredient in our life at this period of time. We must take this, called as turmeric. And turmeric is I'm sure everyone knows that it's anti-inflammatory. It controls a lot of viral diseases. So we must consume a little bit of turmeric in our life. And Indian cuisine, we have turmeric in all our food. So I made some bit of turmeric oil for this recipe. So if I may show it to all of you, I'll just tilt it a bit.
Oh yes, we can see that.
So this is the turmeric oil. So I'm gonna add this in the dressing. Okay, so this dressing I have churned it. It has peanuts, it has garlic, and it has chilies, all deep fried and then blended into a paste. So this is how it looks like. If I may just show it to you.
Oh wow.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a paste.
Yes, it's a paste. It's a paste. Yes. And of course, this is a lovely cucumber which I actually plucked from my garden right in the morning, and I just peeled it. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it. Okay. Cut it into small cubes. Okay. So I hope everyone can see me.
Yeah, we can see you fine.
Perfect. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it into small dices. Just like that.
Okay.
Try to keep as less seedy as possible. Okay.
Ah.
Okay. If anyone has any question to ask, I'll be more than happy to answer. Guys, thank you very much. I think Healing Our Earth is doing a fabulous work in promoting health, and we definitely need a little bit of health in our life at this period of time for sure, and of course moving forward.
Yes, most definitely. I'm intrigued to see how we're using the turmeric oil. I've never seen that before.
Sure.
You just normally we say, especially like Asian culture, will say to drink some with hot water or to apply
milk.
So I've never seen it as a dressing.
Yeah. So to make turmeric oil is very, very easy. You need to take turmeric powder, okay, and then just cook it with olive oil or canola oil or almond oil. You can use any oil, and you just need to cook it a bit, and that's the turmeric oil. So it's quite easy to make it.
And are you saying to use the less seedy parts because of the water, or is that for another reason?
Yes. Okay. Yes, correct. I don't want my salad to be watery, so that's why I have actually left the seed.
Right.
But of course, you can always eat it. There's no problem with it. But it's a salad, so I thought I'll just keep it. The dressing should coat the cucumber, so that's why.
Yes.
So this I've cut. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add rock salt in that. Okay. And if you have sea salt, you can use sea salt. But any unrefined salt or white salt, just refrain from using white salt. So I'm using this lovely rock salt, okay, on it. Just add a little bit more to what the recipe says, because I'm not going to add any salt in my dressing.
Okay. So you can see as well that you can watch back. If anyone's missed the beginning, you can watch this back on Healing Our Earth through our Facebook. But we've also got lots of partners as well who are also showing this. So we've got our one of our very own hosts, Simran Ahuja official, the Facebook page, and people can also join Sunrise Radio UK through their Facebook page, and Bharat Goradia. So we can see that you've put the salt in now, stirred it through. Yes, so we've got some of our partners there that I just mentioned where you can watch us as well.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just leave it for some time. And what will happen is because I've added salt, cucumber will leave a lot of water. Okay. And it will also become very crunchy. And so, I think in elements of food, there are 5 senses. So one of that is, of course, crunchiness. So this will be very, very crunchy after 10 minutes because the salt will go inside, okay, and the moisture will be out, and it'll be amazingly crunchy. And then when I'm gonna eat it as a salad, it's just outstanding because of the peanut, chilies, of course, turmeric, and some garlic.
Oh.
So I'm just gonna leave it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So for dressing, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this peanut, garlic, and chili paste in this bowl. Okay. And I'm gonna add a little bit of turmeric oil in this.
Oh.
I hope I'm visible.
Yes. Yeah, we can see that. Looks good.
Correct. Thank you. Not too much because it'll make the salad bitter if you use too much of turmeric. So I'm just gonna mix it. It'll become yellow, a little bit. Pale yellow.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna add a little bit of lime in this. So this is Gondoraj. We call it Gondoraj in India. It comes from Bengal, eastern part of India, and it's amazingly juicy. At the same time, it is very flavorful. If I rub it on my hand, I can smell it. I can smell good all the day. I mean, it's so good. So if you are cooking fish and lime is a sinful combination, and it's outstanding if you use this green lime. And if you don't find Gondoraj in your kitchen, then you can of course use key lime. Key lime would be a super alternative to this.
Yes. Oh wow. Yes. I think lime and lemon are so important.
Correct.
Enhancing flavors.
So you can see the color. This is just amazing. This is like little oranges.
Yes, not what I was expecting.
So I'm just gonna squeeze it. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna mix it. So this is the dressing basically for the salad. Quite interesting. Okay.
Yes.
And I'll just wait for the cucumber. See, you can see cucumber has already started leaving water.
Oh yes, you can see in the bottom of the bowl. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So already started leaving water. Okay. So so I'll just leave it and I'll go to the next dish. I'll go to the next dish, which is a curry. I think I should have started that first, but I thought I'll go.
That's
I'll go
okay.
like classic.
This is how
Okay.
live works, isn't it, as well? And while you get set for the curries, just remind our global family that they can also tune in on Hindu Matters in Britain through Facebook and the Hindu Forum of Europe. So, Chef Nishat, we really are global. So, as you get set for your curry preparation, let's see.
Okay, so next one is a raw mango curry. Okay, and I'm using coconut milk as a dairy part of it. As I said, I am a big believer of veganism, so I'm going to use coconut milk in this. Okay, so this is how you have to cut raw mango.
Okay. Oh, so the skin is on. The
skin is on.
Yes.
Okay, can you see that? And I've cut them into very small pieces.
Yes.
Okay. And what I have to do, we need to marinate this raw mango. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to, of course, put salt. Basically season the mango. A little bit of turmeric powder.
Okay.
Very little chili powder. Okay, and I'm going to use palm jaggery in this, palm jaggery or any coconut. If you have coconut sugar, you can use coconut sugar, but palm jaggery or cane sugar, all these things will work very well. So I'm going to use this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna flip it. I'll add a little bit of oil.
Do you find a particular oil works better?
Coconut oil would be very, very good because the basic component or dairy or element in this recipe is coconut. So if you add coconut oil, it's better.
Brilliant.
And I'm just gonna mix it, just marinate it, and then leave it. Okay, you can see this?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Also keep it in the side. And now I will make the paste, the masala. Okay. So to make the masala, we need coriander. So I want to break the myth that all the spices are spicy.
Yes.
I think it's a myth saying that coriander is spicy or turmeric is spicy. They are not spicy. Only chili is spicy. So this is the spice part of this fabulous recipe, coriander seed.
Okay.
I'm going to switch on my induction, and I need to broil the masalas. So I need to add coriander seed.
Okay. And there's no oil in there at the moment.
There is no oil. That's why I said broiling. There's no oil.
Oh yes, we can see. Yeah.
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 A few dry red chili. These are the dry red chilies.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put it. When you're working on chilies, make sure you take care, and because your hands tend to get spicy, so you should be careful. I'm just gonna broil it on a very, very high heat. So this recipe has no onion, no garlic, no tomato, by the way. This is the curry.
Oh, fantastic. So we think just like how the Brahma Kumari showed us all the flavors still, you don't need those to get the flavor in good vegan.
I agree.
Vegetarian.
I agree. I completely agree. Completely agree with her. So in fact, people who are Jain, they can always use this recipe.
Yes.
In fact, I cooked that. Sorry. Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
You said it's a very high heat at the moment.
Yes. Yes. So I'm just broiling it till the time I get the flavors out. I'm gonna keep stirring. In fact, I cooked at Adani's house in Ahmedabad.
Yes.
And it was all about Jain food. And I had to read a lot on Jain cuisine, saying that they don't eat anything which grows under earth. They basically eat whatever just falls, you know. I mean,
yes.
Very, very simple. So, but it was quite interesting.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, sorry. So I can see the masalas getting broiled already. I'm gonna add coconut, the dry coconut.
Okay, yeah.
These are basically desiccated coconut. You can use fresh coconut. You can use dry coconut, whatever you have, no problem.
Okay. I can imagine the smells now, the aromas through. You can't send them through to us, can you?
I wish I can.
Yeah. So do I.
But guys, I'm telling you, these two recipes are two of my signature recipes that I'm showing it to you. And everywhere I go, I've done pop-ups.
Yes.
So there I always cook these dishes, and the flavors are so good, are so unique and so innovative. And that I can vouch on that.
Anything like this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So the masalas are nicely broiled. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly churn it into a paste.
Oh, okay. Is that like a grinder?
Yes, it's a grinder.
Oh. Chef Nishant, is there anything else that you could substitute the mango for?
Also, you can use jackfruit.
Oh.
Anything which is a bit hard as a vegetable that has a texture. You can also use soya meat, like the soya. So you can also use soya. So anything which can be cooked as a vegetable or protein, you can always use that.
Yes.
Because I agree that not you don't find coconut all the time. It's a very, very seasonal fruit. So so whatever seasonal thing you get, I think you can use that.
Oh,
but it needs to be cooked.
Yeah, that's useful to know, because then at least you can adapt all year through. You can adapt it to what's local around you as well, wherever you are in the world.
Correct. So I'm adding a little bit of water. I'll just show you. So I'm adding a little bit of water in that, and then I'm going to make a paste.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that was good. I thought that was going to be really loud.
So if you want, you can add a little bit more water just to ensure that this is a very, very smooth paste.
Oh yes, that's got to be really, that's got to be really smooth now.
Yes, yes. I want very, very smooth paste. So I think I need to churn a little bit more. It's a little bit messy, so please bear with me.
Oh no, that's okay. I'll just keep reminding our global family where they can find out more.
I think I should be, yeah, this is fine.
That's fine. So, we've lost you. We can see, hopefully. Oh yes, we've got the picture back.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can. Oh yes, we can see.
So this is how the paste looks like.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So I'll just keep it in this blender only, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start cooking the mango.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So while Chef Nishad gets that ready, remember we're also live on Enrich TV as well. And as we grow and expand, we're very fortunate to be on with some of our other partners. But as you said, Sunrise Radio UK. So you can invite your family and friends in there as well and take a look at this and our future events as well. So let's have a look. We've got the oil ready.
Yes. So I'm just gonna start the pan. Okay. I'm gonna add oil. Is it visible? It's fine.
Yeah, we can see you fine.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm just gonna heat the oil, and then I'm gonna add a very fabulous ingredient that I always ensure that I add whenever I make dal. Guys, guess what is the ingredient?
Oh, is that?
No awards for the right answer, but it's basically SF which is hing. So
okay.
we always temper our dal with that. I'm just waiting for the oil to be hot.
I think a couple of us guessed hing because we were listening to the last session as well. So it's good. We're learning, Chef Nishan.
Thank you. Thank you. So whenever you use hing, make sure you always cook it and don't eat raw, because when you cook it, the flavors evolve like anything, which is very soothing.
Okay. So, and
yeah, so I'm just adding hing.
We've just had a question. Can you remind us the oil? You said that coconut oil for this dish would be really good. You can use any oil.
Yes. Coconut oil would be better actually.
Yes.
I'm also adding this lovely curry leaf, which is very good for people who are having blood pressure. It controls blood pressure. Yeah. Curry leaf.
Oh, that looks lovely. Look at the green. It's so vibrant.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I'm going to add mustard seeds, black mustard seeds. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm loving the flavor. Nice. Okay, so once it's tempered, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this lovely marinated mango.
Oh, wow. You can see the color and everything has changed slightly.
Thank you. Yes. Wow. Excellent. You can see this?
Yes, that looks really vibrant now, the yellow.
Yes. Because of jaggery and turmeric, the color is slightly darkish orangish. So quite nice.
Oh my goodness.
At this point of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this paste that I made, around 2 tablespoons of this paste.
Okay. And how long would if you don't use up all that paste that you made, can that be stored and kept for later?
Yes. That's what I was coming to. So whatever is left, you can always store it in the fridge. You just need to just cover it so that it doesn't become dry from the top. And then you can use with other vegetable in your daily life. So yeah, you can do that.
Oh, that's lovely. And Chef Nishant, we just had another question as well. If somebody doesn't particularly like the smell with the coconut oil, is there another? Can they do it without
olive oil? I think olive oil.
Okay, yeah, that's quite odorless.
Olive oil should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can smell that the masala is cooked. I'm going to add a little bit of dairy. So this is the dairy. This is coconut milk. If you have coconut cream, you can always use that. If you have almond milk, you can use almond milk, but no regular milk because this is a vegan dish.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm going to add significant amount of. So you can see the color changing.
Oh my goodness, that looks so delicious.
Just add enough that that mangoes are cooked in this moisture or in this milk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it. I'm going to actually cover it and then leave it for 10 minutes. I think it will take 10 to 15 minutes to get cooked. And of course, I'll keep watching it.
Oh, I think
but in the meantime, Sorry.
Just lost you, Chef Nishant. Oh, there you are. You're back again. Yes.
1 second. Yeah. Am I back? Yeah. Excellent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that the heat is lower down and it cooks.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just lower down the heat.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna work on the salad.
Oh yes. So was this the cucumber salad or is this?
Sorry, I didn't get this. Sorry.
So is this going back to the cucumber salad or a new salad?
No, the same salad. What I'm saying is this is what it is.
Okay.
The moisture is out, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it out in another bowl so that I don't use the water. Okay.
Yes.
Just take out as much as less watery. That's better. And that is why I didn't use seed.
Yes. Okay, so it's just all the moisture's removed now.
But this is a rustic salad,
Yes.
Yes. So this is a rustic salad. This is like people eat in Philippines almost every day. This is like a pickle for them.
Yeah.
So I mean, a little bit of moisture is fine. I mean, yeah.
Yes.
But you have to be very cautious because I added a little bit more salt in that. So don't add any more extra salt. Okay. So this is what you. I mean, there's so much of water which has come out.
Wow.
So I'm just gonna check it.
Yeah, just in that short time as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if I just try a piece of this before I put the dressing. Cheers. Amazing. Crunchy, salty, outstanding. Just like this also is quite nice.
Oh gosh. I can imagine in the hot weather.
Now what I'm going to, yes, this will work very well. Okay. So the dressing that I made.
Oh yes.
So I'm going to mix this. So you can see the dressing is very thick.
Yes.
You can see this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just repeat. In the dressing, there are peanuts, unsalted peanuts, which are deep fried.
Yes.
Garlic slices, deep fried, and some bit of chili, which is deep fried. Fresh chili I'm talking about. I'm not talking about dry chili.
Yes.
And then just blend it with a little bit of lemon or lime, and this is what you get it.
Oh, yum.
Again, you use whatever you want, and rest you can store it in the fridge for your next day, or whatever salad that you eat. It's a lovely detox salad.
Yes.
It's a very healthy salad, and you can always use it, the dressing, whenever you want. You can use fruits, you can use other vegetables which are very crunchy. You can use peppers, you can use zucchini, you can use pumpkin. I think you can use several salad, but this dressing is the key.
Oh my goodness. That's good, actually. I was just about to ask if there were alternatives, and yeah, especially the peppers or squash. We have quite a lot of butternut squash and things
Yes,
as well.
that will work very well. That will work outstanding.
Oh, that curry is looking amazing.
Thank you, thank you. So people who like to eat meat, okay, they can always use chicken just like that. It will work very, very well. It's a coastal Indian recipe. And even prawn, I think prawn will work very well, because prawn and coconut, like a Goan fish curry style, or a Malayali fish curry. Yeah.
Nishant, this is a vegetarian and a vegan show. Please concentrate first on vegetarian and vegan. Thank you.
Sorry. My apologies. Sorry. Okay.
We like the vegan alternative just earlier.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So this is the paste. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it. The salad, this cucumber. And then I'm going to toss it.
Okay, so it's just stirred through.
Yes.
Oh gosh,
and just coat it well.
Yes. Oh yes, you can see it's not mushy or soft at all.
It's not, yeah, it's not at all. The cucumber is very, very crunchy. They're really very crunchy, actually.
Lovely.
So more or less, I'm done with the salad. I just need to plate it. But before that, I'm just going to look at the curry. What stage are we in?
Okay, yes, we've lost you. I think so. Chef Nishant, just because we're getting a little short on time, was there anything? Would you serve this with rice, or would it be served?
So this will be very good with rice. Very, very good with the rice. This will work very well with the rice. Yeah. So
okay.
So I think more or less I'm done. I'm just gonna try the curry.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try the curry. Amazing. Very nice. Really, really nice.
Right, so we can. So that's ready to serve up.
Sorry.
Is that ready to serve up as it is?
Yes. This is ready. I'm just gonna plate both the things and just show it to you. I think I'll take another 2 or 3 minutes.
Yum.
And I'm almost done. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to plate the salad first. I'm going to switch off my induction before that.
Okay, yes, very important.
Yes, don't forget that. Else you'll have a burnt raw mango curry and that you don't want.
Oh, no.
Okay. So this is a turmeric leaf. Okay. So I thought this is a salad which is made out of turmeric oil. So I'm just going to use this as the base for the salad. Okay. And then I'm going to quickly put this salad inside it. I hope it's visible.
Yes, yeah, can see it.
Thank you.
Oh, the color looks lovely in that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very green.
Yes,
That's
it's
very,
not
very
yet.
important. We need to.
We spoke earlier, I think, about the importance of presentation as well,
Yes.
and how we plate up.
Yes. Deepa, we actually eat from our eyes first. So that's what we should ensure that we plate it beautifully.
Yes.
Okay. So just to break the monotony of color, I have this amazing pomegranate seed that I'm just going to sprinkle.
Oh, lovely. Yes. So hopefully we'll get a full plate shot now, just like before we need to move on.
Sure. And there are some very amazing coriander, fresh green coriander that I'm going to put it on the side.
Beautiful.
And the magic oil, I'm just going to drizzle a little bit of the oil. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what you get it.
Beautiful. Oh, wow.
Colorful, vibrant, green, crunchy.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
Very simple to make, Deepa. Very, very simple to make. No time salad. Detox, clean, healthy, green.
Yes. Everything. You can't believe what's gone into it. It's only because we've been with you sharing to get it looking like that as well. And then, oh yes,
Thank
please.
you. And the curry.
Yes.
So I have this beautiful silver bowl.
Oh gosh. Beautiful. Looks very regal.
Yes. There's some bit of curry leaf that I spared. So I just put some bit of curry leaf on top.
Yes.
So this is very nicely, not handmade, naturally grown curry leaf.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
So I'm just going to put it here. Okay.
Yes.
And then, of course, if you have a little bit of this coconut milk, you can always sprinkle it on top.
There's the mouth-watering touch.
This is how it looks like.
Beautiful.
Okay. And if you want, you can always put a slice of this amazing lime for extra lemonish thing that if you want on the salad. Okay. I just put some bit of this lime. Okay, if you want some bit of extra lime in the salad.
Beautiful.
So that's what.
You need a full plate shot to end with. There you go. In the chef's proud hands. As well.
Oh God, it's hot actually. I have to. It's very, very hot.
I can imagine. We've had Chef Nishant. We've had some wonderful feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
And Earth bless you as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so humbled, and I can't wait to read about or hear about what comes next for you and your pop-up. And definitely I can't wait to hear or see you again as well. Thank you. Send the flavors. Let us know.
Most welcome.
And when you're in the
I would like to thank you. You have been an amazing host, and of course Neil for this amazing opportunity of coming live and showcasing these beautiful vegan recipes. Looking forward to that. Whoever is watching, thank you very much for sparing time for us. You can watch the entire session. The link, I'm sure Neil will give you the link.
Yes.
So God bless you, and see you all very, very soon. Stay healthy foremost. That's very, very important.
I love that. Thank you. Namaste. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
What we've had, attitude is gratitude. Stay healthy. What an incredible chef as well, with some superb new flavor combinations that I hadn't thought about combining. So I feel so blessed to be here today and engage with our contributors who are all giving their time voluntarily. And it's so reassuring to know that we are spreading our wings and broadcasting in so many different places. I mentioned several Facebook pages earlier, including one of our very own fabulous hosts, Simran Ahuja's official Facebook page, Bharat Goradia, Sunrise UK, Sunrise Radio UK, of course our very own healingourearth.com. We've got guests joining us from France, Greece, America, India. We've touched over 100 countries so far and still growing. So please, this e-community is a community, and it is for you guys. And our sole purpose, as we said, the initiative by Neil Kumar is to foster, support, love, harmony, information, all with love as well. So let's keep that love flowing. And as I do, I will be now passing to another fabulous host as I go and write down all of my notes that I've been making with all of my delicious alternatives and baking tips as well. And I now know how to clean my wok, as do we all. It has been an absolute pleasure and culinary joy to see the art and the passion of our contributors today. I'm now going to be passing over to another fabulous co-host at the Healing Our Earth team, and her name is Varsha Mistry. She is a very esteemed host because she has an important part of the community as well that we could not do without. Varsha Mistry, who I believe has probably been having some culinary delights of her own, because I think it was her dad's birthday. She has been celebrating, we'll find out how in a moment, a forensic practitioner for the Met Police. I always dreamt of doing something like that when I was a child, so we'll have to speak more on that. And she's also a deputy chairperson for the Met Police Hindu Association. And what I love most is what I think connects us all here is spirituality and well-being is not only a part of her personal life, but her professional life too. And she's a fantastic, lovely, and does so much work behind the scenes, as well as presenting for you guys as well and welcoming you in. Varsha-ben, happy birthday blessings to Dad, and welcome. What have you thought so far? Namaste.
Namaste, dear Deepa. I thoroughly enjoyed that session, and being a vegan myself, it was so enlightening to hear of all the substitutes, because there are becoming more and more possibilities for us, and it is a growing market, I'm pleased to say, and so informative and enlightening, especially with the onion and garlic replacements as well. So such a wonderful learning curve. I loved your session, Deepa, and such a charming host. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. So always a pleasure to see you. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did watching you.
I did. Did you see my notes and the cake as well. I'm a big dessert girl. I was just like, wow, the cake and the variety, I think, Varsha, that we've been shown today. As you said, the variety with the milks and the oils and the combinations, I think has been fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, before I really used to struggle, especially with desserts, in terms of what the possibilities are. But yeah, it's I shouldn't really eat as many sweets as I do, but it's always upsetting if you feel you've missed out. So yeah, always welcome to see the sweet options and alternatives as well.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to go and write down all the notes that I've made now and keep watching you, because I believe you've got some amazing guests coming up with a different passion and a different focus as well, but all in line with the healthy and nutrition vegan and vegetarian kitchen session that we're hosting today. So I'm going to hand over to you, and thank you so much. Birthday blessings to Dad as well. So namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deepa. Very kind of you. Yeah, my father's having a lovely day, and actually, we had my mother had a call. She's vegetarian, to say, "Oh, you're having a barbecue lunch. What will you be having?" And there are so many possibilities. And I'd say there were more vegetarian dishes we had at lunchtime than non-veg. So yeah, it was all really lovely, and desserts as well. So yeah, okay. So we've got a fabulous few sessions coming up now. We're here with you until 7 o'clock, so please don't go anywhere. Healing Our Earth team today are bringing you healing through gastronomy, eating your way well-being. What more can you ask? I know during the lockdown, I think the thing many of us look forward to were the meal times, spending time with the family, and obviously having the time to focus on what is nutrition. Some of us turn to growing our own even, and trying new things. So I've got two very inspirational speakers coming up, and I'm going to begin with a wonderful gentleman who has taken a real drastic career change. He was at a very high position in an international company in central London. And following 30 years of working in the city, last year, our next guest, Min Bogaita, he decided to go down another path. He teamed up some of his friends and he decided to start an urban vertical farm. And when I first read that, I thought, gosh, what does that involve? What does that involve? It's growing your own, but what does he grow? So the mission of the company was to raise awareness of the power of growing locally, high quality food, and created in a sustainable, environmentally friendly way, and selling Michelin star micro herbs to restaurants. He would like to take us on his journey. He has been on for 12 months now, and further explain the wonders of microgreens. And you know, we always use herbs, etc., to garnish. Even on desserts these days, we might see a sprig of mint. But we're going to explore his journey, how he's made a career of this healthy eating, and how many of us can learn how to enhance our cooking, whatever we may be, vegan or vegetarian. So with that, please will you join me in giving a very warm global welcome to our dear friend, Min Bogretia. How are you, Min, today?
Hey, Varshaven, how are you?
Very well. You're in Bournemouth today, is that?
I am indeed, yes. It's my daughter's final year of university, so what a great day. It's nice and sunny out here, so yeah, just dropping her off.
Lovely. Thank you so much for taking the time out to share your wonderful journey and all your learnings. So can you explain to us, first of all, what was your light bulb moment? Because it is a completely different career path, and I'm thinking there must be so many considerations in terms of lighting, in terms of heating, hydroponics. yeah, there must be so many considerations in taking on a venture at this level. So yeah, please do share with us how it all began.
Sure. Yeah, there's a bit of a story, and to be honest, the first time I told my mom that I'm planning on doing this, you know, she was a bit surprised, particularly as, you know, I had a quite sort of a regular job in the city for a number of years. So as a typical consultant, what I've done for you today is I've put together a little slideshow with some videos taking you on that journey that I've been on for the last 12 months. But first of all, if I can just say, you know, thank you to everyone, to Healing Our Earth for giving me this great opportunity to share my story. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and share my my screen here. So let's see if this works. All right. So let's have a look. So we're just doing a bit of a share screen. I should now do stuff right. I've spent my whole career doing analytics and tech, but I've just got a little, here we go. That should work. Okay. Right, whilst I'm just getting this going, we'll just see. So whilst I'm just sorting this out, let me tell you a little bit about myself. So my real name's Kaushik. There were two Kaushiks in my class right from primary school. And you know how it is, how we all get nicknames when we're younger. So he was a lot taller than me, and I've always been quite short. So our nicknames were Max and Min, short for minimum, not very tall. So that's where the Min comes in, just in case you're wondering what's going on there. All right, let's have a look at this, see if this works. Okay, so let me see if I can get back into, can you see my screen now, Rishabin?
No, I can't see it.
Okay, let me try jumping back in. Share screen. Okay, I think this should work now. How's that?
Yeah, something's coming up. Yes, yes,
Perfect.
we have. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what I plan to do is tell you about four things. A little bit about how I got on this this journey. Take you on the adventures that I've been, as far as you were saying, what is an urban farm, and how you can all get involved. And then I'll spend a little bit of time talking about, you know, what are microgreens, how you can actually grow them yourself, and, you know, what are the benefits of eating these amazing things. It's a journey I've been going on, and I've been learning on, particularly the microgreens, for about 2 or 3 months. And I'm no expert myself, but it's certainly been amazing in just meeting with so many people who sort of been telling me about the benefits of herbs generally, and I'll share some of that with you during today. So first thing I'm going to do is I made a little video because to your question about, you know, how did you get to this? I'm doing this urban farm with a number of my friends, and a number who I was working with when I was at the big corporate. And my daughter's growing up, she's like 22, but one of my colleagues' kids were quite young. And, you know, one day we were sort of chatting over lunch, and he's like, you know, my kids don't really understand, you know, where our food comes from. You know, they just go to the supermarket, pick something up. It doesn't necessarily taste of anything great, because unfortunately, it's all about price in some places, and you know, the quality isn't there. It might have been flown from the other side of the world. So it was like, how can we do something to actually change this rather than just have a little moan? So that's where we got the initial inspiration about, you know, what can we do? And I started to look at, you know, what are other countries doing around growing more locally? And there's really big movements in everywhere from Japan to the US. In India, there's amazing work being done around growing crops locally. And it's sort of made its way to the UK and London, which is where I live. So I'm going to try playing this little video that I made before. Let's see how this works. Okay. The shed. So as it said there, it basically started off as a little experiment where we said, let's just try growing some things in our shed to see if we can actually master these new techniques. So this whole thing around growing vertically, primarily what we're doing is we were growing without some of the things that you would think you would need for growing any sort of any veg, like soil, right? Well, in this case, you don't actually need to use any soil at all. So as you might have seen, you know, from various reports from the government, you know, soil, unfortunately, with the climate is getting, you know, degraded every year. And, you know, there's talk that we might only have, you know, 40 to 60 harvests left before the soil is actually not much use in growing our crops, particularly around the increase in the population around the world. So we're really going to need these sorts of technologies and thinking about how can we grow food in a different way to what we've been doing for, you know, hundreds and thousands of years. So we started our journey in that little shed just to try it. And I remember the first time we grew some crops, and we grew some basil, we grew some mint, we grew some salads. And I've been vegetarian my whole life, and I turned vegan about 5 years ago. But it must have been the first time I had like 3 bowls of, you know, fresh produce in my whole life, because the taste was just actually, you know, amazing. So we knew we were on the right path, and we said, you know, let's do this. How can we do this at, you know, a slightly larger scale than the little experiment we did in our shed? So we sort of looked around for a space that, you know, would be good for us to, you know, to grow in our vertical towers. And although we were only looking for like a small space, say about 100, you know, even 100 square meters would have been enough, we actually found an old derelict greenhouse in Enfield, around the corner from where some of my associates work. And we said, okay, you know, this gives us enough space to grow. Let's have a go. And this space was probably more like 900 square meters. So, you know, really big. So I took my drone over, because as Veshaven, you know, I quite like my gadgets, right? So the drone had to come along as well. And this is a little video of, you know, what it was like. James. So it looks quite impressive from the sky, right? But the first day, I remember it was a really hot day in July last year, when initially, you know, I saw the space for the first time. Now hold on to your hats, because you know, as soon as I came in, I thought, I wonder why we got it for next to nothing, and then you'll see why. So this is me sort of going into the greenhouse for the first time. Now, this place hadn't been used for, I think, about 5 years, as you can see, and it was something like something out of a Jumanji type jungle. As you can see, nature had just taken its own way through. It's just streaming now. I think it's having a little bit of difficulties, but yeah. So it was overgrown there. We found loads of furniture. There was a cat that lived there for a few years, so that was like the local cat that we adopted. yeah, there was basically just Steph from the previous person who lived there. They just sort of basically just left everything and left it for us. Thank you very much. So yeah, you might think, wow, what's this? But to be honest, I've had the best year the last 12 months in just sort of having a bit of a challenge and saying, okay, if I can do it with you know, not much of a background in growing things and a bit of YouTube, then we all can try and change our behaviors and try something a bit different. So here's a few pictures just in case the streaming wasn't particularly great of that first day when we moved in. And as you can see, it was pretty much overgrown there. But we had this vision to say, okay, you know, how can we start making this into a space that, you know, is something we can actually grow some lovely food in. So we started going in every morning, and because of the heat as well, it was usually sort of 5 o'clock in the morning before the sun gets too hot. And as you can see from these pictures, you know, after a couple of weeks, we started sort of you know, take back all the growth, and you can start to see the floor. And as you can see in this middle one here, obviously being corporate guys, we thought, first things first, we need our corporate boardroom table, right? So we got that in place. My wife was impressed. She goes, I think that's the first time I've ever seen you with a broom in your hand doing some actual work. So I've kept this picture just to kind of impress her from time to time. So we moved on from there. And here's one of my friends got us a time-lapse camera just to capture some of the moments. So we started to sort of make it look a little bit more industrial, and away he went with just like, you know, getting the place a little bit more shipshape. So, you know, we had that. And then what we've got next is, so we've got a couple of pictures. We laid down the floor. So as you can see, it's a really a big space, and probably unrecognizable from what it was a month or so ago. Mm. So we had the bare bones of doing that. So then that allowed us to actually get in the equipment. Now, something we were really keen to do as well was to say, how can we actually use nature in the way we're actually growing? So a big thing in farming still, unfortunately, is we use a lot of water when we grow crops. Even, you know, when it's vegetarian, I know growing meat is particularly bad for, you know, growing in the amount of water you need, not only for the animals, but for the crops. So we said, what can we do to actually reduce the amount of water that we use for growing our crops? And also, how can we clean the water in a more natural way rather than using chemicals in a more, you know, industrial way? So we said, well, let's use that stuff that falls down from the sky, right? And so we just had some, in this picture here, what we did was we just had a pipe where we just collected all the rainwater from the roof. And we bought these big containers to store the water. And this is James, as you can see, he's looking particularly happy with himself with getting the materials together for building our own little filtration system. And the way it works is, if you look on the right-hand side, is we said, you know, we can just use some very standard things. So we just use some gravel and some rocks and some charcoal to actually clean the water before it's fed into the actual plants, right? And there you have it. You have the water at the right pH level, and it's ready to go. So that's what we did. So then the next stage was to actually build these towers. Now, one of the great things with vertical farming is you can literally grow about 10 times the amount of crops in the same space as you can on typically just growing vertically across the land. So again, you know, as the population in the world grows, it's something that, you know, everyone needs to think about, not just necessarily even the farmers. It's like, how can we utilize space that we might have, you know, on a wall or in our basements or in our gardens to actually grow crops for us to eat, right? So I mentioned earlier on, we don't actually use any soil in the way we're growing our crops. So we just use this substrate here, and that's what actually holds the actual plant and the roots together. So here we have the first of our towers assembled, and in each one of these you can, again, it depends on what you're growing, but you can have about 8 to 10 different crops being grown. So let me show you a couple of examples of what that looks like. So we netted the area as well. So this is like the first section of the greenhouse that we did. And the way it works is, again, being techie geeks that we are, we automated the whole space. So again, by using our various sensors in the space, we could identify what's the temperature, what's the humidity of the space, what's the pH level of the water. And through these pumps, it automatically will feed the actual crops. And at the top here, it gives a fine mist of water every 20 minutes for about 10-15 seconds. So again, you're only using about less than 5% of the water that you would typically use for growing the crops. Here we've got examples of some of the crops we were growing as part of the initial experiment. We're working with a couple of universities to look at the growth of barley. So that's what this strange crop is here. And here, I don't know if anyone recognizes what this crop is. If you know, then put that down in the chat comments. It's something that is a little bit unusual. And if you're still not sure, if I say the words Wimbledon to you, maybe that might give you a bit of a clue. Yeah, it's a good old strawberries. So he said, yeah, let's try growing some strawberries. As opposed to just using the sun and Mother Earth for heating the crops, because we're growing indoors, we're using LEDs, and by using different colored LEDs and the signals from those, you can actually sort of tell the plants when it's time to, when it's time to grow, when it's time to bloom, when it's time to seed, etc. So again, it's things that nature obviously does on its own that we can use technology and science to actually mimic the way plants actually grow outdoors. But the great thing with this is we can grow, all year round, as opposed to when it's just, the few months in the year when the climate's actually good for growing crops. So again, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you're growing indoors, you don't need to worry about all the external factors. So here's some pictures of our first few strawberries that we grew. And as I was saying at the beginning, when you're actually growing something yourself, rather than just going down to your local supermarket and just like getting a punnet of strawberries, we savored every single piece. We even ate the green bit at the top, which I'm not sure if you're allowed to, but I ate it anyway. It was amazing. The initial batch was probably the most expensive strawberries in the world, because obviously it cost us a little bit to get going, but we're kind of learning as we're going along. So let's move on from that to talking a little bit more specifically around microgreens. Now, just going around and talking to my friends and family, the first question I get asked was, what is this microgreens? Sometimes they're known as micro herbs, for example. And in essence, they're like a vegetable green, but in the early stages of their growth. So before they get to like the big, corianders that you might go to your, Indian shop to buy, it's in a much earlier sort of state. So typically it's about 1 inch to 3 inches tall. But what's amazing about them, if you've tried them, is the flavor is super intense. So it's kind of really concentrated within those, within the small, young vegetable crops. And they have, lots of nutrients in them. From some of the studies that they've done, it's like between 25 to 40 times the amount of nutrients that you would get from a typical crop. And Rushabhen, as you said earlier, what we really wanted to do is, rather than, you go and buy some crops from your local supermarket, by which time it's flown from the other side of the world, they might be, 3 days old, 5 days old. The whole idea is, can we grow and then, harvest and then feed them to people through their restaurants, or, if you've got them directly, to actually eat them on the same day. And you really notice the difference in the flavor by doing that. So one of the things, and we'll come to the takeaways at the end, is that they're super simple to grow. Okay, we're trying to do it at a bit more of an industrial scale. But as we started off, you saw in the shed, you can actually grow them outdoors. You can grow them on your windowsill, and you can just have a little experiment. Nature is amazing. I mean, obviously, it's been going for millions and billions of years. As in that Jurassic Park film, nature always finds a way, and the seeds and the crops will just grow. So we'll come back to that later on. So you might be wondering, what sorts of things are there as far as microgreens are concerned. And as you can see from this picture here, there's a variety of different ones in different colors. And although it's called microgreens, they're not even necessarily just all green as well. One of the ones that we started to grow to begin with was red amaranth. This one here, because of its amazing color. It's part of the beetroot family, and it's got an amazing sort of red flavor. And for people who have been listening to today's vegetable and vegan kitchen online event, you might have seen my friend Dipna Anand, and she actually used some of our crops in making a lovely burrata with some of the amaranth and coriander embedded within the crops, and it's on our YouTube channel if you want to go and check that out at some point as well. So there's a variety of different crops here. So you might be more familiar with some of the more regular ones, like coriander, or cilantro as it's sometimes known as in the States. There's basil, dulce, as we might know it as well, and a whole variety of different ones that you can grow. And again, one of the great benefits of growing microgreens is they're super fast to actually grow. So you can actually grow within a week to 2 weeks, and you've got your crops. So the other great thing with the microgreens is you don't actually need a lot of space, right? So it's not about, oh, I need an acre in my garden before I can even think about growing this stuff. Because again, you can grow vertically as we've been doing. You can just, do that. You can put it on a windowsill, and it's something that doesn't take much time or effort to do. Water it in the morning before you go to work, or before, you drop the kids off at school. And it's something that you can obviously do as an activity with the whole family. It's great for urban living if you don't actually have a garden as well, but I've always wanted to grow. So, you have a little think about that. And as I said, if you've even just got a little windowsill, all you need is a tray, a bit of water, and, you can actually use soil if you want to, or you can use even other organic materials. So we've been using like a coconut coir material for growing our microgreens, and, it's suitable for all climates. Different crops will have different sort of levels of if they like it hot or not. So obviously things like curry plants love the heat, but things like coriander, is perfect for room temperature because it's about 21. They love temperature, up to about 21 degrees. So let's move on to what are the benefits of these microgreens. And as I mentioned earlier, they're amazing as far as the nutrients and antioxidants that they actually contain. They have lots of potassium, magnesium, copper in there as well. So it literally is, part of your 5 a day. So, to have some of that in the food that you're eating is something to consider. And as I mentioned earlier, it can be up to 40 times as high as far as the vitamin and antioxidant levels that you need in the microgreens. So, from a health perspective, certainly something to explore and try. So, again, from a health benefit, we might say, okay, how's this going to help us with some of the ailments that we may get in our lives? And again, there's been lots of research that's been done around polyphenols and how it can help with everything to do from heart disease and reducing your cholesterol levels to Alzheimer's and diabetes. And there's a great example there around using fenugreek microgreens to actually show that reduced the sugar uptake by 25 to 44%. And again, you know, as far as the cancers are concerned as well, just that sort of more healthy diet of eating the fruit and veg is good for reducing your risks for cancer. So lots of health benefits there as well. Now, me and Rishabh were chatting earlier when we were sort of putting this together around, you know, in our Indian ways, we always have some Indian desi remedies, right? Around, oh, this is happening, just eat some of this random thing and that'll help you. And I thought, let me do a bit more research into that. And it's amazing, yeah, you know, how the things that we probably have in our kitchens and we have every day are good, that are, you know, our mums and our aunties kind of tell us, right, just have a bit of this. So one of the ones I was reading about was about rosemary and how good that is for if you're feeling a bit sort of fluey, you've got a bit of chest congestion. So that's quite good. And one of the things I was also reading was how rosemary is really good, and it's been used since sort of medieval times for memory. And in the olden days, they used to actually make a little sort of garland and put it on your head as a crown, and that was supposed to help you actually with remembering things. So I'm certainly going to advise that for my daughter when she does her final exams, to make sure she goes to the exam with like a crown of rosemary on her head. She might get some strange looks though, I guess. So you've got here things like using mint if you've got like a bit of a dodgy tummy. And there it says, obviously, that's reducing belly discomfort by 40%. To curry powder, and I'm sure everyone's got 1,000,001 uses for when to use a curry powder. And the example here is around if you've got sort of muscle pain, then it's a good element for muscle pain and achy joints. Some other ones here. So if you're feeling bloated, you know, parsley is great for that. You know, we'll talk a little bit about this, you know, strange time that we're living in at the moment with obviously the whole corona situation and the pandemic. But, you know, chew on a bit of basil if you're feeling down. And again, it does great wonders as far as your immune system, and actually generates something known as dopamine and serotonin to actually make your mood a lot happier. So yeah, instead of gum, just keep some of this in your pocket instead, right? And you've got other examples there. So you've got the coriander for if you're feeling tired, or ginger if you're feeling a bit sort of nauseous and you've been on a journey or something. So I'm coming to the end of my time. So here's some examples of the amazing things over the last few months. I've been collaborating with lots of bloggers and celebrity chefs and all sorts, and some of the restaurants around. How have they been using some of these microgreens? And they've been used in everything from on the left in various desserts to, you know, this wonderful meal that was actually made for one of the premier football players recently, where they incorporated some of the coriander and amaranth within the actual dish. We've got the lovely dhokras, and who doesn't like dhokras? And again, it's great to finish off the dish. So some examples there of, again, how it can just bring a bit of color to the food that you're eating. We saw that in the previous presentation as well, of how, you know, adding a little bit of green can just liven up your dish. And now you'd also know it's actually super healthy for you. So with that, I'll pause for a little bit of breath and see if there's any feedback or any comments that you have, Rishabh.
Hi, Min. Oh, wow, that was super informative. And I have to say, you really maxed out on the time there. There was so much to learn and so much to take on board. And you've really been on quite a marathon of a journey. And your inspiration, your sources of inspiration are really aspiring to the highest ideals in terms of ecology, in terms of saving air miles. And it was wonderful to know that not only do herbs and microgreens look pretty on a dinner plate, but they're nutrient packed as well. So I actually grew some fenugreek plants and coriander plants. Could you just remind us on when a herb or a plant stops being a microgreen? How big, what is the definition of them being a microgreen?
Yeah, so as I said, it's typically in the earlier stages of its growth. Once it starts to get those secondary leaves, that's probably time when it's turning into more regular crop. So yeah, we typically get it where it's got its sort of maximum sort of taste and benefit. The stuff you get in the shops is obviously great, but it's probably more because of its volume as opposed to its benefit as far as its nutrition is concerned.
Wow. Okay, that's really, really helpful. And if people want to, I mean, it was amazing what you did in the shed alone. Yeah, absolutely amazing. And I think a lot of people are going to want to try this now, especially where we're all trying to boost our immunity, boost our health, and just be at our optimum selves to deal with this current pandemic. So where would be the best way to acquire this seeds for the things like amaranth that you mentioned? I don't think I've seen it in the normal supermarkets, etc. So where would you advise people to source these?
Yeah, so you can get a lot of the seeds just from your local like garden nursery. Lots of those will have some of the more standard sort of crops. So you might be used to sort of getting them, your sort of tomato seeds and cucumbers and seeds and all sorts of things like that. But if you look a bit closer, they'll have some of these herb ones as well. If you can't find the more sort of extravagant ones like the red amaranth, then certainly there's a number of websites. If you just type red amaranth seeds, you'll see there's a number of online suppliers that provide those seeds. What was quite funny was when we first started out, we said, because we saw the amazing colors of the red amaranth and the coriander, so we grew those, and the first couple of times it ended quite badly and they died after a couple of days because we did something horribly wrong with them. And then we learnt, and then I started sort of reading up on some of the forums of other people who are growing them, and they're like, why have you started with the hardest two crops to grow? But we're like, okay, now we've mastered those, we can do the easy ones there. But yeah, they're readily available.
Oh, thank you so much. And so you harvest the plants when they're a certain height, and before they get their first true pair of leaves. So once they're harvested, will that seed continue to produce a further plant, or would you have to replant again?
So you can you can sort of take the seeds again and reuse them if you want. And again, it depends on the seeds that you're growing. So things like coriander or radish or pea shoots, they're super cheap anyway to buy. So it's probably just as easy to just use some new ones. But if you wanted to, you could certainly just reuse them. But to begin with, I'd say just use the same batch again, because they're quite small and they're quite fiddly, and you might spend a lot of time just trying to get the seeds out.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, that was a super informative session, and we are experiencing some challenging times at the moment, and unprecedentedly so. How has this pandemic affected you in terms of your business and your suppliers and your service users?
Yeah, it's all about timing, right? I couldn't have timed it any better. So yeah, as I'm sure it's the same around the world. Initially, we grew this to say, how can we supply the local restaurants and the ones in the city with a really good high quality crop. And as you said there, we were just getting going in March when the pandemic hit. So for the last few months, what we've been doing is really just perfecting our techniques, getting the word out there around the benefits of microgreens. But the feedback that we've actually had from people has been amazing, because people have been sort of, historically, lots of the restaurants have still been importing their microgreens and their crops from overseas. And by knowing that actually we can provide them with something that's fresh, we cut it and they use it the same day is great for them. There's no waste as well, because we provide it in a tray as well, so they can just sort of, cut it depending on the orders that they get. But yeah, in some ways, sort of personally, one of the reasons why I thought, okay, I've done my corporate career, and that was great for, the 25, 30 years, but I wanted to sort of do something else with my life. And it was all right, how can I actually do something, with my daughter, with the rest of my family, with my friends, down a different path. And again, from a sort of anxiety point of view, particularly around the last few months, just sort of waking up in the morning and sort of, seeing the crops and, how much they've grown in a day or two, it's been great from a sort of just general well-being and seeing, there's more to life than just, being stressed about work.
No, it's really interesting in terms of how many adaptations you would have needed to make, in a complete change of lifestyle. And you're a very, technologically up-to-date person, and it's so interesting to know that you can find a great deal of satisfaction in a completely different field, and so close to nature. And not only that, we saw from Chef Nishant earlier, it also provides tremendous health benefits. I mean, he stated earlier that the curry leaves are really good for reducing blood pressure, which is something I learned today. And then as a student, I think I just read when I was young, I think there was a Jackie magazine or something where they said if you rub rosemary leaves on your hands before an exam, your attention and your memory is better. And then you've just kindly reinforced that message. So fortunately, I do have a rosemary.
Everyone's going to be going out and buying those rosemary leaves as soon as we finish this tonight.
Yes, come exam time, and I'm sure it will become really, really popular. But really, really interesting. And above everything else, that the fact that you don't need soil to grow, it just throws all my biology lessons out of the window, if you like. And it's fabulous that you've done something really satisfying. And I think more people would definitely be inspired to follow in your footsteps, and at least try to explore those microgreens, because 40 times more nutrients. That's really
and it's like initially, like lots of people say, oh, it's great, it looks great on a plate, and it certainly does, but I don't think people realize the actual sort of health benefits of them. So they're great to look at, but also great for your body.
Yeah, excellent. So aside from the herbs, are there any vegetables that might also be microgreens with health benefits?
So we're focusing primarily just on the microgreens. Every day I have a conversation with someone around, oh, can you grow this with your urban farm? And the latest thing seems to be edible flowers. Everyone wants their edible flowers. So we're going to have a go at growing those. And again, coming back to what we were both talking about, every day is a school day, as they say. I'm learning so much in a topic I had no knowledge of, and it's never too late to just sort of say, okay, just never stop learning, basically.
Quite, and thank you for enlightening us and sharing your wisdom with us. And I think I'd just like to say you're minted in terms of your profession and the wealth of knowledge you have and that you're sharing with us. So we're really grateful to you for your valuable time. And on behalf of Neil Kumar and all the Healing Our Earth team, maybe say Earth bless you, give you every success in the fabulous work you're doing. And we do hope we will have the pleasure of your company again. And thank you so much, and a global namaste to you. Thank you so much. Before I say goodbye, could you share 3 takeaway tips for our global audience?
So I would say, based on my own example, try something different. You've got your day-to-day, but try something different. It's amazing. The second thing I would say is if you have, children or friends, it's certainly an activity that you can do together. we talked about you don't actually need much space. You can just sort of grow some veg or some crops on your windowsill. As we said, we don't even need soil anymore. So that would be that. And the third one is, as we're seeing from all of these great, presentations today and over the last few months, there's always, something that we can all learn from each other, right? So I think that's the overall sort of summary, keep learning and keep experimenting.
Thank you so much, Min. Really, really grateful to you. That was Min Bogatia. And if you'd like to know more about his work, and if you'd like to secure some microgreens yourself, his website is www.miniherbs.co.uk. Thank you again. And we continue with inspirational journeys. And if you have friends or family who you feel would enjoy this as much as we all are, it's a huge learning curve, not just in terms of cooking, but health. And we're healing the earth today with food. How amazing is that? So you can follow us on www.healingourearth.com website, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It's all live today. And additionally, we're on Diwali in London Facebook, Hindu Matters in Britain Facebook, our dear friend Simran Ahuja's official Facebook page. We have Bharat Goradia's Facebook page, Hani Kalaria, Facebook of Enrich TV, to name but a few. So Sunday is Healing Our Earth Day, and please do join us. We're here every Sunday with different topics. The next week is going to be yoga and meditation. So if I could ask you all, global friends, to reflect back on your childhood and think, what were you doing when you were 7 years old? Out on your bicycle, playing with your friends, game of cricket perhaps? Well, our next guest was composing a cookery book from her mum's Gujarati recipes, and little did she know that that was going to become her future career. So I guess our next guest speaker is from the southern part of England, and her name is Binny Ludlow. So she initially trained as a teacher and grew up in beautiful Yorkshire, which is in the north of England. And she learned traditional Gujarati cooking from her mother from the tender age of 7. And Binny set up teaching Gujarati cooking called Sweet Cumin with a budget of just £200. Now, a lot of people at the moment are having issues in terms of stability of employment, and it was similar situation which required Binny to rethink what her future options were and where her passions lie, similar to Min. So it started off with a cookery school in her home, and the interest grew so far and wide that she has taught over 6,000 students in 8 years, and many of them international. And her philosophy, Binny's philosophy, is to pass on her knowledge to budding and passionate cooks and try new flavor combinations and how to create and develop their own dishes. Binny started expanding into frozen meals due to some requests from just a few friends. And again, with that, she last year sold 20,000 meals. And during the pandemic, the demand actually grew with a lot of restaurants being closed. And this year it's kind of approaching more 40,000 meals. So things are really progressing in a positive manner, unexpectedly so in the current climate. But as Min said, if you have a passion and you have a talent, you can make a huge success of it. Binny's won many regional and national awards and sent her food to Buckingham Palace, She has served at the ICC Cricket Club, and she now supplies top-end farm shops and delicatessens all around the country in UK nationally. Her portfolio of accolades now includes numerous high-profile TV and radio appearances, which include BBC, ITV, and Channel 4, and as well as regularly appearing in the local press. Her website is www.sweetcumin.co.uk. So today we're going to explore some current uses of vegetables. I mean, today she's going to be talking to us about her Sweet Cumin kitchen, the versatility of vegetables, and many of them, like me, she grows herself, and is all into reducing food waste and miles of transporting food. So her philosophy is eat well, waste nothing. I hope Binny, sorry. I hope Binny is with us today. Binny, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Namaste. Yeah, very warm welcome to you.
Namaste, Ben.
How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you. And thank you for having me as part of the Healing Our Earth network, and I'm really excited about doing the talk today and also the demonstrations to you all. And yeah, you just let me know when I can start and I will start my presentation.
Sure, Binny. So what will you be demonstrating to us today, first of all, and is any of it produced locally or by yourself?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I'm going to do two dishes for you. The first one was inspired actually when we were all locked down and we couldn't have a takeaway. And I know people were wanting to have a pizza. There was a huge shortage of flour everywhere. Nobody could get flour, couldn't get the yeast. And I thought that perhaps we could look at other flour. And I looked at gram flour, a chickpea flour, to create a batter. So I came across a recipe that was looking quite, I think it's quite an Italian influence called soccer. And the soccer pizza base is like a batter that we'll create. And then I'll show you how to make that into a pizza base. And then obviously we'll put our lovely toppings on, which I've grown. Some of them I've grown and some of them I've used local farm shops to supply, who've supplied me. And I thought also, because I like a little bit of spice in my food, in the batter I'm going to add lovely spices that I've got in my store cupboard. And you know, the whole purpose of this was using what I had to make beautiful meals for me and my husband. So that's the first one. So it's a soccer pizza, which is gluten-free, using as many different ingredients that I had in my store cupboard and using you know, the farm shops that supplied me. And then the second dish is actually rhubarb. It's a beautiful English vegetable that we have. Even though it's a vegetable, we in this country, in England, we tend to have it as a dessert. So I'm going to make a rhubarb full for you. And what's very special about my rhubarb, I've got one here for you, is that I grew it in my garden. And I've just picked this just like 10-15 minutes ago. And I'm going to show you how to prepare that. And then obviously I've done a little bit of blue Peter in the sense of I've made the actual filling, but I'll go through the method with you and then show you how to make it into a lovely dessert for tonight, perhaps, if you've got some rhubarb at home. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds perfect. And really, for those who may struggle to access or gain access to rhubarb, as we have a global audience today, is there a substitute ingredient that they might perhaps be able to?
Oh yes, so I think apples, a cooking apple would work out really well as a substitute because it can break down, but if you bake it, it can actually hold its shape just as well as rhubarb can. And some apples can be quite tart as well. And I'm going to obviously be adding some sugar in there and some vanilla, and all those ingredients will work really well as a substitute to rhubarb if you can't get that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so would you like me to start doing the pizza?
Please do, please do.
Okay, all right. So hopefully you can see these ingredients. The first thing I've got in here is 200 grams of the chickpea flour. Most of us have got this in our store cupboards, and it's a really lovely smooth flour we've got. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually make it into a batter. I've also got 200 millilitres of cold water, and I'm just going to basically pour that in there and start to combine the two together. And then the idea is that I'm going to use my hand whisk and whisk it to make it into a lovely smooth batter. Okay, so it's a little bit lumpy at the minute, but once I get the whisk in there, it will do it really lovely. So let's just get rid of that, pop that in there, and then hopefully this won't go everywhere, but I'm just going to make that into a batter quite quickly. And then in this particular batter, I'm going to be adding some spices in there. Now, I was thinking about how versatile chickpea can be, and you can actually make bhajia in the same method. The only difference would be is that you would put baking powder in just to lift the bhajia when you basically add them to hot oil. So the recipe could do two things. It will make a brilliant batter for a gluten-free pizza, but also if you're looking for a little starter with some drinks perhaps when you can gather with your friends and family after lockdown, you can make some lovely bhajia as well, all right? But when you make the bhajia, the batter needs to be a little bit thicker than this, because you can see it runs quite easily. For the pizza base, you need it to run like this, okay? Let me get rid of that. And then what I thought I'd do, I thought I'd put some various spices and herbs in here. And for me, these are like the staple ingredients that I have at home. So I rummaged through what I had, and then I thought, right, what can I do to create some beautiful flavour? So the first one was coriander and cumin powder. I tend to combine the coriander as a 2-to-1 ratio to the cumin. Coriander is great as a citrus note, and cumin has a lovely bitter note to it. And when you have the 2-to-1 ratio, it kind of gives it the balance you're looking for. I've got turmeric here, which obviously is a great anti-inflammatory, but also adds colour to the food. It also helps to blend all the spices together. I've also got some cumin seed, which again will add a little bit more bitterness. I love caraway, and I love, one of my most favourite spices is fennel seed. It's great again for digestion, and I just remember my dad eating that after having a lovely meal, and he said it was just great for that. I quite like using Cornish sea salt or any kind of rock salt. That works very well. I've got some chili powder and some crushed black pepper. So I'm going to pop all those in there. But in the centre here, I've got some ginger, garlic and chili, and I've made it into a paste. I'll just pop these in, and I'll just show you some tips on how to prepare the garlic. Because I think, Varshaben, you asked me that yesterday when we were chatting. So I promised I will do it, and hopefully I will. All right. So I'm just going to pop this in here and dip all the spices in there. Okay. Get it all in there. Let's not waste anything at all. Okay. Then I'm going to mix all of these with my spatula, which I've got here. Give it a good mix. So the ginger, garlic and chili paste needs to really combine well, and all the spices, but you get a lovely batter and the colour is wonderful. And then I don't kind of stop there, and during lockdown, a lot of shops began to sell fruit and vegetables in boxes so that they could supply people like myself who were shielding during the lockdown with, you know, having I couldn't go to the supermarket, so they would come here, and I would have a beautiful selection of gorgeous vegetables that if I didn't have them in the garden, I could have. And spring onions was something that always appeared in there. So I've cut up 2 spring onions and I've just sliced them into rounds, and they're going to go into my batter. Okay, so that will give a lovely onion flavour to it. Okay, so that was the first thing I did. And then the other herbs that I like are coriander. I actually have to admit that here in Clacton, we live in quite a high altitude, and I find it quite difficult to grow coriander in our garden. But weirdly, my neighbour can throw the seeds in the garden and he can grow it really well. So I'm sort of wondering whether he could sow the seeds in my garden so then I can have some coriander as well. And then just to smooth off that batter, I'm going to put a tablespoon of olive oil in there, and that's a light olive oil in there, and that will just help to smooth it together. All right, so I'm going to just sort of combine that together, and that will be ready for making into a pizza base. The other ingredients that I've added to this pizza are things that I've actually grown. So carrot was something that I was desperate to actually grow myself, and we've tried in the past actually to grow them, and you get your wonky versions, and I realized that's actually that our soil that we have has lots of stones in them, and so as soon as the root touches the stone, it will start to form different, I guess, find different ways, and it will form the shape of that particular stone. So this year in the compost, we've made sure that it was stone free as best as we could, and then when we sowed the seeds in there, we produced some beautiful carrots. And I picked some just before this, and I just wanted to show you how amazing they are. And I was feeling so proud of myself that I'm a novice gardener, but my husband Richard is a brilliant gardener, and I felt really proud that for the second year round we produced something that looks like a carrot. And you know what, the flavour of bechamel, it tastes so good, so silky, and I feel very proud. And then we've also got some potatoes. I'm not going to be adding potatoes to this particular dish, but I've also been able and successful in growing potatoes this year, and lots of different types of herbs. The other ingredient I wanted to show you with my tomatoes, so just for you, I picked as many different tomatoes as I possibly could. They've got different type of plants that my neighbour had kindly donated to me, because I couldn't leave the house to go to the garden centre anywhere. Around the village, people are really quite kind enough to share their different sort of little plants that they might have to spare. And one of my neighbours, Maureen, kindly gave me 3 plants of tomatoes, and this is just one plant that I had. These fell yesterday, they're a little bit green, so I'm going to pop them on the windowsill and see whether they would ripen. But what I did with these, I had so many, I didn't know what to do with them other than eat them in a salad or make them into a ragu or something like that. I wanted to actually oven dry them, and what I did is I took the big tomatoes and I cut them horizontally, and I scooped out the centre, and basically once I'd done that, I put some salt in it and just left them onto a cooling rack for about an hour or so. I then washed them and then pat them dry, and I cut some oregano, which I had in the garden, some garlic, hopefully you can see, but I've got some garlic hanging just by the window there, and those were donated and given to me by a lovely another neighbour just last week actually. And I put some salt and black pepper on. I popped it into the oven, and I just dried them. Well, I baked them for 3 hours, and then I'll show you what I made. Let me show you, everybody. I made these beautiful oven dried tomatoes, and they're packed full of flavour because I've got the olive oil in there. These will taste amazing on our pizza. So, if you're feeling you don't know what to do with all these tomatoes, don't throw them away. You can produce beautiful products that you can actually preserve later, because the olive oil will preserve this particular product. What do you reckon? Does it look good?
It looks amazing, and to buy sun-dried tomatoes, it's not a cheaper product. You do kind of have to pay for the air miles, etc. So it's amazing. Yeah, it's quite simple, but how you've explained how you've kind of created your own. So they're really flavorful as well. I love sun-dried tomatoes, but it is ordinarily a luxury, and it's brilliant. Tomatoes being soft fruits, generally don't keep for very long. So it's wonderful that we can use them in this way, and that they don't go into the bin.
Yeah, and I think looking at preserving vegetables and things like that, one of my other neighbours who helped me set up for today, thank you, Roy Shepherd, for that. He was talking about his green beans, that he's got so many green beans, and what you can do with that is just blanch them for a few minutes, and then you can freeze them. And we're talking about preserving, and you can preserve by oven cooking and drying things out. You can freeze things really well, and you've got to think about creatively how we have all these beautiful abundance of fruit and vegetables that we grow. And in these very traditional ways of preserving, is we need to kind of go back to that rather than throwing things away. Because in this country, unfortunately, in England and in the UK, we waste a lot, and we need to really look at how we can avoid that. And I guess we couldn't go to the supermarket. We found that very difficult to go because of the lockdown scenario. I just wanted to see how I could, preserve the beautiful ingredients that I've spent, months actually trying to actually grow. Now, you probably saw what I was doing there. I put a little bit of oil, vegetable oil, or you can put some light olive oil into my frying pan. I put it on quite a medium-high heat. And did you see how I ladled the batter on there? I'm just going to use the back of the spoon, really, just to spread it out the best I can and as quickly as I can. Okay, that's the best I can do with that. I'm just going to reduce that down to like a medium setting and let that cook. Once the base of that pizza base is done, I'm going to flick it the best I can, hopefully it won't break, and then I've got two sides cooked. Okay, now whilst that's cooking, I've got this my grill on around 200 degrees. I'm going to stick to 200 because it's quite powerful. And I'm going to put it onto, just to make it more authentic so that you think you're having a pizza from a pizza restaurant. I'm going to pop that pizza tray into there so that basically I can get it hot. Now, with this pizza base here, just going to check. Can you see how it comes away? Okay, I'm just checking the colour on the underside. I think I'm just going to put a little bit more oil. Now, there'll be some people who don't like using oil. Don't be too shy. You can also use that 1 calorie type oil if you need to reduce the oil if you want to in your dish. Okay, but I just want to get some colour and allow the base to colour the bottom. But also, can you see I've got a non-stick pan? I need to make sure that I can flick it without breaking it, all right? I'm going to use a fish slice here to take it underneath. I'm going to do a zigzag, lift it, and then flick it, all right? So we go. Like that. Okay, and then I'm going to flick it like that, and then I'm going to cook the other side. So, Ben, sorry, I missed that question.
No, I just said best of luck for the flip.
I did it. Okay.
It makes me most nervous.
Oh, no, don't be. It's okay. And you know what? That's another thing I find when people come to my cookery lessons. People are afraid to actually fail or make a mistake. And you know what? I've always said when I was a teacher that if you make a mistake, you're going to learn from that. And don't worry, it's going to taste amazing. It's going to break up when you eat it in your mouth anyway, so it doesn't matter. But you then learn about how you can actually make it better, can't you? So don't worry if you make a mistake. It's just part of learning.
Sure.
There we go. Let's check that again. I'm going to flick it. Yeah, that's looking lovely.
That's incredibly quick, because I can see that's almost going to be ready, Vinny, and you haven't had to prove it, and it's gluten free. And
yeah, exactly. It's quick. It's something really quick you can do. And do you know, when I was growing up, and as you mentioned, that I was cooking from a very young age, I had to think about how I was going to provide a meal for my mum and dad when they come back from work, especially my dad. He was a mechanic and he needed something quick to eat when he came from work, and obviously I've been making chapatis and things like that. But with with, you know, this sort of thing, it's so easy to do. Instead of going for the biscuit box, which, you know, occasionally I might do, you can try something like this, which is really full of flavour and tastes amazing as well. So what I've done, I've julienned some carrots, which I've grown, which I mentioned earlier, quite like a few mushrooms, which I'd sliced, okay? And then I've also got some peppers, which were in my veggie box that arrived, okay? And then I've got a few red onions. It's my favourite sort of ingredient that I'll pop onto my pizza, like so. We live in the southwest and we love cheddar. Okay, so we have lovely cheddar cheese, but before I do that, I've got to put these beautiful tomatoes on, haven't I? They are so lovely. They're sweet and delicious. They've got the beautiful extra virgin olive oil on there. So I'm going to just pop those on. Can you see that beautiful oil going on? Okay, so I'm going to just flip that over. And then I quite like peas, and peas are great frozen. And then I've just left them out just before the demonstration to defrost. So I'm going to put some peas on there, why not? Okay, and then I like a bit of heat, so I'm going to put some sliced up chili, a couple of pieces of those, and then finally cheddar cheese all the way from the southwest onto the pizza, like that. How does that look, men? Does that look good?
It looks fabulous, and I just wish I was aware that you could do this when my children were young, because when they come home from swimming and they're starving and yet they're all like climbing on you and you think, what can I make that?
Exactly.
All of you will eat, that's full of vegetables and
yeah, it's really good for you. So I'll just show you that there. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop that under the grill now. Hopefully I won't forget it's there, but it will take a couple of minutes or so I'll keep an eye on that, and that's on 200 degrees. Now you could put it on to 250, but I'm going to try 200 and let's see what happens. So that's my first dish. I would tend to serve that really with a side salad. I didn't have time to do that part for you today, but what I did find whilst I was looking out into the garden, and the gentleman before me was talking about edible flowers, we've grown beautiful nasturtiums there, and when you add that, and I might put it on top when we, you know, when we actually serve out our lovely pizza, but these are such a pretty flower, but these are edible and they taste so wonderful and they actually make your dish look inviting as well. So I will add those on as well. All right. Now, I promised you from yesterday's conversation about how to prepare garlic. Now, hopefully I've got a good one. This is some couple that I found or was given by my neighbour. What I tend to do, can you see this like a rounded edge there? Can you see that, Ben?
Yep.
Okay, what you do, you run your knife through the centre of that rounded edge like that, and then you flick it open.
Right.
Like that. Okay, because people like start to fumble. Take the end like that, and the whole peel comes away in one go. See that?
Amazing, amazing.
I know. You should come to my cookery school. You need to come and learn. There we go. You can see all of it comes away.
Wow.
There we go. That's like my top tip. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I knew you'd love it. And then the other thing, I'm just going to grab a spoon. Bear with me.
Sure.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to show you is peeling ginger. Lots of people find it quite difficult to peel. The spoon is the most efficient way of doing it because all the nutrients are underneath the actual peel. Look, when you peel it like this, you don't waste it. And ginger during lockdown went from 18, 19 pounds a box to 65 pounds a box. You could save a lot of money by just peeling it like that. Okay, can you see that? So I've just peeled it. So all it is just the peel itself, all right? Now, I'm just gonna have a quick look at this pizza, just in case it burns. Hopefully not, because this is Richard's tea tonight. I reckon a little bit longer. What do you reckon? A little bit longer?
Yeah, it's not got
Okay.
the
Right, so let's pop that in. Now, the other dish I wanted to go through was rhubarb. And I just found that Richard, my husband, grew it, you know, he grows it so much, and I didn't know what to do with it. It's always been in the garden. And I just found that I need to come up with some ideas. And actually somebody yesterday mentioned it, that they had so much rhubarb, they didn't know what to do. Actually, I think it was you, Ben, who mentioned it. And what I thought I'd do is show you how to prepare it, because it can be quite stringy, rhubarb, and I just felt that you need to remove the stringy part, and then obviously that can go back into your compost, which everything does in my garden. So when I pick the rhubarb, what happens, you just twist it off the plant and it just comes away like that, okay? And then if I can find my knife, anyway, oh, there it is, there's my knife. There you go, this is a live demo, this is what happens. What you have to do is basically remove the top section here, because this leaf here is actually very poisonous. So we need to remove that and get rid of the bad bits, because we want the delicious stalk part like this. It's fascinating, isn't it? You've got rhubarb, that's actually a vegetable that we use as a sweet product, which I think is great. And then take the end off like that, and then use your speed peeler and peel it off like this. You don't want this, because when you cut into it, it becomes very springy, and it's actually not a very pleasant sensation at all to have. So you get rid of this sort of thing, pop it into your compost, okay? And then I'm just going to do this last bit because I need to check my pizza. Okay, there, look, get rid of all that string. Okay, let me just check my pizza. Don't want it to burn. Oh, I've just caught it. That's good. There we go. Look at that.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Yeah, there we go. So that's a gluten-free pizza. Okay.
And what's lovely about that is, I probably didn't have all of them. It's super healthy because you have 6 different vegetables in there, and you're constantly trying to get your family to eat more vegetables. And you know, in an earlier session, we had a dietitian who said you must try to eat a rainbow, and I think you've achieved that, Vinny. And oh wow, that flower looks beautiful on there as well.
And it's right, yeah. So and you know what? You can see how long it didn't take me. It didn't take long at all, did it, for me to produce that? So you know, it's a dish that young people can do themselves. It doesn't, you know, take. It's not rocket science to do it, but it's just inspiration about how you can use ingredients that you've got at home. Right, I'm going to come back to the rhubarb. So I've taken off all these stringy parts. Then what you need to do for this recipe, for the rhubarb full, you're going to chop it into maybe 2.5 centimetre pieces, like that. Okay, so they need to be like that sort of size. Okay, then you need about 180 grams of this. I mean, you can double it up if you want to, if you've got a larger family, it's not a problem. Pop it onto a tray like this. Okay, now because this is quite tart, okay, it's quite a, people don't like the flavour very much. What really pairs well with it is sugar. Okay, now you could use jaggery if you wanted to. I had some brown sugar here, and it's a cane sugar, and rhubarb needs quite a lot because it will disguise the flavour that lots of people don't particularly like. Okay, the other thing I've got to sort of get away from that flavour is add some citrus to it. So I'm just going to squeeze some lemon juice on here as well. And one more ingredient, like a magic ingredient that you need, which I love. Okay, there's actually 2. Okay, you've got vanilla. I love vanilla extract. It's delicious. Now, trying to buy vanilla, need a couple of drops of that. Okay, if you've got the real vanilla pod, then I tell you it's worth a fortune because lots of people haven't got it. And then you want the earthy, warm nature of cinnamon as well in this. And what you have to do, you need to put the oven on, and you need to cook this for about 10 minutes or so. Okay, but I've kind of done a bit of a Blue Peter thing, and I decided that I wanted to show you what the result should be. So pretend I've got the oven on. I'm going to pop this in here, okay? And we're going to wait 10 minutes, and it's 180 degrees, okay? Now, when you've done this, okay, you'll end up with something like this. So hopefully you can see. Can you see that there?
Yes.
Ben, can you see that?
Looks a lot softer, yes, definitely.
Yeah, so your test, what you have to do to test it is that when the rhubarb comes out, when you pinch it, when you press it, it presses and it's soft like that. So you should see an indentation of your finger in the actual rhubarb, and you know it's got to the right point. Okay, so that's what you're aiming for. Now, I was thinking about being resourceful, and I love that. I kind of enjoy eating rhubarb, but I actually tasted the syrup that came from it. It was absolutely delicious. So I took some out and popped some into a champagne flute, and I'll do a little drink for us later. Okay, so that's another thing that you can make from it. And then what I thought I'd do is just go through. Hopefully I can do this here, and I'll do it back over there. I've got 25 grams or 25 millilitres of double cream from a local supplier, a local farm that produces that. And the yogurt is actually from Yo Valley, which again is from the southwest. They produce live yogurt, and so I've got 50 grams of that. I'm going to make the full now. Okay, so I've just taken another, I'm going to take my whisk and whisk this up. Just go easy with that. There we go. And what we're going to do, I'm going to make them into soft peaks, okay? Well, as best I can. Soften it. Okay, I'll do that. Just to whisk it up. Bear with me. Right. And then, whisk that up. And then use a new spatula. I tell you a top tip when you're cooking, you have one spatula for baking and one spatula, my red one, is for making curry and things like that. Anything spicy is my red one, because when you smell it, the spatula will have the sort of the flavours of the spices and that sort of thing. And when I do baking, I have a different one because you won't have the transfer. Okay, so what you do then, you take this cream. Okay, it needs a little bit more whisking actually. Have I got time to do it?
Yeah, you have to.
Brilliant, brilliant. Let me just carry on. I'll just whisk this a little bit more. That's it. And then, do you know what really works with dairy, spice-wise, is actually cardamom. And so a lot of cooks that come along to the lessons always ask about cardamom. And it's a great product to use, but you have to be careful how much you actually put into a milky product, because what tends to happen is that if you put too much cardamom in a dish, it can absolutely destroy it because it's so powerful. It's quite aromatic as well, and so in this one, I'll put a tiny pinch in there. I'll put a tiny pinch into the actual cream like that. That's it, because that goes a long way. And then the next thing I'll do, I'll just take my correct spatula, and I'm going to fold in the live yogurt there, and that will do a lovely part of the full. Okay, so I'm just going to fold that in like so. Hopefully you can see that. Okay,
yep,
like so. And then you take half the quantity of the rhubarb that you roasted with the beautiful flavours of the cinnamon. You've got lovely sugar in there. Obviously the rhubarb is also there, and a little bit of that liquid. Let's pop some of that in there. And then give that a really good mix like so. I made this the other week for Richard. He was very happy. So he's going to be very happy this evening because he'll be eating this later on. Okay, maybe Ben, you need to come and visit me so you can try it as well. Okay, sorry, I just had to come out of that. Then I found these lovely dishes that I didn't realise I had. They've been in my cupboard for like at least 6 years. And when you've got a lot of time in your hands and you're going through all your cupboards and cleaning them all off, you find lovely dishes like that. So if you're going to serve it, I would definitely go with the glass sort of dish. It works really well when I presented it the other day. Spoon that in like so, okay, like that. That's lovely. I'm sure Richard would like a little bit more. And then take a couple of pieces of the rhubarb. I'm just going to pop them up here. I'll show you in a minute. Like that. A little bit of the liquid. Okay, and I think a little dusting of cinnamon, if I've got some white, oh, there we go, there it is. A little bit of cinnamon. Just to finish it off, there we go. And that is my rhubarb full, all either homemade and obviously local ingredients as well. How does that look?
Looks amazing. It looks amazing, Vinny. I have one question. So for our vegan friends, would it taste just as good to make this with perhaps the coconut yogurt, or would the cinnamon and the cardamom work okay with the yogurt?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, I didn't have it here, but if I had a vegan friend who was coming, I would use, you can get coconut yogurt, and that would work very well with this particular dessert. And I think it's like experimenting. You can get soya yogurt and all different types of yogurt. And you know, to be honest, I don't drink a lot of milk myself, and I quite like using the alternatives. But I know my husband, he can tolerate it. But yeah, I think you can experiment with coconut yogurt or coconut milk, and all that sort of thing would work very well as well. But I just wanted to show you that something simple like rhubarb, you can produce a beautiful dessert that you can serve out to your guests when they come, or for your family. Another thing with rhubarb is actually people put it into stews and that sort of thing, so you could add it into a savoury product as well. And I think I'm going to have a look at how I can perhaps cook a curry with rhubarb and see what combinations I can come together with this particular beautiful vegetable. Should I try it? Would you like me to try it? I think I should.
It's lovely how you have taken a very traditional English vegetable, and like I say, not many people know exactly how to use it, but you've combined it with some wonderful Eastern flavors and spices.
But I think a lot of people do that, because what I found is that a lot of people in this country, they have ingredients. They might buy, they might have a recipe and they go and buy the ingredients from the supermarket, and then they'll be left in their shelves for at least 6 months or even longer. And I just feel that if you experiment and you don't feel shy about experimenting or giving things a go, you can create beautiful food. And there we go. I've got 2 very easy dishes that anybody can produce and make at home.
And it's lovely, like you've made both those dishes in such a short space of time. Like in the UK, this is the last week of the children's school holidays, so I think these ideas will be really, really useful to a lot of mums, and especially with rhubarb being in season at the moment, I can see a lot of people taking up your wonderful ideas. And I loved also the way you demonstrated getting the best nutritional value out of ginger by peeling with a spoon, which is a new proposal to me, and I look forward to trying that with interest, because my day doesn't start without a cup of hot water with ginger and lemon. So I'm just thinking, I wonder how much nutritional value I've wasted and not peeling things properly. So definitely take that home and take it on board. So Vinia, I was really inspired by your journey, how a lot of businesses have been struggling during this period, but you've actually blossomed, and with one door closing in terms of employment, you've made like great strides in. Just looking at your kitchen, I mean, is that where you have had 6,000 students study?
It's true. We've had 6,000 students who've come through here, and actually, when you mentioned it yesterday, I sort of thought, I can't believe that I've actually had that many people. It doesn't feel like that, but you know, I've made 6,000 new friends who've come along and I've changed their life. And a lot of people, you know, they tend to come here to learn about how to make proper Indian traditional Gujarati food and other foods as well. And, you know, I just feel that, you know, if I can inspire one person to do something different in their kitchen or use a different ingredient in an alternative way, just change the way they see an ingredient, then I've done my job well, you know. And even if they go away learning how to prepare garlic, I've shown you, or the ginger method, it makes me really happy. And one of the key things a lot of my cooks always ask for is about how to look after coriander. And because some recipes tend to, so I'm just going to grab some water then. Oh yeah, I should have had my drink instead. Yeah, so a lot of students have like a big bunch of coriander, but they don't know how to look after it. You know, their recipe might only ask for 30 grams. And what my mum taught me what to do is to pop it into some cold water so it rejuvenates the plant. Okay, then I pop it into a towel like this. Okay, I'm just going to move my lovely pizza out of the way. Okay, like so. So I put the coriander in there, it's wet. I take a tissue, lay it over the top, and I just roll it like this. And I do that a few times, and all the moisture comes out of the actual plant and into the towel. I re-wrap it, okay, so that the moisture comes out onto the tissue. And I tell you now that this coriander that I've got, okay, will basically be ready to go, and you've done all the cleaning. I use the stalk and the leaf, okay? I use all parts of this so that there's no wasted. The flavour in the stalk is just as good as the leaf. And I used to watch TV programmes where a lot of chefs would just pick up the leaf and just add it on the top. But actually, my mum has always taught me that to bulk out a curry or anything like that, you need to use the whole of the stem as well, all of it. The flavour is beautiful. It's got a lovely citrus note to it, and I know it's a really good resource to have. And you can even make a chutney and all that sort of thing. And I just feel that you've got an opportunity to not waste anything, and I think obviously we do too much of that in this country. I also wanted to talk to you about composting as well. I know the previous speaker was talking about, you know, how they don't use traditional compost, but I have a lot of waste, vegetable waste, and from my production site where I produce my ready meals, and from the cookery school, I made a huge mound of all these peelings. And you know, over time, it's taken a few years to get the rotation right, but I don't have to buy any compost from any shop or anything like that, because I know that what's in my compost is pure vegetables, no kind of protein or anything like that, no eggshells or nothing would go in there, and I can put it straight into the garden, and it's all a full recycling process. And to me, it's very rewarding, even if I'm not doing it, but Richard, my husband's doing the work in the garden. I know that I've done a full cycle and it makes you feel good. And then obviously I'm growing the vegetables in that compost. And so it's really rewarding, it's really good, but it just takes time. You just have to take your time to do it.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand why you have those amazing carrots. It's obviously, you know exactly what's gone into their growth process, and yeah, they do look very, very healthy. So Vinny, before we say goodbye, thank you so much for sharing your wonderful tips, incredibly useful, and I'll definitely be using the garlic trick as well, because that's one of the most time-consuming processes of my cooking. So yeah, definitely.
I promised you.
But in terms of like trying something new, having the confidence to, you know, put yourself out there, you know, you're obviously supplying, you know, over 40,000 meals. Like, what would you say to somebody who, you know, might be a little bit challenged in terms of income, etc. presently? What would you say to them if they are thinking of starting a cookery school or a you know, a catering business? Or what
Yeah, so I mean, it's really tough out there for all businesses, But I think when you've got this opportunity to think about what's going to happen to you, some people are being made redundant like I was, you know, when you're just left with like £200 and you've got to feel that you've got to do something, you have to motivate yourself to want to actually succeed. So I spent about 6 months basically thinking about what I was going to do, because, you know, you feel a bit lost and you feel a bit sorry for yourself, but you need to pick yourself up, put a plan together about what you want to do, whether it's a cookery school, whether it's making meals, or whatever avenue that you're going to do, and you have to go for it. But what I did, I went to some local networking groups, women in enterprise groups, and I was a secondary school teacher who was teaching children, and I worked with a few adults, you know, in the department. But I had to learn a new language of business, and it's totally different to the curriculum and all A grades and all that sort of thing, GCSE and A levels. And I sat and watched how women in particular who aren't confident, I must say that I wasn't the most confident at the start, but I learned by watching other women, how they presented themselves, what they wore, how they projected their business ideas to me. And I just thought, right, this is how you do it. So my top tip to anybody would be to go and research what you want to do and go and find out the experts who are doing it and learn from them. Listen and learn and then implement, and that's what you have to do. And you have to go for it. If you don't do it for yourself, then how on earth are you going to make any progress? And that's how I always have that mentality, that I never ever want to be in a situation where I was 8 years ago with just £200 and thinking how on earth I was going to pay for the mortgage. You have to get up and get on with it and just go for it, just do it. You know, you've just got to do it. You've got time to do it and make it happen.
Yeah, of course. And I can see there's a great deal of passion in your voice when you are just explaining to us how you created those dishes, and you taught it incredibly well. You can certainly see your teaching skills, you know, oozing through there. It was very, very clear, very easy to follow. So just another question, in terms of your suppliers and service users, how have they been affected by the pandemic, and could you share your thoughts on how it might support people in a similar
Yeah, that was quite a challenge actually. So, you know, I got the text message to say I had to shield, and so that means I wasn't allowed to leave the house for 3 months. That's a long time not being able to leave a house, but also to run a business. So for me, I had to rely upon my supply network to actually support my business, because without those people, I cannot run my business. So I've had a fabulous relationship with them right from day one about, you know, how I get my products to my production unit, you know, making sure my chef is well and supported. And without those guys, without those girls helping me and not supporting me, then I couldn't do my job. And then obviously once I've cooked my products, I've got to make sure my products go to the various shops that needed it, and so that the customers can have it. And, you know, I would make sure that those people, the distributors, to the packaging people, to even my accountant and all those guys who were part of my business supply chain have to be supported by me. And if everybody does this, you know, within that network, it would work. And do you know what was really rewarding this time round? Just watching how people adapted their businesses. So I talked about people supplying vegetable boxes, and there's a company who makes beautiful savoury products locally, and his business was quite quiet because he supplies to a lot of cafes and restaurants and that sort of thing. But they changed their business model to make sure that they had a little shop where there's people like my Indian Binny ready meals were there. There was like other dairy producers, all the cheeses could be bought, and all the local people can come to a smaller shop with good social distancing and supporting the local economy and sort of little businesses like mine. And when there's people like that, obviously other shops and retailers started doing the same thing. And I think that's why I'm still here, because I've got a great support network. And I think, you know, if we have to go through the whole of this thing again, I hope that we don't. You know, we've got to make sure that we can make sure that these small businesses and other people, artisans like me, can have, you know, the support network that all of us need. It's not just me. I've got to support everybody behind the scenes, and I think we've got a long way to go yet. We've got more to come, but you know, we've got to think positively and sort this out before you know, the next sort of hit of pandemic comes our way. Let's hope it doesn't. But I was lucky that I had people around me and people who I could support within my production as well.
Oh, wonderful. And it's really heartwarming that you have this lovely spirit of taking care of all the little businesses, and Healing Up Earth is all about that, a community, a global community, looking after each other, and in you know, the good wishes and you know, the well-being of others lies our own, essentially. So yeah, really wonderful session we've had with you, Binny, and
thank you.
hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company again. We've learned how to preserve our coriander, which was in short supply during lockdown, so you really wanted to make sure that it is in a fresh state when you needed it a week later. So a very valuable tip.
Yes.
It's been really inspiring to hear about your journey and how far you've come in just 8 years. You know, you're reaching global global audiences in terms of your classes, and your meals are going out nationally now. So we, from Neil Kumar and the Healing Up Earth team, wish you the very best and ongoing success to you and your service users and all your students. And I do hope we will have the pleasure of your company again. So could you quickly remind us of your website for your school and your meals, please, Binny, before we say goodbye to you?
Okay, yeah, so the cookery school is sweetcumin.co.uk, so it's www.sweetcumin.co.uk. That's to book on to my cookery lessons, which are going to start back in October. And the ready meals, if you want to order some ready meals, Gujarati food that's gluten-free, it's www.binnyfinefoods.com, and that will give you, or you can use co.uk, and that will give you all the stockists who actually supply, who buy my product and support my business, and that is those are my two businesses that I have.
Wonderful, Binny, wonderful. Thank you. Valuable time and your tips with us. I'm sure, especially the mums amongst us, will take on your recipes and try those out. And there was a shortage of flour, and those who have gluten issues, I think they will definitely experiment with that. What a wonderful session. Well,
thank you very much for having me. Oh, can I mention that all the recipes that I've got are actually on my website. So if you go under sweetcumin.co.uk, under the news section, there are actually 3 recipes there. Jonajat is what I missed out today, but I've done they're all there for people to access, so you can all have a go. There's no excuses. You can all have a go at home.
Fabulous. Thank you for that resource. I'm sure people will follow up on that. Wish you the very best. Stay safe, stay well. And with that, thank you again from Neil Kumar and the whole of the Healing Our Earth team. God bless you.
Thank you. Namaste, everybody. And cheers.
Enjoy. Cheers. So, again. So now it's a huge privilege to welcome our next host for the final session. Please stay with us. We've got wonderful presentations still waiting for you. And our dear friend is a Goliath in terms of talent and presence. So she's our very own Miss India from 2013, the lovely Simran Ahuja, who is also a Bollywood star. She featured in the film Zindagi Tumse, and she has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars, Academy, and many more A-list global events. She's also the recipient of India's prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Anchor par excellence. It's a huge privilege to have her as part of the Healing Our Earth team, and you can watch the whole of these Healing Our Earth sessions, today's included, on Simran Ahuja's website, so Facebook site. So with that, may I extend a very warm welcome to our very dear Simran Ahuja. Simran ji, namaste ji, how are you?
Namaste, I'm good, thank you. That was so kind of you. Thank you for your lovely words, Varsha Mistry. And you've been a part of the Healing Our Earth family. And this is the best time of the day, you know, when I am at this wondrous feeling of being with Healing Our Earth family. So thank you so much for that really amazing introduction. And I must say that, Brini, I'm going to definitely enjoy your pizzas and try them too. I relish them for now, just virtually, but next time I'll get in the kitchen to try those healthy pizzas with the 6 vegetables that you used. I found it pretty interesting. And for more information, you can log on to her website. And Varsha, really very delighted to be here. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed you and your hosting as well. A global namaste. Thank you, sweetheart. And you're looking sunshine in your beautiful yellow avatar. Thank you, sweetheart.
Pleasure. And can I just say how vibrant and high spirited you are, because I'm mindful that we're kind of about 5 hours behind you, and at times we're kind of approaching midnight with these sessions, but I'm just so impressed with your energy, Simranji. So we look at you to get revitalized. It's just your presence really lifts us. So best of luck with the rest of your session, and look forward to watching it with interest. Namaskar ji.
Namaskar. Thank you so much, Varsha. And we all owe it because of Healing Our Earth platform. So usually, I must mention this, you know, today especially it's about vegetarian and vegan cooking. And what better than, you know, food, which makes everyone happy. So I think there would be no one in the world who would say that I don't enjoy food. We all enjoy it. And how about having food mindfully to truly not just satisfy our taste buds and, you know, make ourselves happy in our body, but how about food for the soul? So I'm truly delighted to be here, and a wholehearty welcome to each and every one of you. We would like to at first congratulate and acknowledge all our contributors today. Thank you so much for being here with us. And it's extremely special because your recipes are going to the world and really giving that word of love, harmony, and peace while cooking as well. So Earth bless us all. And I'm definitely going to say that this is our 22nd Healing Our Earth event. And the mission is to bring love, unity, peace, harmony, and information at your doorstep. Wherever we are on this earth, let us really be happy and still be connected from our hearts. Our special thanks to all our wondrous contributors for your lovely recipes, which I've been enjoying since 12 in the noon British summer time. And the session is from 12 in the noon to 7 p.m. British summer time, and is being broadcast live on the website of www.healingourearth.com, the Facebook channel of Healing Our Earth, YouTube Healing Our Earth, and on the Twitter of Healing Our Earth, Simran Ahuja official Facebook page, Bharat Goradia official Facebook page, Sunrise Radio UK Facebook, Hindu Matters in Britain Facebook, Hindu Forum of Europe Facebook, Diwali in London Facebook page, and Enrich TV Facebook. Also, I'd like to mention Honey Kakaria official Facebook. You can watch it anywhere and be connected with us. I'm going to request you all to kindly sign up for our regular mail shots of weekly events. Please do visit our website, www.healingourearth.com. And if you wish to get involved with this free global community channel, then please do contact us via the WhatsApp number, which is already mentioned on the website. It'll be absolutely our privilege and our honor to welcome you to Healing Our Earth family. Healing Our Earth, an e-community channel, an initiative by our producer, director Neil Kumar and his team, who produce various global free sessions online on topics which really matter to the community, and who welcome persons of all nationalities, all faiths, and those of none to present, facilitate, and join in the production and the promotion effort. All the team members and the facilitators, contributors are providing their services as volunteers and totally free of charge. And I must mention this here that everything, I always feel that the best things in the world are for free. Consider it oxygen, nature, and the breath of life. So I'm going to truly be excited to move further, but something that really won our hearts is the very, very amazing and the beautiful Brahma Kumaris, souls nourishing body and soul. What a beautiful session by, our Didis and the Brahma Kumaris. We could really feel that purity and the aura. And, if it all gets into the food, I think it's going to be food for the body and the soul as well. We really enjoyed, listening to, and more than, enjoying, it was just the feeling all from the heart that this is the way to actually get into cooking. So the benefits of preparing, cooking, and serving food with spiritual consciousness. It's with love, care, and happiness. And that is the secret. And those are the special ingredients that were used to satisfy and strengthen both the body and the soul. So thank you very much. Our humble thanks to the Brahma Kumaris. And I really must say that we really look forward to, Brahma Kumaris being here with us on this Healing Our Earth platform every time, because we just get that feeling of enlightenment just by having you all here. So thank you so much. And I'm truly delighted now to really welcome who is our next star. I call him the star for everything that he's achieved. So it's going to be healthy yet tasty beverage concoctions. And this is by Ankur Chawla from India. So please allow me to introduce Ankur before we have him here. And I need to ask him a few questions before we get into some interesting beverage. All right, so Ankur is a seasoned hospitality professional and an awarded sommelier. He started his career at the Taj Mahal Palace and Tower, Mumbai, as a management trainee. After graduating from the Institute of Hotel Management, Shimla, his quest to learn, grow, and diversify has been the core driving force. Along with many other certifications, the Level 3 in Beverage Studies from WSET London has been the most challenging and rewarding certification, which only a select few in India have been able to successfully complete it. So at first, congratulations to you, dear Ankur Chawla, for this. And today here on Healing Our Earth platform, Ankur, the food and beverage expert, will share his expertise with all of us. And I'm really excited and delighted. And I'm going to tell you all to please quickly tag us and do share this. Probably if you could just give a WhatsApp message to all your loved ones to please tune in on Healing Our Earth website, YouTube, as well as the Facebook and Twitter. It'll be our pleasure to have all of you here with us. May we please welcome the very, very renowned beverage tasty concoction, the one and only who's going to teach us and add a lot of health factor to it, Ankur Chawla.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. I think your words have been really, really nice. Maybe a little too nice, but thank you very much for the kind introduction. Completely an honor for me to be on this beautiful platform. And I think many congratulations and kudos to the team behind Mr. Neil Kumar and the entire team behind Healing Our Earth. I think it's a great initiative and completely my pleasure to be on it. And I know I attended a few sessions, and as you mentioned, I think Brahma Kumari one was actually really, really heart-touching for me as well. I think even the last session was outstanding, and I'm already feeling a little hungry right now. But I think we're going to start with a few beverages before we.
So for all those who really have that right taste, I'm going to ask you, Ankur, before we go ahead. When did you really plan to get into the beverages?
I actually started back in 2008 with Taj Mahal, Mumbai, and then I was in Taj Mansingh in Delhi. During that time, there was a familiar competition that was happening in India, and I was not really prepared for it, but my boss sort of pushed me into the same. When you have so much of nervousness when you're entering a competition, you end up studying a lot more, is what I feel. So that's what happened, and I won one of the titles in the competition. And then I think I realized that it was not bad in terms of the knowledge, and I kind of took it seriously. And then I took over the beverages of Taj Hotel, and then I moved on. And I think beverages is something that I really love, and I really enjoy it. I don't really feel it to be work now.
All right. I want to talk about a special beverage, and this goes to everyone. I want all of you to know this. India's first natural spring water beverage, which is infinitely recyclable in aluminum cans. So tell us more about responsible water, which spells as WHATR.
There you go. Yes. Like an initiative of healing our earth, I actually started getting to know much more about the environment, and I really got into it. And the more I got into it, the more I got into learning and experiencing about the single-use plastic, and how the climate change is affecting the earth. I think that urge from inside sort of came out, and I really wanted to do something around it. When I was working in hotels, I removed all the plastic from the restaurants and the bar, and we started using a lot of glass water bottles, which was happening globally. But then for the rooms, I could not do anything purely because it was a huge hotel. It was about 523 rooms. And then I thought, there should be some kind of solution to it. And that is when an idea sort of, came out of putting water in a can. And then we found this beautiful source in Himachal, in Solan. The source had amazing quality water, and we just packaged in the can. It took about almost 2.5 years for us to do that, but I think it was worth all the while and all the efforts and a lot of money. But finally, I'm just happy that it's out, and it's doing pretty well.
That's amazing. Ankur, what I'm going to tell everyone right now is that I'm waiting to really actually taste the beverage, and this is what we had. Nishant at 3:45 p.m. So Nishant made this live. Nishant, we enjoyed this, and I'm going to add Ankur Chawla's beverage with this and enjoy this. So Nishant, I truly enjoyed this as well, just to tell you, and I've already passed on your recipe to everyone. So we are truly excited and thrilled to have Ankur Chawla with us. So let's get started, and I'm going to request you all to keep sharing this to all the loved ones around, because with a lovely cheers and thumbs up. Let's get started with Ankur Chawla. Ankur, we are truly delighted, and tell us, what are you going to make for us today, and show us something interesting.
Firstly, Nishant is a very dear friend, and we have had some amazing sessions together in India, and we have done a lot of stuff together, and we've had fights, we've had laughter, but eventually we've all had drinks together. So that's what matters, right? So we're going to make about 3 or 4 different drinks. I've just got some concoctions around. The first one will be, winters are coming. Apple and cinnamon is something that is sort of favorite for everyone. So we're going to make an iced tea, which is going to be flavored with apple and cinnamon. Then we will move on, and we will try and make a curry patta or a curry leaf and watermelon mojito, or a cooler, which would go really well, and all natural ingredients, and that's what I love about them. A lot of people love ginger ales and ginger beer these days. I'm going to tell you how can you easily make a homemade ginger ale. So we've just taken ginger juice, and we're going to do a little bit of concoctions, mixing and stuff over here, and that's going to work out really well. And we'll be ending it with a very fancy cocktail, or a mocktail rather. Sweet lime is something that I really found this morning, in the season, and they were really, really looking nice. So I just picked up a few sweet lime. There's a farmer's market that happens next door on Sunday morning. So we just picked up a few sweet lime, and then we have a grapefruit tonic water, which is the latest one in India. So we're going to mix that up, and let's see how it works out.
Excited, and I'm all set to take down everything, the special mentions for some healthy drinks. How about taking care of our immunity by really being a part of Healing Our Earth platform. And today we are here with Ankur Chawla. Let's get started with Ankur.
Perfect. So the first and the foremost, as I said, would be an iced tea, an apple and cinnamon iced tea. All we'll do, take a few ice cubes. So, so we made a little concoction using some tea. I don't know if you can see that.
Ankur, if I can have your attention, please. Can you lower your camera so we can see everything in action, the ingredients and everything, so the viewers can also see the process you are taking? So if you lower the camera slightly.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hold it a little bit.
Take it up and lower it. That's right. Now we can see everything. So whatever you do, you might have to bend down. So either you raise the camera and then drop it down, or you will have to.
The ingredients can't come up, so I'll go down.
Thank you. And you've got a fluctuating internet, so your sound is intermittent. Just be aware of it. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, I'll be careful. Okay, so we've taken some tea concoction, 4 and 60 ml. I'll just pour a little 40 more, so about 100 ml of tea concoction. A little bit of lime juice. Just to reiterate, all the ingredients that we're using are all natural. So I would request you to use natural ingredients. That works really, really well. About 45 ml of apple juice. So to really get the flavor out of the cinnamon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a cinnamon stick. You can use grater, but you're going to grate a little bit of cinnamon powder on top so that you get that real freshness. You top it up a little bit of water. Okay. Throw in some ice if need be. And just a couple of slices. We've taken these baby apples that we could again get from the farmer's market. And you can just throw in a stick of cinnamon so that it looks nice and yummy. That's your apple cinnamon iced tea. Perfect. The next one, any questions? Would we be going through the questions right now, or shall we do it at a later? Later. Cool. So the next one that we're doing is watermelon and a little bit of curry leaves. Just taken and made some chunks of watermelon. A bit of curry leaf. Normally, whenever you take a curry leaf, all you have to do is just either crush it or you just sort of tap it so that the flavors release really, really well. There you go. Add a little bit of lime juice to it. And just muddle it so that it releases its flavors really well and gets really entangled with each other so that the flavors blend well as well. Right. Yeah. You suffice. Now I've taken out fresh watermelon juice. You can either strain it very nicely, or you remove the seeds, and the pulp works really, really well. Watermelon goes really well with the black salt, so I would highly suggest if you can add a little bit of black salt, it works really well. Just top it up with a bit of soda. There you go. Then garnish it with leaf, and then finally with the watermelon wedge that will look really nice and a little tempting on top of it. There you go. So that's your watermelon and curry leaf mojito or a cooler. Yeah. Nice. Perfect. And the next one that we'll be making is, again, ginger ale is something that I love personally, and I love enjoying it. So I'm going to make a very simple recipe. No, not a lot of concoctions getting mixed with each other. All you have to do is just take some fresh ginger juice, and it is really good for immunity. It is really, really good for your health as well. Almost 45 ml of ginger juice that you can take out. All you have to do is some ginger juice, a little bit of lemon juice, you may or may not add a little bit of, we have made using a little bit of sugar syrup, 1:1, and water. All you do is just top it up again with some soda. There you go. The fresh ginger ale is ready. Add some julienne of ginger to it as well, in order to play around with more flavors. You can actually use different flavors. You can add a little of honey, you can add maple syrup, completely depending on what kind of preferences you have. Last but not the least, we will do a beautiful spritzer and the evening. Put some ice cube. So, what we've done with this spritzer is we have sort of tried to make it a little more complex than usual. I'll tell you how, and when we sort of add the other ingredients. It's fresh. This is fresh sweet lime juice. As I said, we picked the sweet lime in the morning itself from the farmer's market. And I wish you all could sniff it a little bit. in order to make it a little different and a little more interesting and a lot more healthier, we have tried to use a little bit of basil drops. These are basil extracts which are made using the basil leaf. And all we have done is just taken the plain extract of basil, just a couple of drops of basil. Now, in order to accentuate and instead of using regular lemon or to give it a beautiful complexity, of tamarind in the same as well. There you go. So I'm going to just stir that up as well along with the tamarind. Oh. Right. Now I'm going to just, I would rather first add a few slices of the sweet lime that we got. There you go. Now we'll just top it up with the grapefruit lemon. And it's got the hint of spices as well. In terms of garnish, either you can have a couple of slices of the sweet lime itself. You can actually add, since the tonic that we're using is spiced grapefruit, you can actually add the cinnamon as well, or have a couple of tarnies that you can throw in, and we're good to go. This is perfect for a Sunday evening. Yeah, I think that.
I'm really jealous. Okay, you did that. I'm good. I mean, I want to have it right now.
There you go. The world is virtual.
Possible? I'm jealous. I want to see your face. I'm sure it's glowing. How does it taste, Ankur?
It tastes wonderful. Even if it doesn't, I'm definitely going to say it tastes wonderful, but it actually does.
No, it looks yum. Wow.
Tasting really, really good. That's ginger ale. Oh, the other one. So here's a very dear friend of mine, Abhishek, who's helping me and sipping a few of them.
Oh my God, how lucky you guys are.
No, they taste really, really nice, and I really, really hope that you all could, taste it as well. Does it? Can you all see it now? Oh.
All right. I want to look at your very, very charming face now. So I'm going to request you, to, yes, absolutely. So I want to know more about this. Okay, Uncle, do mention to us, tell us, this was supremely healthy. I don't think we can think of anything, healthier than this, right from, the spices in the beverage to, of course, the fruit you've used. So please tell me that when did you actually, get into all the beverages, and when did you actually get so fascinated by them that you, became, specialized in beverages? When did that happen?
As I said, I got majorly into the beverage sector purely because of a person who pushed me into a competition. But after that, I think it is something that it just attracted me, and it just pulled me in it. And I've been into beverages, and I've been very, very happy. Traveled the world because of beverages, and I just love it. So can't say why, when, but healthy, yes, for sure.
So what else do you do? Yeah. What else do you do? Besides this, and tell us about your present projects going on.
Sure. Right now, so we have. I used to be working for hotels earlier. Is this better? Yes. So I was working with hotels earlier. About 10-12 years spent in hotels, and then I thought I always had that bug of doing something of my own. So I moved on almost 3.5 years ago. I started up a catering company, and then I had been into the beverage segment. So the good thing was a lot of people sitting, a lot of friends actually sitting in some really good companies in beverages started calling and asking for help, and they are the ones who actually told me, why don't you consult us in the beverage segment? So that's how the beverage consulting company started. And then we've done a lot of work with a lot of beverage companies. We still design a lot of menus for hotels, restaurants, bars. We help, in fact, the company is named as Scope Bev, in which, the tagline is building beverage bridges. So the idea is to literally bridge the gap between the world and get the right kind of beverages over here or from here to other. And about a couple of years ago is when the calling came, when you want to do business, but you really wanted to do something good for the society as well. And that's when this project of responsible water started. And I think this is where, right now, I think this baby is taking the most amount of time. And I'm very happy spending time with this baby right now. So that's what's going on. That's what keeps us busy.
Yeah, the fact that, you've been one of the few Indians, to qualify, the course which is in London. How was your experience there? And when you came back from there, how did you find, how trendy was it when you came back to India about getting into, the natural and the healthy beverage?
Well, it was fun. I think I started studying about wines in 2009 or 10. And then we were pretty much the first batch in India to rather do that level 3. But right now we have it's good to see the community growing in the beverage segment and people actually taking beverages much more seriously. I remember I was the beverage manager when I joined JW Marriott, and then I became the director of beverages, and I was handling India for Asia Pacific. And a lot of people used to ask me, what does a director of beverage do in a hotel? I was like, yeah, because at that point of time, beverage manager was not really something which is very a hierarchical role. So it was fun to explain them, and it was good to tell that from your water to your coffee to your wines to your beverages everywhere, we are the ones who kind of handle it. So I think we need a dedicated person over there. But it was good to see at that point of time things growing in. I think we were at the right time, at the right place, and I think I've been just lucky to get over there and get a seat at such a prestigious institute. And it's good to see nowadays youngsters, they're doing fantastic stuff. The growth, I think that's what I always joke around. That we took almost 5 years to learn something, and today I even see a generation gap between. I'm not very old, but I really see generation gap between me and the 5-year or 7-year older younger than me, because I think that the way these guys are growing and the revolution that's happening in the beverage industry overall, it's fantastic. I remember there were days when there was nothing beyond Cokes and Pepsis when somebody would come to your house. Today, you look at the kind of options that you have, even in a supermarket. I know they're not very healthy, but at least you have so many options. And now we are, of course, getting into the healthy segment, and everybody wants to know what is going in their tummies. People are becoming very cautious. I went to this place in Germany which had a water bar or a menu which was designed for different kind of waters. So that's something that which sort of tells you and awakens you, saying that the world is moving really, really fast. There's a restaurant in Dubai with the name of Zuma. There are 2 people actually in the restaurant. Their job is just ice carving since morning till the night. They're very well paid. So a person just playing with ice just to go in the cocktails, mocktails. So it's fantastic to see a lot of stuff happening in beverage segment, and I'm just excited to be at a time when the entire revolution is sort of happening.
We're so excited and thrilled to have you here on Healing Our Earth platform. And, again, on the 27th of September, we're going to have Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, where I really look forward to something different and unique, but I look forward to your beverage as well. I want to ask you that right now, in the past 5 months, the lockdown period, I'm sure you've come up with something which is really, very innovative from your perspective, especially to, take care of the immunity system, because that's the need of the hour. We all been talking about take care of your immunity, and how about having a natural beverage? So when you say beverage, it sounds very, very lavish and nice, when you do cheers with your loved ones. And then above that, you have a beverage which is going to make you healthy and, actually make all your cells happy. So tell us, what was that special recipe you had and you discovered, since the past 5 months? I'm sure you must have really experienced quite a bit.
I think last 5 months have been pretty intriguing in a way, and it was surely equally exciting, as I say. There were a lot of sessions that we did online. I mean, things suddenly in the entire world suddenly went virtual. But good thing was that you were actually spending a lot of quality time with yourself. So that understanding and that sort of meditation in a way, that yeah, that normally you in your busy schedules you don't give time to yourself. That's what I always feel, that even now I'm sitting over here, I have to go to the office, do something, and it's about 10:30 in the night or maybe later. So you're always busy, and you're always tied up. During the lockdown, the good thing was that you actually went back to the same cupboard which you had not touched for quite some time, and you could discover a lot of, you can relate with it. I can see that. So you could take out a lot of things that were back in your cupboard which you had not touched for ages. And then I think going back to the kitchen, finding out the ingredients that are actually there at your house. Because whenever I was doing sessions, whenever I was sort of teaching or talking about anything, you were not really dependent on those huge supermarkets or fancy ingredients. So I think the entire world, for that matter, went back to local, what was available locally for me. So I could not find let's say a fancy or the most delicious cranberry near my supermarket, but I could definitely get a few good, let's say, tamarinds that were available, very locally. And I remember we made this beautiful. I mean, there were a lot of concoctions that we did during that time, and there were a lot of new recipes which came out. But I remember this tamarind and jaggery concoction that we did at our house. It was fantastic. It was just so nice. I did a lot of infused waters during this time, when to just build up your immunity. You end up drinking a lot of water in the daytime as it is, but just throwing in a lemon or a cucumber or maybe a few slices of grapefruit, I think it just works really well. So I think the habit of starting with infused water is something that really grew on this period, and there was a lot of learning that happened. I mean, I'm not very avid book reader. I have actually written a book though, but yeah, I'm not a very avid book reader, but I finished 2 books, which is like, by my standard, 5 months, 2 books is fantastic. I'm sorry to be saying that. I'm sure I'll be a little embarrassed by saying that, but I think that's what happened. And then I have a beautiful daughter. She's about 3, and I could spend a lot of time with her. So that was fantastic. And I made a few concoctions for her as well, using a Cerelac and stuff, which was pretty interesting.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, did you make something with fruit mix and with natural spices, the Indian spices, something for 3-year-old? Because we have a lot of viewers, they would want to have something, for their young kids as well. So please do let us know that. And for all our lovely viewers, please do take a look at Ankur's website. That's www.ankurchavla.co.in. And Ankur, I want to know about your book and a recipe for kids, which is a natural beverage, because kids really get very attracted to something, which looks very appealing. But when you tell them and explain to them that this is a healthy one, at least at home, we can really have this, I think they do understand. So please tell us, what did you give your lovely baby? What did you make for her?
Just 1 second. I'll just get the book to show it to you as well.
We're getting to see something, maybe a copy of his book, or actually the baby, or actually the drinks. I'm excited. Are we taking a look at the beverage? I want to tell all of you that please be here with us the coming Sunday, the 6th of September, for meditation yoga session, the 13th of September for health and fitness, the 20th of September for music and the dance festival, and the 27th of September, once again, we're doing vegetarian and vegan kitchen. And if you think you want to be a part of the Healing Our Earth platform, please do connect with us. Log on and go to the website of www.healingourearth.com and do WhatsApp. Our contact numbers are given there. To WhatsApp us and be a part of the beautiful family, which is absolutely a free community service where we all connect together, the beautiful souls from across the world, and we do something to really make this world a better place to live in. So I look forward to your presence all the next Sundays, the September month, all the Sundays. We'll be here on Healing Our Earth platform, and it's absolutely a pleasure for me to be here as well. So Ankur has something to show us, and I'm really eager to know, what is it, Ankur? Tell us.
That's the book that I wrote. Unfortunately, I was a part of 2611 attack.
14 hours. Oh, I see. Oh my God. Okay.
Basically a personal thing, and I spent 14 hours over there, and that's the reason the term 14 hours came as a heading, or the name of the book. So yeah, this came out in 2012. We did pretty well. We sold about, I think, 17,000 copies in English. It got published and had a good print run in Marathi as well. So yeah, this is the book.
I want to mention this to everyone that Ankur is a 2611 survivor. Ankur, you were probably working at the Taj Mahal Hotel. So tell us, how was it? And tell us something about the feeling. I think it's a new life to you, and truly a beautiful feeling altogether of really coming out of it. So if you don't mind, if you could just tell us something about it. I just want all of us to realize that how lucky and how blessed we are. And we have Ankur in front of us who's sharing with us a story. And look at his story. I mean, 14 hours at the point of time when, the entire, not just the country, but the entire world was stressed. So what did you actually go through, and what did you realize when you came out of it? If you could just highlight on that.
I was there, it was the usual night. I was working actually at the bar, and nobody knew. And, suddenly when the first gunshot came, we could hear it easily. And I sort of started running out. And I remember I was a management trainee at that point of time. And even while running out, you're not used to a gunshot, or you don't know what a gunshot sounds like. So it was just like a huge noise. And I still remember I was running out, and I actually thought the champagne bottle, which was, very nicely kept outside the bar, has actually gone down. And it was a fancy one. And I still remember, because I didn't know what's happening, I was just calculating that if that bottle has gone down, how much months of stipends would I have to pay to really get that sorted. But unfortunately, somebody actually just died in front of us at that point of time. Somebody was actually hit at that point of time, and then we all moved inside. We were literally hiding from one place to the other till the morning. Some really interesting things also happened other than the terrorists. I think the kind of bond that I got at that point of time was fantastic. Unfortunately, we did lose a lot of friends. Unfortunately, I lost a roommate as well. But I think when I came out, of course, it was a great feeling of you just thank your God. All you realize is, and there are a lot of learnings that sort of come out. And I always feel that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I think that was probably one of the reasons I just quit my fancy job and I moved out, and I said, I want to start my own. The decision-making power becomes much more stronger, and you start looking at life in a much more practical way. So everybody knows, we all know for the fact that death is something, which is the eventuality, or that's the destination. But I think after that, you start enjoying the journey even more. And I think that's what I would always tell to everyone, that it's better that you enjoy every day. Just be, grateful to God. Just be thankful that you have a fantastic life. You have a lot of things around you. You have family around you. You have friends around you, and just be happy. Like, if you're not happy in your life, it's not good. If you think that you're not doing well, or this is not the thing that you would want to do on the last day of your life, don't do that. Change it, and things will work out. And I think you don't realize when you're moving in front or forward. But when you look back, I think today, if I look back, and I think a lot of things happened for a reason. So, and I'm sure you all can relate with it. So yeah, I mean, but yeah, some interesting things also happened. I remember there was this uncle who was guest who was carrying a single malt when we were evacuating, and I told him, sir, you don't worry about the bill. Just give me your malt, and then just get out. And he was like, Ankur, I don't know if we are going to live tomorrow morning or not. At least let me romance my malt tonight. And it was a shocker at that point of time. You get nervous and you get numb. You don't know what to say. But I think looking back, it was a great thing. It was a great learning for me that you never know, tomorrow morning you might not wake up. And look at the situation right now. Being COVID has actually brought the entire world to the knees. I think just enjoy the moment. Just be happy about it. I want to go on my deathbed without regrets. 20 failures is not a problem. One regret is definitely a problem. So
that's absolutely. You've really given us a spiritual side, and thank you so much, Ankur. And this is a beautiful message, and that is the reason I feel extremely blessed to be on this Healing Our Earth platform, where we're sending prayers to everyone who needs it, and we believe that it's always prayers and meditation which will really give you awareness and keep you on your toes. The fact that we had the lovely session by the Brahma Kumaris today, who told us that even while cooking, you need to be aware and you need to put in and add the ingredient of love, pyar. I mean, that's all. That's the essence of it, and the compassion feeling. And yes, we are all too blessed to have this platform, Healing Our Earth. And I must say this, that it's the first time I've really come across a platform which really brings everyone from the world together on this one platform consecutively. Today is the 22nd day that we're having, of the Healing Our Earth sessions that we're having today. So it's truly a blessing, and I'm going to thank the entire crew of Healing Our Earth for having me as, a part of your beautiful family. And this is the message we pass to everyone, that please make the most out of this moment. We are trying to, it's not we, of course, it comes from the divine love, the higher reality. But we as a messenger are trying to tell you that please be healthy, be relaxed, no fear, no anxiety. It's only be calm, breathe, and feel at peace, smile, a very natural, simple smile that will really make others, brighten up their days and their life. It's been so wonderful with you, Ankur, that I must truly thank you with folded hands for being here with us and for sharing with us really very interesting beverage, concoction. And I must say that we look forward to you being with us, the following month, again, the 27th of September, the last Sunday of the month, once again for Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen, with, some beverage, which is especially for the kids, school-going kids, 10-year-old kids, so that they get into healthy drinks as well. And, let parents feel very comfortable showing the kids and telling them that, this is something very healthy. Why don't you watch on our platform, Healing Our Earth? At the same time, they themselves get very attracted. So, Ankur, is there any message you like to give to everyone from health perspective and from, the beverage perspective, that, how they could really make it a lifestyle of really getting into everything natural?
Off lately, what we have started doing, and I also started loving doing, is that whenever you use any ingredient in a beverage, whenever I go to the kitchen, I love picking up ingredients. Like the other day, we were making something with jamun. People have started using the entire fruit. Don't throw stuff, even if it is, the outside, inside, the seed. There are million ways to use things. Like, I'll just give you a small example. When we were talking about the kids as well, we took the ginger juice out, and when the fiber came out, we mixed that fiber with a little bit of honey, and you could just bake it or whatever and make a ginger candy out of it. So jamun, as I said the other day, when we made the concoction and stuff, we took the seed, made a powder out of the seed, and that powder is the best for any diabetic patient, and I'm sure a lot of us know that already. So there are ways and means to sort of use a lot of things. I would just say, be very careful and cautious of what you're doing every single day, particularly for your environment. And I think it is a much bigger problem than we can even foresee right now. Even if you're just using a small plastic water bottle and throwing it, or using something which is not good for environment. Just be very careful. I would say from my heart, trust me when I say, when I was going through the entire environment thing, and when I was reading about it, watching documentaries about it, it is scary for me to say that I am scared for my grandsons to come, because that generation is going to really face it. It's a much bigger problem than we think. So I think it's going to be a necessity more than a luxury. I would just say, try to be sustainable, try to be healthy, and try to make sure that you're making sure that the environment is also as healthy as you are.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that beautiful message. And with platforms like Healing Our Earth, yes, we can definitely make a difference. Yes, Ankur, you wanted to say something?
I'm just saying, sorry to be so philosophical. I'm not usually that serious of a person.
No, not at all. That was a message, and thank you for making us realize, and that is what I always say, everyone, that with this platform, yes, we're trying to bring that difference a little percent. So I want to truly thank, our producer for this,
Thank you.
this wondrous concept. Thank you very much. And we really enjoyed the beverage. And as I said, I really wanted to have a sip or two. So we look forward to that very soon when we meet. But thank you so much for being here with us on behalf of the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. Our humble thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're truly delighted to really now learn Matok with a twist. Now, Matok is very, very famous and specialty from the African place. And I must say that, something interesting that I'm looking forward to. Now, we have this live cooking demonstration by Preeti Ballabij. Preeti Ballabij is extremely passionate about cooking, and it also happens to be a favorite hobby. And guess what? She started cooking at the age of 13, mere 13, and she always tries to have new recipes. Preeti Balla makes both international and authentic meals for the family as well. And currently she holds classes and cater for frozen and fresh meals in Naivasha, that is in Kenya. She's trained several house girls in Naivasha to cater for the employers they work for, mostly Indian cuisine, but she's taught Italian and Chinese on several occasions as well. She now holds online cookery classes ever since Corona lockdown started, and she enjoys when her friends invite her to host a live cooking session of a pre-planned menu, and after the session, they all sit down to wine and dine on the meal. She's also an energy healer with a spiritual school called the Pranic Healing. These days, she enjoys hosting online meditation and basic exercises as well. So I want all of us to really learn Matok with a twist today. And please, with all our heart and soul, welcome Preeti Ballabij. A wholehearty welcome to you. Preeti, how are you doing today?
Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm doing well, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Minaben Kagram of Nakuru, Kenya, for introducing me to the group. I'd also like to thank Neil Kumar and his team for hosting this wonderful event and all the others. Thank you, Simran, for a wonderful introduction. What a wonderful privilege it is for me to be invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session, Vegetarian and Vegan Kitchen. This is the first time I'm having an online cooking event, so please do bear with me.
Very excited. Take a look. Matok with a twist. Yay.
Okay, so I will share my screen with you where I had pre-recorded the session, Matoke with a twist. Just a few minutes. Can you hear it?
Yes, please. Oh, no, we don't have the sound yet. We don't have the sound yet. Yeah.
I don't have the sound? Okay, just a second.
No. It's on, maybe.
Is it?
No. It's a little disturbing, the sound. So I'm going to request
1 second.
Nishit, if you could help us and cue up the sound, please.
1 second. Hello, this is my kitchen, and these are the ingredients we are going to use today for the matoke with a twist. This is my spice box. And it has cumin seeds, curry powder, salt, red chili powder, turmeric powder, dana jeera, which is a mixture of ground coriander seeds and cumin seeds powder, garam masala, which is a mixture of cardamom, black pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg powder. Here we have the cold pressed cooking oil, which is sunflower oil, chopped onion, ground fresh garlic and ginger paste, tomato paste, sugar, lemon juice, fresh chopped coriander. We have the motoke, and we have water, which I use while cooking. Here we have the stainless steel cooking pan. I will explain why we use stainless steel in a bit. I'm putting the pan on hot flame right now. These are the measurements I use: tablespoon, teaspoon. So I'll add the oil. I'll wait for the oil to heat up. So the reason I use stainless steel cooking pan, because it has scientifically been proven to assist in a lot of minor ailments that we tend to have when we're using aluminium pan. So I put 1 teaspoon of cumin seeds. About 1 teaspoon of curry leaves. I use dried curry leaves. Most of the Indian families have fresh curry plants in their homes. I unfortunately don't, so I use the dried ones. I'll now put the onion. So as you can see, the cumin seeds were fluttering slightly before I added the onion. I put a teaspoon of salt at this moment. It sort of gives it roasted taste when the onions are brown. So while we wait for the onions to brown slightly, I will explain about motoke. Motoke is an East African highland banana. And it is a staple food in Uganda and Tanzania, and a favorite in Kenya. I hear it is a favorite in Zambia as well. The reason I call it motoke with a twist is because we're going to make it slightly savory, salty, a bit of chili, a bit of lemon, a bit of sugar. Motoke is an excellent source of fiber and potassium. A potassium-rich diet can help lower high blood pressure. Stir the onion slightly just to have a look and see where it's reached. As I mentioned earlier, cold pressed cooking oil. It's proven that processed oil is actually harmful for our health right now. On the stainless steel cookware, a lot of people use aluminium pans which have harmful deposits, and they leave these, and while you're cooking, harmful deposits are transferred into the water, milk or food that we cook. So I began using stainless steel cookware about 25 years ago, and I used to suffer from acidity, and within 15 or 20 days of using stainless steel cookware, I was fine. My symptoms disappeared. While we wait for the onions to brown slightly, I will add the garlic and ginger at this moment. I'll share the recipe with all of you in a little while. As you can see, it's slightly coloring now. The aroma is lovely. I'll mention a bit about the ingredients that we are putting in our matoke today. Cumin seed powder actually helps in improving digestion. Curry leaves eliminates bacteria. Onions help control blood sugar. Garlic improves cholesterol. Ginger relieves nausea. So we've got a health aspect to the cooking we're doing today. And let it brown slightly more. looks good. I will now add the tomato. I add a bit of sugar at this moment. Sugar sort of enhances the taste of the tomato. I add a bit of water to the tomato. I'll cover it slightly to let the steam cook the rest of the tomato. Increase the heat slightly. So tomatoes help prevent urinary tract infections. I'll give it a slight pause while the tomatoes are cooking. So this is what it looks like. I'll now add the tomato paste. As I said earlier, I'll share the ingredients and the amounts that we're using in a little while. I'll now add red chili powder, turmeric powder, the dana jeera, which we said is a mixture of coriander and cumin seed powder, and I'm adding the garam masala. Give it a bit of a stir. I'm just breaking the tomato. Just cover it slightly. I'll now add the matoke. A bit of a stir. Again, I'll let it leep for about 5-10 minutes before I add water. I'll add the water at this moment. Just probably about 2 glasses. I'll add the lemon juice. and a bit of salt at this moment. So about half a teaspoon of salt. I'll let this cook for about 15-20 minutes. And I'll use this time to talk about the rest of the ingredients. So we used chilies, the red chilies. I prefer using red chili powder because I can then maintain the spice I use in my cooking. If you prefer to use green chilies, that's perfectly okay. So chilies boosts immunity. Turmeric has anti-inflammatory properties. Coriander cures diarrhea. Garam masala, as we said earlier, has cardamom, which has diuretic properties. Black pepper, regular use prevents constipation. Cinnamon, loaded with antioxidants. Cloves protects the liver. Nutmeg relieves pain. These are just some of the benefits of using spices in foods. While we're waiting, I will put the coriander at this time. I like putting coriander in my food at this moment.
Sorry about that.
Hello. This is my kitchen. And these...
Right. Yeah, Preeti, please. That's really, really tasty and sumptuous. I really wanted to have
So yeah, this is what it looks like. I put coriander and another 2 glasses of water within the 15-minute span. And this is what it looks like. You can see that the gravy has thickened quite a bit. This is because of the matoke. And this is...
Sorry, can you hear?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay.
There's a incoming call at that moment and I had to take the call. So everything, I had to sort of record another video. I couldn't continue. So yeah, this is what it looks like. I put coriander and another 2 glasses of water within the 15-minute span. And this is what it looks like. You can see that the gravy has thickened quite a bit. This is because of the matoke. And this is ready to be served. You can eat matoke with pita bread, naan bread, rice, or anything that you prefer to have it with. Happy eating. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I'll just share the recipe with you. So we have the ingredients there. So it's 6 matoke cut in pieces, 1 onion finely cut, 1 tomato finely cut, a teaspoon curry leaves, a teaspoon of sugar, 1/4 cup fresh coriander finely cut, 1 teaspoon cumin seeds, 1 teaspoon salt to taste, 1/2 teaspoon red chili powder or to taste, 1 teaspoon turmeric powder, 1 teaspoon dana jeera powder, that is a mixture of cumin and coriander powder, half teaspoon garam masala, which is cloves, black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, nutmeg. 1 teaspoon ginger paste, 1 teaspoon garlic paste, 2 teaspoons tomato paste, 4 tablespoons oil, and that's the method there. I'll just quickly run through it if you want. Heat the oil in a pan, add the cumin seeds and curry leaves, let it splutter, add the onion and salt, and let it fry until slightly brown. Add the garlic and ginger, fry for a few minutes, and then add the tomato paste. Cook until the tomato is dissolved. Next, add all the other dry powders, the sugar, and add more salt to taste. Add the matoke and cook for a few minutes. Add about 2 glasses of water and cook on a low flame until the matoke is soft and cooked. Garnish with fresh coriander. So yes, that's the recipe. I will take your questions now, Simran, if we have the time.
Yes, Preeti, at first, please let me humbly thank you for all the love and so much of patience you've been here with us. We all know that you're slightly unwell, and because you were dedicated to the session and because you were committed to us for the session, you are here with us. So I'm going to truly, with folded hands, especially thank you. And we really enjoyed the matoke for sure, but I must especially thank you for being here with us. So this was pretty much
so much.
The spices that you added. So I'm going to show everyone, this picture that we received from Harvinder Singh of how the mogo and maize looks like. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So thank you for sending us the beautiful picture. And of course, we all know the health benefits, especially Preeti. I enjoyed, what you mentioned, that this is a potassium-rich diet, and
it is.
it's something which is very easily available in most of the countries, and which doesn't really cost a lot of money. I'm going to definitely mention this as well. At the same time, the benefits are immense. So, Preeti, we really like that, matoke with a twist, so that you just add and, give it that twist so that everyone, it would suit to everyone's taste buds, whether one wants spicy, less spicy. And I'm going to ask you this, Preeti. You said like you can have it with bread, you can have it with anything. I would say that if one is on a diet, you can just have, the matoke with a twist and really, fulfill your, taste buds, because it's tasty, yummy, and it's very, very light. It has very few calories, right?
Yes, definitely. In fact, a lot of families, they like using. They put crisps. I mean, I know this is not a healthy option, but they put crisps and they have it just as a sort of a snack. So yeah, there are lots of ways that you can have it. Yeah.
That's really interesting. I'm also going to ask you that you are also into pranic healing. So do you want to mention, to everyone that when you cook, while you cook, you ought to be, what's the feeling you need to have while you cook? Do you want to tell everyone this? Who better than you would have experienced that, since you are into spirituality and pranic healing? So while cooking, which are the ingredients you think are important besides the spices that we use and the mogo and maize?
A lot of love. A lot of love. I believe energy transfers to the food you're cooking, and your mood transfers to the mood you're cooking, to the food you're cooking as well. I believe a lot of love and a lot of patience, a lot of just good energy, positive energy transfers to the food, and people who taste the food can recognize that as well. I kind of initially didn't believe this, and then I tried it. When you're angry, I must say I used to be a very angry person before I joined pranic healing, and you could taste it. You could actually taste a slight, bitter taste in the food. So definitely a lot of love in the food shows. Yes. And love is universal.
Yeah.
Actually, a special mention, and the fact that you experienced it, that when you're angry and someone is tasting the food, everything gets into that. It's all about the vibration and the energy that you carry, and you having absolutely amazing energy, Preeti. I know that, doesn't show from, any angle that, you're slightly unwell. In fact, I can see lots of abundance of love in you.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
thank you so
to us
much.
and, explaining to us everything in the video and even now live. So I'm truly delighted and thankful to you for being here with us. And thank you to Meena ma'am from Uganda. Thank you for really loving this platform so much and sharing it. And what is that one message you like to give everyone, Preeti, especially while cooking, to everyone, whether it's a guy cooking or a girl cooking, that beautiful message you like to give everyone?
Cooking is therapeutic, definitely is. And I think everybody should do some bit of cooking. Very healthy, and look after yourselves. This is all we have. This body is all we have. This body makes us do a lot of things, good things, enjoyable things. Just live life to the fullest and enjoy every second of your day. That is all I can say. Thank you.
That is such a beautiful message. So that was Matoke with a twist. I look forward to meeting all of you for the forthcoming Sunday, the 6th of September, for meditation yoga. And our humble thanks once again to the very lovely Priti Bala Bij. Thank you so much for being here with us. And thank you for sharing with us all your love and smiles and the very, very amazing Matoke with a twist. And
Namaste, everyone. And thank you all for listening to me and watching my session. Over to you, Simran.
Thank you so much. And please feel free to share this, tag your loved ones, and let everyone realize how to cook, by making everyone happy. And we always say that we all love to eat, right? Isn't it? So how about just adding some love and the lovely ingredients? So thank you to each and every one of you who've really been here with us, every Sunday constantly. Thank you for showering us with all your love. I'm going to truly say a special thanks to the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. They put in so much effort throughout the week for every week session that they already have the sessions for the entire year for 2020 already on. I really wonder, how can people do so much of brilliant planning? So I truly thank the entire crew. Thank you, Preeti Bala. We love you. And thank you for being here with us, irrespective of your health and not showing us anything. Thank you so much. So a humble thanks to the technical director, Nishit Kotak. Nishit, we loved your dish as well at 3:45 p.m. And I'm going to really add on with a beverage, a little bit of matoke, and of course, adding all the ingredients we learned from the Brahma Kumaris, the Didis here. Thank you to our media team, Kesh Morjaria, Anita Nomula, Varsha Mistry. Our host team is Renu Gedumal, Deepa Vitlani, Varsha Mistry, and Simran Ahuja. Thank you very much to our backup team, Sarita Menon, Dr. Lalit Soda, Dr. Milind Shah, Prash Kotecha, Malesh Kota, Deepa Vitlani, Jayashri Chaudhary, Bhavi Ram, Dr. Sheila Dobi, Dr. Nora S. Vyas, and Rajesh K.R. Singh. Thank you to our facilitator team, Clyde Mesmela, Meena Ben Khagram, Kavita Devgan, Varsha Mistry. And a humble thanks to our channel partners for being live with us. Hindu Forum of Europe, Mental Health _Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Diwali in London, Simran Ahuja Official, Bharat Goradia Official, Hani Kalaria Official, and Sunrise Radio UK. And our special mention, our special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indus.co.uk. A humble thanks to all our viewers for being here with us, being connected, and please be here with us every Sunday. Log on to our website for the further details and do be connected to all of us. If you have any queries, kindly do WhatsApp or message. The number is mentioned on the website. I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking all of you. And towards the end, we'll end with a beautiful feeling of Gayatri Mantra, because as we always know that prayers really work wonders. And how about a chant? You can actually do chanting while cooking as well. So please join me for the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurбhuః Svahā Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om. Feel bright, feel beautiful. Love you all. Take care. God bless. Healing Our Earth is the best platform that I've been truly enriched. Please share this and do tag us as well. Take care.